Kids. Call 187-CARS with a K, the number 4, kids.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan.
Bears, football.
Mully, you have the greatest voice in radio.
You know what? I'd like to say you're wrong, Mully, but you're not wrong very often.
Mully, you are 1,000% correct.
Can we get a mulligan, please?
David Haugh.
That was one of the best questions you've ever asked.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to get an answer just as good.
Oh, check me out, man.
Chicago Sports Talk for your morning.
Morning, fellas. I got your back, Mully. I got your back, David.
Kevin, he's in Palatine. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, good morning, guys. David, welcome back. The list is Tim Anderson, then Contreras. And David, before you clutch your pearls, Eloy Jimenez blows right now. Don't ever put him in front of Contreras. And a left fielder, well, in quotes, left fielder, who can't stay healthy, who's a negative WAR player. David, could you possibly be more disrespectful to Contreras?
Oh, man, that's just so disrespectful.
To say right now, in any way, shape, or form, that your hero, Eloy, is a better player or should be higher on any list ever in his life to this point. David, he can't stay healthy. He's not a fielder. He's a one-trick pony, and he was bad last year. Until this guy contributes, you've got to quit comparing him with Luis Roberts and Anderson and the real good players on the Sox. Jimenez is not there. No matter how much you are trying to will it into existence, until he proves it, David, until he plays 162 games, he is a figment of your imagination. He's the Lucky Charms guy.
They're magically delicious.
He's Santa Claus. He's all of them. He's the Easter Bunny.
This time I've got a load of Easter eggs, all for the Easter Bunny.
He doesn't exist. You can keep saying he does, but he doesn't.
You're saying Santa Claus doesn't exist?
Come on,
Listen,
Kevin.
I'm not going to
Come
put
on,
up
Kevin.
with it. Not in June, not in December.
You're killing our
What?
8 to 12 demo.
That's exactly right.
Jeez.
Hi, Mom.
Mully and Haugh, taking you up to 9 o'clock on 670 The Score.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. It's a glorious Tuesday in the fine city of Chicago. And we have no bad baseball news to report.
No, we don't. Morning, Mully. Happy Tuesday. That was a fun open. Good job, Brandon. That was took me about 30 minutes to get back yesterday and trigger Kevin talking about Eloy Jimenez. That was definitely a fun open. Good to be back. And yeah, there was no baseball to watch last night, so it was a very peaceful Monday. Nothing to get frustrated by, nothing to get excited about, but plenty to watch. And today's a fun day in Chicago with the Dodgers in town.
Yeah, the Dodgers are in town, so that's rut-row. Michael Kopech throws tonight for the White Sox. The Cubs are out in Baltimore. That's promising, isn't it? That
It is
sounds
promising.
good. Only a 2-game set. That's too bad because that's the kind of team you want to.
You want to play them as much as possible.
Yeah, can't you get a doubleheader or two there? Keegan Thompson on the bump. The pregame 5:30 right here on the Score.
Right here on the Score. Keegan Thompson. Did you see when Keegan Thompson is the probable starter and he's listed probables? Every game across the league. Keegan Thompson 6-0. 6-0.
Pretty good.
Doesn't that stand out because it's unusual for a guy? We know that he has not been in the rotation that long, but he's one of those guys that the multi-use, multi-inning relievers specialist, if you will, and he's got 6 victories already.
That's good.
I know victories don't matter, but it's just something that stands out.
Yeah, victories don't matter in pitching. Dustin just threw his hands up, but victories don't matter in pitching. So, and momentum doesn't matter.
Tell that to the guy that's 6-0 that the wins don't matter.
Exactly. Keegan Thompson's pretty proud of his 6-0 record, I would think, and I think the Cubs are probably very thrilled that he is 6-0 on the mound tonight.
Don't be a loser thinking 6-0 means anything. Okay? Doesn't make him a winner. Just makes him the guy that happened to be on the mound.
Just makes him 6-0.
6-0.
Yeah, that's it.
Kopech against the Dodgers, that's going to be good theater.
No.
Yes, it will.
No.
There was a time when, not that long ago,
Would it rain?
Before the season,
Could it rain?
I think that this Dodgers-White Sox matchup was looked at as a World Series preview.
Oh, and it isn't?
It might be.
Well, who
Still
knows?
could be. It still could be.
I can't even put like a straight face on as I acknowledge that
Lance
idea.
Lynn's coming.
It's fun to consider
Yes.
these things. Lance Lynn
Lance
on
Lynn's
the way, and our guy Eloy
on the way,
coming back as well.
Yes.
Don't know what you're going to get from Eloy Jimenez, but you figure you're going to get some
Boom
power back
goes
in the
the
lineup.
dynamite.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm going to look at this as still nothing that you predicted at the beginning of the season has been ruled out yet.
We're going to talk to Jake Berger later.
Can't wait for that.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
Speaking of White Sox players that are capable and playing well at the moment.
Hottest hitter on the team in terms of coming through in the clutch. Last 4 victories for the White Sox were courtesy of Jake Berger, game-winning RBI. This is the day to talk to Jake Berger.
Yes. Let's get
840.
Let's get to Jake.
But before that, we have also Steve Stone.
This is his 40th anniversary.
How about that?
40 years of broadcasting. That's pretty extraordinary.
It's remarkable. And what's remarkable about it, when you go back and you look at where his broadcasting career began,
as a
Monday
10-year-old.
Night Baseball.
10 years old.
Yeah. Amazing. He was talking about the Easter Bunny, Santa Claus, and everything else. 10-year-old Steve Stone in the booth.
Monday Night Baseball.
It was Monday Night
Wow.
Baseball with Don Drysdale and Al Michaels, and we'll talk to him at 8 o'clock about what he remembers. But there began a career now that he's a Chicago legend. He's a Chicago baseball broadcasting legend. We're lucky to have him here as part of the Score family, and he is somebody who is as good now as he ever has been.
Yeah, it'd be great to talk to Stoney and get his insights. And he does a great job of looking at the Chicago White Sox, and hopefully there's going to be better days coming. You mentioned that Lance Lynn and Eloy are coming. Other players probably. There are definitely moves to be made.
Well, who else would be coming?
Well, I mean, we talked yesterday about some of the guys that are coming in the future. We talked about Yolbert Sanchez. We talked about Lennon Sosa. We talked about getting a second baseman up and running in this particular team this year.
Yeah, I think that the answers could be within the organization. If you're waiting for them to make a big move at the trade deadline, wrong Chicago team.
Probably.
I don't think the Sox will probably be that active. Do you?
And you think the wrong Chicago team means the Cubs will make a move, but it'll be getting rid of someone?
I think that when we look at the trade deadline, the activity will come from the Cubs more than the White Sox. The White Sox, the answers will likely be internally and just getting their guys back and healthy.
But it's unlikely to be them going out and getting Juan Soto. It's more
they're
like they're going to trade
Well,
someone.
I don't think they're going to get Juan Soto.
That would be really good.
That would be, I mean, if they are so inclined and they want to really, it depends on, it's only June 7th, and we have a lot of baseball to play. There will be speculation galore, but in the next month, unless the wheels fall off, I would be surprised if the White Sox are that active at the deadline, and I do expect the Cubs to be.
But you don't expect them to be selling, not buying.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
You've now got, there's certain people kind of spitting out their coffee thinking the Cubs are going to get,
Clark and Addison, the garage sale was open. It's time to start sifting through the rubble and going into and say, okay, what do you want for this? That's going to be the case again. Right. So that's the reality. That's the reality for rebuilding teams. Oops.
Yeah, that is the sad reality, but don't use the word rebuilding. The Bears have their, you know what? How can I get off baseball without mentioning Dallas Keuchel signing? Dallas Keuchel is now got a minor league deal with the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Mm-hmm.
So he can not only get back into the majors this year, but he can do it with a pretty mediocre team where he can get his brains beat in.
Well, he's going back to reunite with his former pitching coach, Strom, was with the Astros and now the Diamondbacks. And I think that he views that as an opportunity. Maybe they feel like they can salvage something, what's remaining of his career. He will likely come out of the bullpen. He will likely have to be a long reliever, but you figured he would be on a roster somewhere. Somebody would give him another chance. Even after Jake Arrieta was dispatched from the Cubs, he landed in San Diego for a cup of coffee before he figured out he didn't have it anymore.
But San Diego was a team you thought might be able to win. I don't know what are the Diamondbacks doing. Why are they messing around? Because his old coach is there?
That's got to be it.
But I'm just saying, you never give up on a left-hander.
Never give up on a left-hander,
right?
Especially a guy who is as crafty in theory and has as much guile in theory as Dallas Keuchel does. I mean, that's got to be part of it, don't you think?
I'm honest to God, and I'm not just saying this. I will be very curious to find out if the embarrassment of what he's gone through will fuel a resurgence in him, as we talked about. It's happened with other left-handed pitchers.
Well, I don't know that.
But it almost has.
It will make you.
It was the only way it was going to happen. I don't think it was going to happen with the White Sox.
It's not going to make your stuff any sharper, right?
No, but
he can be motivated. Maybe he just has lost it. Maybe not.
Right. It seemed like he had.
The Diamondbacks, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert. They're 4 games below 500. I don't know that their starting rotation is one that has a lot of holes in it where you think Dallas Keuchel plugs in immediately.
The problem they have is that their division is a lot different than the White Sox division.
Yeah.
So their division is what you would call a very good
Dallas
division.
Keuchel might benefit, though, from going to the National League where hitters are more unfamiliar with this stuff.
Yeah, it's conceivable.
And maybe that's part of it as well, the appeal. And, the first couple times through the league or the lineups, maybe he'll succeed. But I just view this as, you see it all the time. Veterans who are discarded by one team, picked up by another. Maybe they have a little bit of a burst left, and they're hoping that Dallas Keuchel still has something.
Yeah. I good luck on that.
Exactly.
The Bears,
Anywhere but Chicago.
The Bears have their OTAs going on at Hallis Hall, but they're going to talk on Wednesday, not today.
Yeah,
let's get that straight. They just moved it back a day.
That's fine.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any reason behind that. I don't think that I think conspiracy theorists want to, speculate. I don't know that it's anything more than maybe
trading Robert Quinn.
Maybe.
My radar went up immediately.
Okay.
Why would you change the date? What would be the point of that?
They don't want to steal the thunder from Aaron Donald's new contract. He's got new paper. Did you see that Aaron Donald attended Sean McVay's wedding?
Yeah.
And apparently that's kind of where hey, why don't we get a deal done? And they immediately
wait a
got
second.
him a deal done.
Sean McVay last offseason goes on vacation and comes up with a quarterback.
This offseason,
he gets married and finds a defensive tackle that's going to come back instead of retire?
What do you think the gift is? Like, what does Aaron Donald give McVay? Like
the Super Bowl ring on his finger?
Yeah, I think he already gave it to him.
I think he pretty much delivered.
Nothing? I'm serious, nothing?
Here's the receipt.
No, I'm sure he gives them a very nice gift.
Yeah.
I'm sure he goes down the registry and gets them something. I'm sure.
Whatever Bed Bath & Beyond says on the registry.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm guessing, and I don't know.
The nicest Keurig possible?
Definitely.
Well, but I don't know what you...
Toaster?
What is...
Wine glasses?
Four slice toast.
A goblet?
Right. Like a bowl for lettuce with names engraved?
I'm just saying. What would an Aaron Donald get his coach for a wedding gift? I think that's fun. I think that's fun to speculate.
Toaster. I have a friend.
And if it was an
envelope,
envelope, how thick does it have to be?
Received a toaster as a gift from some out-of-town relatives.
Well, was he registered? Was the toaster on the registry? Because if it
for
was
about $9.87 or something, I'm just saying, like a toaster. Two people go to a wedding and give you a toaster? It's a little bit rough.
I don't think that if you are
is there not a rule?
Sean McVay, I mean, do you think they were registered? How does
I doubt it.
I doubt that.
I doubt, who knows? Who knows? I mean, I thought the registering part was one of the funnest parts of the whole thing. But I had gotten a hold of my wife's picks for everything. So I went in there and I kept saying, you know what? I love this China pattern. And she'd be like, are you kidding me? And about the third time, she was like, okay, when did you get my stuff? And I thought it was very amusing.
So you,
listen.
You already, before
he cheated on the test.
Taking the vow.
He cheated on the test.
You cheated on the test, and you misled her to believe that you were in line with her thinking on what makes a nice China pattern.
I
You were
thought
kind
that
of
was
that's intentionally deceptive
that
behavior
was
before
that
taking
was
the vow.
mischievous fun. She was very amused by it. It was hilarious.
Did I trust this guy?
I was trying to act like
my
we had
God.
the same taste, so I
Mom,
knew exactly what she
Can
wanted.
you believe what Michael did?
Oh, come on. My soccer coach, Ray O'Connell, told me I was going to do this. And I talked to him that day, and he said, oh, yeah, yes, yes, no, yes, yes, no. And I'm like, what's yes, yes, no? And he said, reject every third item outright. It makes it look like you care.
Great advice.
It's seriously
Great
like the
advice.
best advice ever.
I got better advice
for that thing.
I got better advice.
Okay, here we go. Honesty all the time, David.
No. Get married in another country.
And then you don't
and have the
worry about
reception
that?
there.
Okay.
And that way you don't really have you're
just
not
get
really
cash?
involved. You kind of just show up.
Do you just get cash?
Just
or-
get cash.
Okay.
You get sent away. You get
What
a
about
couple
the china and the knives and forks that you never get
Oh, you know what we do is we still have the china.
So speaking of the China, okay,
Yeah.
if we did a quick whip around, and we
Sure.
can even get Fryer in here, who's also a married man. Like
Yes.
how many times, Mully, have you eaten off of that China?
Oh, once a year, maybe twice.
Yeah,
Yeah, twice a year.
maybe, right?
I
No,
would
twice
say
a year, I'd say.
I would say that
Holidays.
it's an interesting question because it depends on how accessible you want to make the china to eat off of. So we disposed of it, not got rid of it, but I would say we haven't eaten off that china in a good 10 years.
So you packed it away.
Packed it away.
So it's not even accessible.
It's not even
okay.
accessible.
Yeah. No, we've
I always
used
like
it
when we
once
do
a year.
crack it out, but then it's funny, like, it's got to be hand washed. Can't put it through the dishwasher.
you can't
That
put
it
those things in the
becomes,
dishwasher.
oh my God, does that become a process?
And then every time you touch the plate, it's like, oh my gosh, like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
I'm the same with Mully. Like holidays, probably twice or 3 times a year, if that. Easter,
Yeah.
Christmas,
Right.
Thanksgiving.
We pulled it out for the kid's birthday. They kind of get a kick out of it. They like, they're beyond, like, they still like chicken fingers and fries, don't get me wrong, but they also like scallops and lobster and crab legs. So like,
Wow.
they will, yeah.
Kids
Holy
that like
cow.
lobster?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
What, you know,
That's some fancy
Score
stuff, Dustin.
Score producers doing a lot better than the old days.
That doesn't mean they get to eat it. That means they like it. It's a big difference.
Wow. Where do you develop a
But
taste
that's
for that?
but that like they like to crack it out. They like to have it. They like to eat off of it. So we will, like, if we don't go out for their birthday, then we'll crack out the china.
I have a tea set. We got a tea set for my wife one year, and excuse me, the girls and I will make tea. That is super cool to do.
You extend the pinky still?
No, but I make I have these recipes for these sandwiches that are unbelievable. I know
Finger
it
sandwiches?
sounds crazy. Yes, we make
Cucumber
all these
sandwiches?
totally make a cucumber
Do you
sandwich.
watch Wimbledon and have a good finger
No,
sandwich?
We do it on Mother's Day every year. We make like a
Nice.
little tea for my wife.
That's nice.
She loves it.
That's a nice tradition.
Like, it would have been great with the Queen's Jubilee, although I don't think that was on regular television. I think you had to go to like YouTube or something.
It wasn't on regular television.
Yeah,
I was
did
surprised
watch
by
some of
that.
it. I was very
Was it
surprised.
profit driven, that decision?
I can't
Because the
imagine.
Queen's Jubilee was overlooked here. I understand
Yeah.
why, but if you're married to somebody who grew up
it's a
in
big deal.
Scotland and has a still high amount of respect for the monarchy,
Right.
that was a big deal over the weekend.
I watched some of it.
And the fact that she showed up for the final day after
After not being able to go to.
she's 96.
She's 96.
Queen Elizabeth
years
is
old.
96.
This is her 70th anniversary. Is that the Jubilee thing?
Yep.
And I believe Charles at one point referred to her as Your Majesty Mummy.
Your Majesty Mummy.
Yeah.
He did.
He
That was
did.
sweet.
That was very sweet.
Yeah. God save the Queen.
He's about 106, right? I mean,
He looks
good
older than
God.
her.
He does.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
The son looks older than the mother.
They ought to skip him. I know they won't, and go right to Will and Kate. Huh?
I feel bad for
did
Harry.
You see, Harry and Meghan were over there, but they
were
kept
there,
a
but
low
not
profile.
part of the ceremony.
They kept a low
Very
profile.
low profile.
Yeah.
Little
Wasn't
that
about
little
that.
bratty. You see the little bratty kid?
Yeah, kind of going to
Louis,
Grandpa's lap.
What's
He
his
was holding
line in
his
the whole
ears.
thing?
Oh, you know
Yeah.
he's going to be trouble.
He's
He's going to be fun
yeah.
for the tabloids.
Well, the other guy that wasn't anywhere was Andy, Prince Andrew.
Oh, he won't be either.
No.
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 No, you kind of
The
keep him.
pedophile prince, or
Stay
whatever you
in
call
there,
him.
son.
Good mother
Allegedly.
of God.
Stay away.
Well, there's apparently, yeah. All right, there we go.
Back to sports.
That turned ugly.
Dad.
We're going to get to the 5 at 5. And really, that's what happens with this great celebration of imperialism. It's Mully and Haugh. 5 at 5 is next on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago. Talking Chicago.
When I hear Tony La Russa talk about you, it feels very paternal. It feels like, a dad and his son. How did you guys build your relationship?
It's just one of those things. When he first signed over, a lot of people didn't think we would get along. I guess just off of his history and, just off of my personality. But it's one of those things you gotta learn. You gotta learn for yourself. You can't go off of what other people say. And, ever since he got over here, we've just been, building a relationship and, communicating and talking. He's super competitive and I'm super competitive. We just want to win and we'll do whatever it takes. So, we started clicking ever since he got over here. And, it's been great. We're trying to reach that goal. And, he's all in and, I'm all in. And, everybody's all in. So we're just trying to, continue to keep working and, keep getting better. And hopefully we get there.
For this White Sox team, and I was talking about White Sox fans earlier, what gives you hope that things are going to turn around and you guys can reach your goals?
First off, just the energy in the locker room. I know what my guys can do. When everybody's healthy. It's a long season. If we could just keep our head above water, man, and get to that finish line and be able to, hopefully hit another gear and just keep working. We got a shot. So the ultimate goal is just, for sure to get everyone healthy, and then we have fun from there, and then we just see where it takes us.
Sports fan, call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. 5 at 5 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Are the White Sox facing another measuring stick series with the Dodgers in town, or is it just another interleague series due to key injuries? How big is this for the Sox?
Yeah, I think it's a survival series. I don't think, if the Sox were to win the series somehow, I think that it would be a big deal for the Sox. But I'm expecting them to win one of the 3 games, and then hopefully they do okay against Texas. And that's all you can hope for where the Sox are right now. I just don't think a measuring stick is what they need. I think they got like 3 guys that are hitting okay, and that's about it. And it's very difficult to imagine. Mookie Betts is a great baseball player having a great year, because he always has a great year and he's a great baseball player. They don't have anybody like that, not right now. They are not playing like that, not right now. So this is more about survival mode, in my opinion, than it is about figuring out where the Sox are at. We know where they're at. They're stuck below 500. That's where they're at. But yeah, I don't have a lot of hopes and dreams tied up into how they do against the Dodgers.
How about this? If they sweep the Dodgers, we'll pull out the measuring stick and we'll say, okay, that's what a World Series caliber team looks like, because the Sox beat the Dodgers 3 straight. No, I don't think you can afford to look at it that way, because of the fear that things could go terribly wrong, and you don't want to declare the season over if they lose to the Dodgers, because frankly, you will have some built-in excuses. You don't have Lance Lynn, you don't have Eloy, you don't have your team whole at this time.
Tim Anderson.
And Tim Anderson as well. Especially Tim Anderson, who I think is the most important piece missing from this Sox team at this time. So that makes it hard to look at this as the World Series preview I sort of teased in the open. I think at one point in time, you looked at this, and it still could be. But no, not tonight. The Dodgers come in reeling a little bit, losing 2 straight. They, in their last 10 games, they're a 500 team, 5-5, struggling a bit. And the guy that they traded for A.J. Pollock, Craig Kimbrell, coming off a 2-inning outing. He's not been great lately. He has struggled the last 5 outings for Craig Kimbrell, working on some mechanical issues. So they have some injuries as well. They're banged up a little bit. So I don't think this is the measuring stick, but it is compelling. It is great baseball on the South Side the next 3 nights. If you're looking at this Dodgers team, and I think as a Chicago baseball fan, number one, you're seeing how they match up against the White Sox, because it's a good series between 2 teams you expect to be there in October. But also, number 2, this is what the Cubs were supposed to be. So Cub fans look at the Dodgers with a little bit of envy, because this is what they're supposed to be. This was the implied promise of when 2017, 2018, 2019, this is what the Cubs were supposed to develop into, what the Dodgers became.
Kopech tonight, Cease the next night, and then it's an afternoon game with Cueto, then Cease in the afternoon game. Mm-hmm. That's tempting. 2:10 first pitch, Dodgers in town. I hear all the excuses and I get it.
What is that? That's Thursday?
That's Thursday, yeah. Thursday 2:10. Kind of enticing.
Dylan Cease?
Cease, yeah.
All right, I'm in.
Against a guy named Anderson who's 7-0. I know it doesn't matter that he's got 7 wins, but
that wins don't matter.
Tell
in
that
baseball.
to Anderson. Tell that to him.
I'll tell him. What?
But I think you got to go out there and do your best, and I think that's where the starting pitching comes in. Like it's the Sox starters versus that lineup that the Dodgers present, and you want to see how they match up, because that matchup remains the same. If the Sox were to get to the World Series, if the Sox are to get to the postseason, it's still the starting pitching that's going to face the line. Your starting pitching, other than Lance Lynn, is here. So I think that's what you should look forward to and measure where they are right now. Right, you're probably, but again, they should be with all their guys playing. They should be scoring 6 or 7 runs a game.
Right.
So I don't want to hear because Tim Anderson's not there that they can't score 2 runs.
Well,
that's
there's
ridiculous.
a difference between 7 and 2.
Is it Tim Anderson? Is that the difference?
Tim Anderson is the catalyst for that offense, and I think when he is at the top of the order, things
makes
are
him
a
much
lot
better,
different.
of course.
Absolutely.
But I don't like the idea that you make that excuse. Like, well, we'll just genuflect and take the fact that we're going to lose the series to the.
I never said that. I said that
I don't think I
accuse
accused you of saying that.
No, but I think you're saying that my attitude is wrong about this series. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to survive.
No, I get. I don't think you're wrong for that. Right? I mean, listen. I think it's the what I have said with the cut. Like, don't get swept. That's where you're at right now, right? Like you're don't get swept. But I just feel like when you have Cease and Kopech in 2 of these 3 games,
if they could win
2 out of 3.
Yeah,
I think it's important.
They could win the series. It'd be great.
I think it's important for both the pitchers, for the organization, and the fan base that these 2 guys come out and deliver.
And don't underestimate Johnny Cueto, the former Giant, who has some experience pitching.
Oh, absolutely, he knows that
against
team.
the Dodgers. Yep. Nobody thought we'd be asking that question in early June.
Our 740 guest, Bob Nightingale of USA Today, reported that a veteran MLB GM told him that the Cubs would pursue the top free agent shortstops, Carlos Correa, Trey Turner, and Xander Bogaerts, next winter. And he was quoted by saying this: "I guarantee you they're going to get one of them." You buying that? What makes anyone so sure?
I don't know how you could report that. Well, I know how you could report that. Bob Nightingale's reporting what a general manager is telling him.
Right.
I don't know how the general manager can be so certain. Because, yes, I would agree that it comes as no surprise as we sit here this morning that if those are 3 of the free agent shortstops available, you're going to guarantee the Cubs will show some interest. With due respect to Nico Horner, he is not Bogaerts, Turner, or Correa. And so if you are a team in a major market like the Cubs are, yeah, you're going to inquire, you're going to pursue, you're going to try. Just like they tried and failed to land Carlos Correa last offseason. I have nothing that tells me that they're not going to try and fail again. So that stops me from thinking that this guarantee means anything. They're going to pursue, but you can't guarantee me they're going to get one of them. I don't have any faith in the Cubs' ability to land a free agent like that now, because I don't think that they're going to outspend whoever's in the bidding for those 3 free agents, for Aaron Judge, for whoever is the top free agent on the list. My faith in the Cubs' ability to get that free agent doesn't exist anymore. I don't know if it ever did, but I think that when you look at the reality that they had last offseason heading into this year, and they were unable or unwilling, we don't know which, to land a free agent like Correa, then I don't take this guarantee. I don't think it's worth much. I think it's a very interesting story. I'm not questioning Bob's reporting at all. Looking forward to talking to him at 740. But I think that the certainty with which the general manager spoke is kind of inappropriate, or inaccurate right now, because you can't be that sure about anything.
Yeah, I mean, listen, could the Cubs afford any of these guys? Of course. Will they go out and spend the money to get any of these guys? That's the great mystery. And if a rival general manager believes, oh, they're definitely going to spend the money now, didn't we believe that kind of last year? Didn't we think that, just go out and get Carlos Correa? They could have done that. They didn't feel they wanted to. They didn't do it. So it's very difficult to believe they're going to switch gears. At some point, yeah, they're going to go out and spend some money. But what are they waiting on? There hasn't been the transparency, dare I use a word, that they're telling you exactly what is going on. I'd be very curious to know if they have, they got a war fund that has to get to a certain spot before they go out and decide to spend heavy. And I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if they have a number in their minds and they're building back up to that, if they want to get something else done before they eventually go all in. But at this point, I don't know what their budgetary restraints are.
Wouldn't that be a fascinating thing to know?
I'd love to know.
Do you think teams operate that way?
I do. I think the Cubs operate that way. I think the Cubs made a conscious decision they were going to go down and then come back up. And I think it worked before for them. Now it was a different team. They were, every season is sacred, but look at what we have in the minor league. We got to build it up. So they've done that now, and they want to get to a point where they feel like they've got guys coming in all the time to help them.
So they're raising money so they can spend it, but they're in the sort of
that's what it feels like.
Fundraising phase.
Doesn't it feel like
that?
It
does feel that way, but I've never really thought of it that way.
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing. I think that the coffers went down a little bit, and they want them overflowing before.
And every
they
game
start.
is basically a fundraiser.
That's it. And
it's
people are
hard
spending
to
money.
argue with you, David, but I hope you're wrong. I mean, the idea that was what you just said, if I heard you right, you don't believe the Cubs are capable of landing a premier free agent. I mean, that's really damning. That's a damning
prove me wrong
statement. Well, I mean, they need to prove us wrong, right?
But what are you saying? Are you saying you don't believe they're willing to spend to land it, or you don't believe a guy wants to come here?
I don't know why anybody wouldn't want to come here.
Yeah, I think.
But I don't know that they have been able to. Marcus Stroman and Seiya Suzuki. I think we look at those two signings last offseason and you think, okay, all right, fine, but they weren't.
There were budgets.
Carlos Correa.
Right. Yes. If you would have added Carlos Correa to the mix and those two, then you'd say, okay, now we're heading in the right direction.
Now I'm impressed.
Right now you're impressed.
Now I'm impressed to the point where this is the way that a team in Chicago should behave.
If they land any of those three candidates, I would be happy. If I had my pick, I believe I would pick Turner. And I also believe Turner might be the most... how long can the Dodgers keep paying this huge tax? How long can they keep doing it?
How long can they keep winning?
Well, but they need to win.
They're
not the defending champs.
They're still the favorite to win the World Series.
Well, they're still the favorite, but the Padres are right on their rear ends. They're right in the rear view mirror.
They don't even have their
They're
best
paying.
player back.
I just wonder at what point do the Dodgers say enough is enough? Like we can't. Because Turner's going to get paid, and if Turner gets paid by the Dodgers, that tax is only going up. I just think
they'll replace him like they replaced.
Oh, right, but I just think my point is I think he's going to be more available than we might think, and I think he's the best of that group. If I had my pick,
he's the best.
I like him the best.
Do you think? No. You think he's better than Carlos Correa?
Carlos Correa is a superstar.
Carlos Correa is by far the best.
I guess I got to get over to 35th and Shields, and when the Twins come to town, I got to see Carlos for myself.
You didn't see him when he played with Houston?
Not in person.
I think Carlos Correa is the kind of.
I don't like this if you're watching on Twitch. That whole pointing at his watch and his bat. I mean, how good is he? Was he part of the whole cheating, stinking Astros?
Yeah.
Was he part of the whole cheating, stinking Astros?
Maybe, yes, but he didn't need
maybe.
it.
But I can hear.
Because it's maybe. I don't think you want to pay the guy $300 million.
I can hear Kevin scoffing, listening in Palatine.
I'll take Trey Turner.
Carlos Correa is a superstar because of the way that you could market him and on the Marquee Sports Network as part of the Cubs organization.
You couldn't market the other guy?
Trey Turner?
Can't market him?
Not as much
because he didn't point at his
Correa.
watch and say, look at me, look at me, look at me?
To be continued.
Can I ask you a question?
Brian Windhorst of ESPN speculated that he don't think Zach LaVine wants to leave. That's not his read. How do you balance that with Monday's report by Kevin O'Connor that the Blazers will target LaVine or Bradley Beal?
I think they're two separate things. I think that there's a difference between a player wanting to leave and a team wanting a player. I think that if I'm the Blazers, it makes nothing but sense for me to go after Zach LaVine because he's a guy from that nape of the neck, from that part of the country. And you could see him wanting to be relatively close to his hometown. So I think that makes sense from their perspective. And certainly if you need that kind of player, I would take Zach over Bradley Beal. But I think if Zach doesn't want to leave, then he's not going to leave because I think the Bulls can give him more money than anyone else. And if it's about money, then he'll come back.
I think that all the smoke about the Blazers targeting Zach LaVine and the possibility of him going to Portland as a free agent, unrestricted free agent, is a product of a well-placed rumor, sourcing, whatever from Clutch Sports, his agency. This is leverage. I don't think that there's a whole lot there. I wouldn't understand the logic of him going to Portland. Number one, he's not going to make more money there. Number two, is there going to be a better chance to win there? Unless it's the part of the country and the geographic allure of Portland from a guy who grew up in Seattle in that area, that would be very difficult to process, him picking the Blazers over the Bulls for reasons that would be hard to understand. The Windhorse speculation is probably more consistent with what you have heard and what we know. Not thinking that Zach LaVine, after taking this tour, after getting shown the respect he has earned, I don't think that many people think that he'll leave Chicago. And if he were to leave Chicago, boy, how are you going to replace him? Unless you're going to have a massive blockbuster sign and trade type of thing. I just don't think that that's realistic, but maybe that's wishful thinking. People will view it that way here, because nobody wants to see Zach LaVine leaving the Bulls. I just don't expect it to happen.
This is probably, you're right, David, more agents getting involved and getting their stories out there. You got to create a market for Zach so that there is some competition and that he might actually flirt and go somewhere else. I can't imagine his endorsers want him up in the Pacific Northwest as opposed to Chicago. I know it's a much more global game, right? I mean, it's not like what it used to be when we were growing up, where if you played out there, nobody ever saw you or heard about you because it just is what it is. So now, but I just think Chicago's just still a much better place for an advertiser to have a guy like Zach than to be up in Portland. But now with what's gone on in Utah over the last couple of days, 72 hours, if you will, like that whole team is in like massive flux. Right. Like, could you see a couple of those guys come into Chicago and Zach getting shipped out? I mean, would that be better for the Bulls overall? So I think there's some more, I just think there's some more moving parts than there were a month ago when we first started having this conversation. So I think he is upset that they don't want him as much as he thought. And now are the Bulls upset that you can't have it both ways, right? Like, but are the Bulls kind of like, you want to go flirt? You want to go take a tour? All right, go ahead and take your tour. We'll be here. We still, at the end of the day, the most amount of money you can make is with us. So if you don't want the most amount of money, you want to go somewhere else, then go do it, and we'll find somebody else.
You got a question about basketball?
What do you make of Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green now having 18 victories together in the NBA Finals? One more victory, and they'll be the best trio in the last 50 years, passing Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, and Manu Ginobili.
Didn't realize that. And I think that when we think about great NBA Finals, legacies, and you think about tandems and duos, Kobe and Shaq, Michael and Scottie, this kind of thing. But when you talk about a trio, it is somewhat remarkable, and it gives you, I think, an appreciation. Draymond Green, depending on your, point of view, is either very, very easy to like or very, very easy to hate. I love the polarizing aspect of Draymond Green. All I know is that if you appreciate competitive basketball, you appreciate everything Draymond Green has to offer. So I look at this as the ultimate compliment. Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, different style, different approach. You got the Splash Brothers and Draymond. These guys are a little bit more flash and flamboyant, right? And that's fun. And that's why I think that maybe we have taken that for granted a little bit. But what they have done in different iterations of the Warriors after they won the championships and then they regressed because of the injuries and because of the realities, and then they came back. I don't want to say, and it is recency bias, that that's more impressive, but I think it might be more unexpected. The Spurs were a machine. The Spurs had Pop. The Spurs had Duncan. The Spurs had everything going in their direction. They were the quietly efficient basketball machine functioning well at a high level in San Antonio, whereas the Warriors had a few more peaks and valleys. So this is a remarkable statistic. It's a great accomplishment, and it makes me want to root for the Warriors even more than I was already, because I think that them winning creates a sort of historic moment that I think we all can appreciate.
Well, with apologies to the Elias Stats Bureau who created this, came up with this research, I'm not sure that it's accurate. I'm not sure that when I look at the threesome from the Golden State Warriors, that Kevin Durant isn't the most important or the second most important player during two of those multi-run seasons. So when you start talking about, I'm just saying, like, I think these three guys, they've been together for these championships, but Durant was such a huge piece of them winning two of those titles that it's difficult for me to look at this and not balance that. There was nobody, there's no missing guy when you're talking about San Antonio, right? I mean, is it the next alliteration where they kind of came up with a great player? I don't know that I think of it.
Have to go back and look, but I
Yeah.
don't think that there is a consistent guy or a guy that was as dominant to the Spurs as maybe Durant was in that span to the Warriors.
So
That's a fair.
That's the only reason I would kind of hesitate about it. And I think that explains the drop-off you're talking about. When you have, one guy leave and then two of those other three get seriously hurt, it is difficult. It's extraordinary that they had the worst record in the league a couple of years ago, and now they're in the finals. But that's because two of the best players in the league weren't available to them.
Unintentionally, I'm sure, but what you're saying, though, does somewhat diminish Steph Curry's role and how important maybe, because Durant there, would Curry have won anyway? Would the Warriors have been?
That's a really good question. I mean, would Durant, if he stays in Oklahoma City, if they keep that group together, could they have won a title? If that threesome of him and Russ and James Harden had somehow managed to
play nice in the sandbox together?
Yes, find a way to get along and be nice in the sandbox, whatever way you want to term it, would they have won a couple of titles? Would they be a team we'd be talking about putting together some championships? I don't know. I mean, the Durant thing is fascinating. The way that happened and how it happened to lose to a team and then join them is just insane. And I don't think anyone saw it coming. And it was, he was just a big part of the whole thing. But I'm not diminishing Steph. If you look at what Steph has done so far in these finals, I think the players he's guarded are shooting like 4 of 17. Like, believe it or not, Steph is probably playing as good a defense as anybody in the NBA Finals. Now, that's an insane comment to make. But if you look at the players who are shooting when Steph is guarding them, they're not making their shots. He's agitating them. He's got quick hands. He's getting in the way. So he's actually not just a scorer on this team.
Well, I think what you said about Durant is really interesting. The other thing is, does it mean that they were on the roster, or that did they actually log minutes in those games? Is that also part of it? And then how about the fact, of course, I'm going to have a chip and have an issue because the Bulls aren't part of this. Well, maybe, if you go 7 games, if you get pushed, it gets long. Come on. None of those do. If we get, let's talk about duos instead of trios. Okay, then we'll get to who owns this thing. It's not games won, it's games played, right? That's the key number to this stat is they've played in. Well, Pippen and Jordan, they just won. It was 4-1, 4-2. There was no 7 game. There were no 7 games. They were never on the brink of anything. So shouldn't that be part of the equation? So okay, they've played in all these games. Just a number to have a stat out there. The first time in 50 years. They played in a bunch of NBA Finals
Homemade
games.
stat.
And didn't the Warriors lose in the NBA Finals?
To the Cavs.
Yep.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, I mean, my point is, let's not just celebrate. Bottom line is, and this isn't the question, but it's part. The Warriors need to win this championship, in my opinion, to be in the conversation with other dynasties. Just being there isn't enough for me.
That's the better question.
We need more time.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry.
We have a texter mentioning David Robinson. I'd have to go back and look at where he was in his career at that point. Kawhi Leonard, I mentioned him earlier.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot to look into.
Are you surprised Phil Mickelson is back and playing at the Saudi-backed Live Golf event starting Thursday in London? Do you expect Phil to now play exclusively on Live Golf Tour, or is next week U.S. Open run by USGA, not the PGA? Will he play in that? And will he be allowed?
Well, I mean, this is fascinating. The idea that you could go on this Live Golf Tour and make like enough money to kind of resolve all of your generational financial needs, and then just play in the majors. Wouldn't that be ideal? Wouldn't you rather do that than be on the PGA Tour? And we know Dustin Johnson was given a huge chunk of change. Did they come back to Phil? How much is Phil making for this? Is Phil got a lot of guaranteed money, Dustin Johnson style? I mean, listen, I'm stunned that Phil did this, because I think he was keeping a low profile rather than being known as like the greedy golfer. Guess what? Phil is apparently the greedy golfer. I mean, it's crazy that he's doing this, but I'm curious to find out if he's allowed to play in the other majors.
I think,
the Masters, the
Masters also not controlled by
British
PGA.
Open, not controlled by the PGA.
He says he's going to do it. We'll find out if they let him. He says he's going to try. I was more disappointed than surprised. I think at some point in time, we say this all the time about organizations, about athletes. You got to stand for something. And I think you asked the question, what is the price of integrity? Well, $200 million, apparently, if you're Phil Mickelson. I would have expected this from somebody who was less accomplished and maybe less secure. I would have understood it a little bit better. Phil Mickelson has made $800 million as a golfer. He's got 45 victories. He's 51 years old. You don't get 51-year-old professional athletes making $200 million typically. I think that prevents me from celebrating this or looking at this as like, wow, I'm uneasy about it. I think that there's some human rights issues here that when you go in this direction, you willingly ignore if you're Phil Mickelson. And I'm not comfortable with that necessarily. So I don't necessarily like this direction for Phil Mickelson, for Dustin Johnson, for the next golfer who takes the big payday. I don't know how they're going to make any money, by the way, if you're handing out $200 million guarantees, but that's a story for another day. I guess I just expected, I don't think I am surprised by this, but I did find myself disappointed by the headline.
I guess disappointed, but at some point, like, you can't turn your back. The purse of the tournament is $25 million.
Tiger did. Jack Nicklaus did.
There's the difference is I mean, Tiger turned down almost $1 billion. Okay, but Jack also was part of a revolt that led to the PGA,
right,
like way back in the day. Like,
still,
he can stand for something. His whole group is set up. It's just until the PGA sets like the ramifications for being involved in this, which they still haven't. They said there's going to be something, but what is it going to be? If Phil plays in all the majors, Phil plays in all the majors and then plays over there, I won't miss him.
Over there is here, by the way. Six of the events are here.
It's here.
Right? The first one's in London.
And that's like so. And I'm glad you mentioned that. We don't have a time, but that's also part of the big. If you really like human rights and upset about this, which I totally understand, then be upset about the golf courses here and in London and in other parts of the world that are like you're not playing golf in Saudi Arabia. That's just where the money is coming from.
Right.
I mean, what's going on with the World Cup? Isn't that like
Qatar?
Isn't that kind of dodgy?
Yep.
Isn't that kind of dodgy?
It's in gutter, and it was
like how they built the stadiums. Like basically built it with slaves.
It's unbelievable.
Let's jump up and down about that.
They brought people. Well, we should.
Right.
We should.
And Dustin,
it's much worse than.
Do you
It's
know
much
when
worse
the World
than Phil
Cup
Mickelson.
is? Do you know when the World Cup is? I'm sure it's not on your radar. It's in
different.
November.
Because it's too hot.
Because it's too damn hot.
See,
So
yeah.
it's in the middle of the season.
You didn't think I had that in my bag.
I
middle
can't
of the
believe that
season.
you're giving Phil Mickelson a pass. I can't
Yeah,
believe
I
you, of all
wouldn't.
people, are
him
giving
a
Phil
pass.
Mickelson a pass.
I'm not giving him a pass. I understand it. Doesn't make me. And if he cannot play in the U.S. Open, if he cannot play in the PGA,
I don't care about the PGA. I don't care about the U.S. Open.
Well, I do.
Think about what he's doing here.
What's he doing?
He's taking $200 million from the Saudis.
Well, where's your outrage with Dustin Johnson?
Because Dustin Johnson's not Phil Mickelson.
Because he's quiet?
Because I have a higher amount of respect. Phil Mickelson has a greater legacy than Dustin Johnson, who I have a respect for as a golfer. Phil Mickelson is one of those guys in golf that has a legacy that is now tarnished.
I might actually tune into one of these events because Phil's playing in it. I wouldn't have otherwise.
I will willfully and
this is
ignore it.
Listen,
we need more time.
This is disgusting. Okay, this avarice, the amount of money being poured into this.
It is,
and it's like it makes me not want to watch it, but I know I'm going to keep half an eye on it. I'm totally serious. I think it's criminal the amount of money that they're putting into this thing for rich golfers to be able to fly in private jets. All right, 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. Join me 9 a.m. to noon here on the Score.
You haven't sent along our Mitch Trubisky album to Mitch, though, yet. So
I actually did.
Oh, you did?
I did send that to Mitchell.
What did he say?
And I'll tell you what I got. I got the laughing. I got 3 laughing emojis.
Oh, that's good.
LMAO.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I got, and it was separate text. So I don't know if he listened to him or not. I just said, I sent it to him. I said, hey, I got some guys of mine that they hopped in the studio and they basically made a good old ode to Mitchell Trubisky. And I said, you got to hear him. So here they are. And I sent them his way, and that's what I got back. So
okay, so
wow.
we have confirmation that Zach Miller got the Mitch album in Mitch Trubisky's hands. Now, that's what we asked for last time, but obviously, Zach, we're coming over the top with another ask.
Oh, I'm still trying to process this, that the subject of our concept album is aware of us. This is very, very meta. You know what I mean?
At some point, maybe you, a professional musician, get Mitch to call in. We play a song. No football questions. We just play a couple songs for him and get him to react live on the air. How do we feel?
deal. I mean, I'll for sure put it in his ear. There's no reason not to.
Right?
Okay.
I might call in and listen to that show. I kind of.
You come on in.
You can host it with us.
Yeah, you host it with us. You can
or
be
not, whatever.
You could transition. You could speak music and football to Mitch as we try to do the same.
Yeah,
we need you.
But yeah, that's so. Whenever he wants, any day, any time. It's been our dream to have Mitch Trubisky critique the Mitch album. So if you can,
right.
You're the only guy who can make it happen because it's no PR department is going to make that.
And we'll see what he says. But I'll definitely shoot or shoot. I'm a shooter. I'm gonna let it fly and be like, listen, man, this is what we gotta have happen, and we'll see where it goes.
And if his idea of becoming a better person is to become a willing stooge for Saudi sports watching for murderers and human rights abusers, it doesn't say much about the man he was beforehand.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Eamon Lynch with the Gold Channel. He's talking about, is that the Golf Channel? The Gold Channel? And that's him talking about Phil Mickelson. Okay.
Yeah, it's.
I like Eamon. That was good stuff.
It was strong stuff, and there's going to be a strong reaction, and I think there should be. I understand there are 200 million reasons why Phil Mickelson did what he did. He wants to have it both ways, though. He wants to play on the Saudi tour, the Live Tour, and take the Saudis' money and still compete in the majors. Now, I don't know that he's going to be able to do that, especially in the U.S. Open, which is right around the corner. But I don't know that, Phil Mickelson, this is a guy who disappeared from public view. Now he comes out yesterday with the very well-orchestrated, well-written apology, explanation, plea for understanding, explanation of all that he's been through personally, professionally. And now he's going to be the face of this new golf tour, and he's going to be an even richer man. A guy who has made $800 million in career earnings as a golfer, and he deserves every penny. Now he's going to need $200 million more from this tour, which is funded by Saudi Arabian financiers. I have a hard time with this, and I don't know, and I understand the other side of the argument, but you asked me for my honest opinion, and my honest reaction, it was, oh, give me a break.
Yeah, I think that the thing you've got to remember is whether it's the Saudis in this situation, whether it's Putin in multiple situations, Olympic stuff, there is this quest to find some sort of national pride through sport. There is this quest to find some sort of public relations advantage by financing sport or being in charge of different sports, or whatever way you want to term the way that that wealthy people are using different sports as sort of a way into normalizing their culture.
That's well put. That's well put, because I think what this appears to many people is an attempt to mainstream the idea that the Saudis are like everybody else, or these human rights violations that a lot of people want to take a stand against and are bothered by, and should be, in my opinion, that this is, well, look at us. We're going to have a golf tour just like the PGA. And I think that, we turn to sports to try to not have these reactions and kind of forget these things. It is the escape, right? You don't want to walk into a baseball ballpark or a football stadium and necessarily be reminded or be preoccupied by some of the political or interests of the owners, or something that bothers you, about their ideology. You want to forget. You're there to root for your team, for your players, to get away from that. I don't want to watch Phil Mickelson golf, and it's going to be hard for me to watch him on this tour knowing he's taking $200 million to basically compromise his ethics and tarnish his legacy.
312-644-6767. We should let you know that the Score listener line is powered by BetQL. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today or visit BetQL.com.
And the BetQL network is available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and website, over 10,000 home and auto connected devices, and BetQLnetwork.com.
Chris is listening on the Odyssey app. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, gentlemen. With what Phil Mickelson, and people are forgetting, Dustin Johnson just said that he's doing the same thing along with other professional golfers. It's not just Phil Mickelson. When Tiger Woods is at the top of his career, he was globetrotting to all of these other nations, collecting very high appearance fees to play in Saudi Arabia and other Middle Eastern nations to play golf. And nothing was ever said about that. But now all of a sudden, Phil Mickelson spoke professionally to someone who was writing a book, not knowing he was going to air everything out of dirty laundry, what he was speaking his mind, and now he's being crucified. There's nothing wrong with what he is doing. There's nothing wrong with collecting money to play on a different tournament. And he can play all the majors because when you win a major, you get exemption from other majors for an X period of time. Dustin Johnson's going to be doing the same thing. And I don't think people are scrutinizing Dustin Johnson like they are Phil Mickelson.
Thanks for your phone call, Chris. Respect your opinion, disagree with it. I don't think Phil Mickelson is Dustin Johnson. I think he's got he certainly is at a different echelon in terms of the sport, in terms of the game, in terms of the way we view him. He's got a different legacy, too. He's also got $800 million in career winnings, which Dustin Johnson doesn't have. I get that. I get that the Tiger Woods and others have gone and made money at these different countries, Mully, but I think as you pointed out, this tour is buying or attempting to purchase legitimacy by propping up Phil Mickelson as the face of the tour. That's a different thing than showing up for an appearance and taking a fee from a country whose stand on human rights you may not agree with or be proud of. I think this is a different level of commitment and a different type of ethical compromise by Phil Mickelson.
I feel duped, frankly, because I kind of was feeling bad for Phil Mickelson. It got to a point where Phil shot his mouth off. He said some things. It was foolish, his comments. He surely didn't mean that, did he? He would just so sort of, well, these are scary because they chopped up Khashoggi. I mean, the way that he spoke of that was so kind of without any
Cavalier?
substance behind it. Yes. And the depth of that was so missing and so shallow. And I thought then he was publicly humiliated because, he somehow equated the PGA as being worse than than murderers. And I thought, wow, so now he's just keeping a low profile and he's staying out of the public eye and he's skipping these opportunities to play
and
in
felt
majors.
some empathy for a guy who's a likable character.
And I wanted to lefty.
I was with you.
Can do
I
it.
felt
and I
the same thing.
Bad, and we talked to our buddy from the New York Post who's friends with him, and I
who
thought,
broke the story yesterday.
Yes, and
Mark Cannizzaro,
Mark Cannizzaro, and then this story comes out, and you're just like, oh. Okay, he was just laying low. He was planning on doing this all along.
It makes you feel manipulated.
He did.
It makes you feel manipulated because you were drawn in, and as Chris pointed out, he was misquoted in his own biography.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
Well, okay, maybe, but he did say what he said, and you can't get past that, whether it was to an author or whatever. Those are the words of Phil Mickelson. He doesn't deny, but you do feel somewhat duped because I felt that kind of empathy because maybe he was laying low. Maybe he was going through therapy that everyone respected and understood and wanted to give him that kind of space. But now, when you do something like this, I think it's hard to have the same type of feeling and to view him in the same way as we did before this.
Doug is on the road. Hey, Doug.
Hey, fellas. The word whore is what sticks in my mind, and integrity on the other side of it. And maybe in Nevada, in places, it may be legal. But it just undermines integrity. And the image that this guy's portrayed, through sponsors and whatnot over the years is the family man and, everything else. Sure, it's in his right to do this, but it just cheapens the product and lessens his integrity. And, with the earnings he's already had. And I just don't know what is, important. What does anybody stand for if they're going to whore themselves out to this degree? I mean, That's just all I got to say about it. I'll never look at him the same way, and really anybody else that takes part in it.
Thanks, Doug. I don't think you're alone. I just, it's a fair reaction. It doesn't speak for everybody. Some people will forgive and forget, and all they care about is will Phil play the U.S. Open?
Yeah, I mean, believe it or not, I think I brought that up initially. I'm very curious to see how this whole thing works out. I'm very curious to see what the response. The PGA has threatened all sorts of actions.
But he's got lifetime membership.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They don't control everything.
And you know why he has lifetime membership? Because he's a guy that's won 45 times.
Yes.
And he's got $800 million in career earnings. And this is unprecedented territory for the PGA.
Yeah. I mean, their very existence is kind of in jeopardy here, if you think about it. Ming is on the road. Hey, Ming.
Hey, Ming.
Morning, guys. Couple of points. First, they had an Asian golfer that said this gives him an opportunity to play at another tour that he can't be in the PGA. Well, if they put all the stars in there, the field's only 48 players. He's out again. Second, Mickelson's probably trying to use that $200 million to recoup some of his gambling losses because he's such a douche. And there's no integrity, like everybody says. And third, if you check Tiger's record, I'm sure he went to Saudi before they killed the guy and got that money.
Yeah, I don't know the timing of that.
I don't know the timetable, but that certainly brought a lot of heightened awareness to the human rights track record and history. And I think that in the light of that, in the wake of that, you would hope that somebody like Phil Mickelson would be more willing to take a stand than he is. And I do think there's a difference. Molly, help me out here. Dustin Johnson is not Phil Mickelson. Dustin Johnson is an accomplished golfer, but do you see why I don't view Dustin Johnson's decision in the same way that I view Phil Mickelson's, and maybe not as disappointed by it?
You know, frankly, Dustin Johnson has not expressed a knowledge of various human rights violations, horrible things that have happened, and cavalierly kind of written them off en route to trying to teach the
Somewhat
PGA
dismissive.
a lesson. That's the thing that's so shocking about all of it.
Right.
Is just the lack of depth of thinking to what the guy has said. Joe is in Lindenhurst. Hey, Joe.
Good morning. Thanks for taking a call, gentlemen. I think this strikes me as a bit of hypocritical. The number of American companies that do business with the Saudi government, and then you're going to call out Phil Mickelson for a purely, you may call it mercenary, but he's perfectly within his right to do it. And I think since everybody else,
yeah, I got you. It's not illegal.
Yeah.
It's just give me an acid bath while I watch it. I'll watch it, but I need to peel some skin.
We all buy gasoline every day, and I guarantee you more of it comes from Saudi Arabia and other Middle Eastern countries with questionable human rights records than we realize. And then again, the company I work for does a lot of business in Saudi Arabia, and no one seems to be objecting to them. So I think we need to either all stand for one thing or get off Phil Mickelson. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the phone call. Respect your opinion, but let me say this before we break. There are differences between the people that Phil Mickelson is the face of a sport, right? He's one of the faces of golf. He's also somebody who we have come over the years, the last 25 years, I think. We trust what he says. He is an endorser. He is a likable athlete. He's approachable. He's amenable. He's all these things, and now he's this. And so there's a different standard, and we have different expectations when we talk about some of these sports heroes, if you will, or sports athletes who are stars than you think about on a daily basis with whom you do business. I just think that's, maybe it sounds like a cop-out or we're justifying it, but I think that's the reality.
His brand is now to push a marketing agenda for horrible human rights violators that are seeking to appear.
He is now
normal.
the face of a tour funded by people whose human rights record is not something that is anything to be proud of.
Funding that tour,
who is
to
disgraceful,
make themselves look
absolutely
more human, normal than they actually have proven to be.
Yeah, they're trying to buy something that
credibility
is
of some kind. His credibility.
Apparently, has a price tag, and his integrity, what is it worth? Well, $200 million apparently.
312-644-6767. We're going to get to all your calls. We got the pick six next. Mully and Haugh on the score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Here comes the 1-2 to Contreras, drilled in the air.
I look at Tom Dore and I hear Tom Dore, and all I think about, Danny, I've told you the story before, when I was bartending and my shift would end at 2 a.m. and I would drive home as fast as I could, safely and soberly, to get to my couch at 2:30 in the morning.
To watch a replay?
To watch a replay, watch a replay on Sports Channel of you and Johnny Red Kerr and those Bulls teams. And I didn't know. I had no cell phone. I didn't know what happened.
Exactly, yeah.
Nobody told us. It was new to me. And I can't tell you how many regular season Bulls games against Patrick Ewing and the Knicks, or young Shaq and the Orlando Magic, or like how many games I watched in that way and stayed up with you till 4:30 or 5 in the morning.
I got a good Shaq story for you.
Good.
I'm sitting on the Bulls bench with Bill Cartwright. BC and I played in the All-American games with or against each other, so I've known Billy forever. And he looks at me, Shaq runs by, and he's like, said things you don't say on the radio, but it's like, oh my God, you've read about this guy, but you've never really seen him. So BC's eyes got to be as big as they could be, and
watching young Shaq, and there's nothing like him.
Run all the way across Chicago Stadium to go to the other basket and start warming up. And I looked at BC and I said, Billy, you know what that is? He pauses for a second. Yeah, retirement. That's awesome.
That's about right. That is about right. But did you have a lot of people watching Bulls games overnight, like me, and you would hear from people like that, right?
We had people. We'd get people from Australia.
I bet.
We'd get people from Italy. We'd get people from England.
Michael was a global icon.
He really was. Our ratings were off the charts, and Michael would get on the plane and he'd be like, you owe me a lot of money.
Yeah, he wasn't wrong.
And then I'd say, he'd do the dust off.
I was just going to ask you. I've always wanted to ask you, how did the dust? How did it start?
He did it one time, right? He did it one time before I got there with JD, and they did cough, and Michael liked it, because it was a big reaction. And so we'd bring the umbrellas. One time Red brings a fan,
the umbrellas.
right? He brings these fans, and these little handheld fans. And so Michael does the dust off. We hold the fan, and the dust blows in his eyes.
Oh God.
There's a timeout, and Johnny hits the talkback so nobody could hear us on his and mine, and he says, can you see the headline in the Tribune tomorrow morning? Former Bulls announcers Tom Dore and Johnny Kerr. He said that's going to be the headline because we're done. We got this stuff in Michael Jordan's eyes. We're over. It's done. It was a great gig, wasn't it, Tommy?
sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
If Yoman Moncada has a .094, 133 line since May 15th, why not put him back on the IL and let him heal? Ditto for Yasmani Grandal. Are the White Sox doing these guys a disservice?
Yeah, I think by making them available and by playing Grandal, they don't play Moncada much. And it's a 113 line, which is just unbelievable. I mean, good God, there's something wrong with the guy. So I felt bad because I was kind of moving him from position, and I was talking to a friend of mine. He's like, do you realize how awful he is? And Ozzy told us that he said that he was still hurting, right? But there's got to be something wrong. A guy that was that good a baseball player can't just fall off the ledge like that. He's got to have a physical element, and I think there's something going on with Grandal as well. So I think, again, the problem is the Sox don't have enough at the minor league level to help the major league team. Jake Berger, probably an exception to that, but and Berger obviously needs to be in the lineup every day, and they need his bat in the lineup every day. But I feel bad that I am dismissing Moncada and to an extent Grandal when clearly there's something else going on here.
Well, if there is, then they need to put him on the injured list, because if you are available, the expectations are greater than the numbers are producing. And they have to be. You have to have higher standards than that. You can't accept hitting less than 100 and hitting less than 150 in Grandal's case, and neither one of those guys look like they are 100% healthy. They don't even look like they're 80% healthy. And these are numbers you can't accept. You look at the money that they are, committed to both those guys, that they need to find a way to get both of them more productive and doing more than they are. And if that means sitting them down for a short period of time, so be it. But right now, it's not working that way. And even any minor league replacement, even any modest replacement, would be better than the numbers you're getting from these two guys who are potential all-stars or who can be much better than they have been and need to be.
Pick Six!
How can the White Sox, as low as 20-1 odds in some sites, to win the World Series with just 8 teams, including 3 in the American League, the Yankees at 6-1 odds, the Astros at 15-2 odds, and the Blue Jays at 10-1 odds, listed ahead of them? Does that make any sense to you?
It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know that right now is a time that you look at that and the teams that are the Astros and the Blue. I understand the Yankees. Do you get the Astros and the Blue Jays? Maybe the Blue Jays, and the Astros did beat the Sox. So
I think this is just the divisions.
It is the divisions, and I think that's what you're looking at, and maybe that's part of this. I do think, though, big picture-wise, as the Dodgers come into Chicago for a World Series preview,
5-1 favorites.
And I understand that too. Yeah, because the Dodgers, and they're going to probably make a move. We talked about the Sox making a move at the trade deadline. How active will they be? I don't know, but the Dodgers are going to fill in whatever gap they have, whatever perceived gap they think they have, and they're going to go get the player that they need. With the Sox, I don't know that you can say that, and I don't know that I would write them off yet, and that does seem somewhat low.
I think that the Sox are still favored to win their division, and that's why they are represented at 20-1 to win the World Series. I don't think it has anything to do with the Sox as much as it does with the teams in their division, and there isn't an obvious one. Even the Twins are 5 games up on them or whatever it is. They're not considered favorites to win the division in the long run. So I think that merely reflects it. I believe the Dodgers are 5-1 and the Yankees are 11-2. So they stand kind of above the rest. And the Sox are just at 20-1 because they're probably going to win their division. I doubt it, but that's the way they're looking at it. That's the only thing that would make sense to me.
Pick Six!
Are you excited for Steve Stone's 40th anniversary celebration tonight on NBC Sports Chicago? What has been the best element of Stoney's career?
Well, obviously longevity is part of it, but I think the best element is that he's been on both sides of town. And I think that means there are a ton of Cub fans that have watched the games with him over the years. And there are a ton of Sox fans that have watched games with him over the last few years. And I think that is what there's something about hometown broadcasters, the people that you actually watch the game with, that gives you more of an intimacy and more of an understanding of them. You know, if you're watching national guys, we critique them based on how unbiased they are. When we're watching local guys, we want them to sit down and watch the game with us and make points to us and talk to us about the game. And I think that Stoney is still capable of teaching you about the game of baseball, even if you've been watching him for 40 years.
Well put. I think that Steve Stone is a local treasure, and I think we're fortunate to be able to talk to him as we will at 8 o'clock and as we do every week. And I think that when you look at his longevity, the thing that we celebrate tonight as he hits the 40-year mark is that he has been critical without necessarily being controversial. And he has had his moments, certainly in 2004 with Chip Carey. We know all about the Cubs situation, but he has gone from the Monday Night Baseball booth to being with Harry Carey for so long to with Chip, and then now with the White Sox. And he's thoughtful, he is critical, and he is prescient, but he is not really controversial. And he's been able to avoid those kind of missteps that other people find themselves stepping in. And I think that's the one thing about Steve Stone. He's been all class, but he hasn't really held back too much, and he's always been somebody who tells you what he thinks, and he educates the viewer. And as you have said many times, it feels like you're watching the game with him, and you're always better when you're watching the game with Stoney.
Pick six!
Were you amused to see the Arizona Diamondbacks sign former White Sox lefty Dallas Keuchel to a minor league deal?
Yeah, it was kind of amusing. I think Dallas Keuchel finding a home was surprising. I don't think that anybody that has watched him pitch this season, understands it maybe, but I think when you see that he's being reunited with his pitching coach from the Astros, Brent Strom, with the Diamondbacks, and you see where they are, I think they're 26-30, so they're 4 games below 500. They're going to give him a shot. He's going to probably have to come back as a long reliever, try to reinvent himself. He's a left-hander. Lefties have longer lifespans than a lot of other pitchers who don't have his craft and guile, if you will. So we'll see. I think Dallas Keuchel might be done, but he has an opportunity now to prove all of us wrong.
Yeah, that's a former Cy Young winner now with a minor league deal. And to say that Dallas Keuchel is washed is an insult to the word washed.
Ouch.
It's a pick six!
The Rams gave Aaron Donald a 2-year, $60 million extension that now will make him the highest paid defensive player in the NFL at $31.7 million per season. Is Donald the best defensive player? And is he your number one defensive player if you had to choose starting a roster from scratch? If not him, then who?
Oh, it's him. And he proved that in the Super Bowl. He won the game at the end of the game. He's capable of doing that. You knew that someone had to make a play, and he's the guy that made the play at the end of the game. I think Aaron Donald is an extraordinary talent, and he is, I just love the story Dave told us about being in Pittsburgh and taking a tour through the building, and there's the Aaron Donald weight room, and you go in the middle of it was like a Saturday night.
The light was on.
The light's on. I pictured it as one bulb and
one bulb. Back room.
And there is
musty.
Aaron Donald just getting it worked
pumping
out.
iron.
Come on.
Free weights.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
That's
a great
what
image.
It takes.
That is a great image. I would agree. I think he is the best defensive player in the NFL, but I think in saying so, I wonder if that identifies defensive tackle as the most important position. That's the only thing that gives me a little hesitation, because is Bosa as the pass rusher, a guy that you would want to build with? Is Jalen Ramsey as the cornerback more important? How do you identify and value and prioritize those positions?
It's rushing the passer, and the fastest way from the passer to the line
is the interior.
And he stands alone. He's like a great
he's like a great edge rusher who lines up over the ball.
That's right.
So that's what makes him the best in the league. But I do think it's interesting to me to try to prioritize those positions and wonder which one this season, because it tends to evolve, which one do I prioritize higher this year? I guess it remains defensive tackle.
And that's a pick six.
With Quinn Snyder resigning as coach for the Jazz, reports say that Donovan Mitchell is unnerved and unsettled, while the Ringer report the Bulls have interest in big man Rudy Gobert. Which Jazz All-Star would you want more in Chicago, and why?
Well, Donovan Mitchell is somebody who has a historic start to his NBA career in averaging 20 points in each of his first 5 seasons, and all of those things that make him special. But what makes the Bulls different would be a defensive-minded, dominant big man. And I think Gobert would be the guy of the two that you could see in a, blockbuster trade, Vooch and who else, and future considerations for Rudy Gobert. And then you put Gobert with DeRozan and with Zach and with Lonzo Ball and Caruso and all of these things and all these pieces and Patrick Williams. Then maybe it fits together differently because the Bulls have to do something. I think the Bulls have to do something to make them different than they were a year ago. It was a really fun season, a really good accomplishment. But now what? And I think Rudy Gobert would be the most likely way to answer that emphatically, like they're going to be different.
Donovan Mitchell's 25 years old. Rudy Gobert will turn 30 in what? What is the date? I think 26th, so it's a few weeks away, right? Less than that, actually. It's June 7th. So he is about to be 30. I mean, if you could get Donovan Mitchell, go ahead and do that. Get Rudy Gobert, too. I mean, Rudy Gobert is a great defensive player. You would change your team entirely because you'd have a rim protector and you'd have a guy that could help you deal with Giannis and with Joel Embiid and whatever the dangers are of the Eastern Conference. So, yeah, I'm all for just all you got to do is just add 2 great players from one team, and you could combine their all-stars with your all-stars, and, man, that would be good.
That would be great.
All right, I'm all for it.
All right.
312-644-6767. We're going to get back to your phone calls. A lot of people want to check in. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Tomorrow, 9 to noon, it's Layla Wednesday, where Layla Rahimi joins
West Side Mike is on the Score. Good morning. Happy Friday, Mike.
Good morning. Let me say something about the White Sox. Hear me out. You got the best radio show. You are a great hostess, and you're smart, and you're educated, and I just want to let you know this.
Thank you.
Last year, it was a pandemic. Everybody was in and out the lineup last year. They won a lot of games. You got a guy who's coaching that team that's the same age, or my grandfather about the same age. You give them a remote controller. They don't know what they want to watch. They're just flipping the channels, flipping the channel. You know why? Because they old. My grandfather thinks the Cartwrights and Gusmo still come on every day. It's past his prime. That's Tony La Russa. It's past his time. The man is old. My grandfather sitting in front of the TV. Why Gusmo getting on? The granddad, it's 10:30. They don't show these TV shows no more. You got cable. Watch any or something else. Tony La Russa think he's back coaching the White Sox when he was young. He's past his time. Give him the mess of Jello or Lipton pudding and whatever, and let him go home, retire, and get a young guy in there to run this team the right way. Because you keep that old guy in there, all you're gonna do is get a rocket chair.
Hold on a second,
not gonna win.
Mike. Your grandfather is alive and well, and is also in his late 70s.
My grandfather, hey, they in the 90s.
Oh, he's in his okay.
And you know what that means?
Yes.
They don't know. They don't remember where he at.
Okay.
It's a new time. It's 2022. I love my grandfather, but he old. When you get old, you're going to forget things. Tony La Russa in his 70s, he's already forgetting things. Ask him what years it is right now.
How old are you?
I'm 57 years old.
Okay, I'm just trying to work the math here because that's wow, good. That's good genes in your family. Then that is. I mean,
of course, you know why?
Why?
I don't drink. I don't smoke. I just buy clothes and do the right thing.
golf ball very well in difficult conditions. I felt like the wind was really tricky. The course, the greens were a little bit faster, so I felt like you really had to be careful around here today.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is Dustin Johnson talking about a golf tournament at some point. That's not recent. What's recent is he just resigned from the PGA.
Yes, he did this morning. Apparently that has broken, and I think that was a move that will be perceived as trying to maybe perhaps avoid discipline by the PGA Tour. He does not have the lifetime membership, I believe, that Phil Mickelson enjoys. Phil Mickelson in the news, as we've been talking about it. We have callers we want to get to because of the decision that he has made, apparently, to play in the Live Tour and accept what has been reported by the New York Post as a $200 million to be essentially the face of that tour. So one of golf's all-time greats, one of PGA Tour's all-time greats, goes against the grain here and makes some ethical compromises for the money. And yes, texters, he has not made $800 million in career winnings as far as tournaments. He has made $800 million as a professional golfer. There is a distinction without a difference there. And but thank you for pointing out the semantic difference.
And Live Golf CEO Greg Norman says that Tiger turned down a mind-blowingly enormous deal, which is about high 9 digits. In other words, he told the Washington Post that Tiger turned down close to $1 billion to join Live Golf.
Why did he do that?
Because he's beaten up and he can't play. He's got a great moral compass.
Might be a combination of both.
Yeah.
It might be a combination of both. It might have been the demands were too extreme for somebody in his condition, but also I have to think at some point there reached a personal threshold he didn't want to cross.
I mean, and listen, the fact of the matter is that Tiger may be looking at playing only in major tournaments. I don't know that Tiger, we saw him withdraw from the last tournament he tried to be a part of, and we saw him kind of slow down pretty significantly in both the tournaments that he's attempted to play. Tiger is coming off a very serious injury, and his future is cloudy to say the least. And I wish him well, but I don't know that financial commitment would make him want to partake in all those tournaments. What are there, 7 Live Golf events? Is that right? Is it 7 tournament events, Dustin? Which is it?
I believe that's the number.
The first.
Phil Mickelson's in a different position than Tiger Woods. Certainly his absence lately was not because of a catastrophic car accident that he was trying to recover from. His absence has been, because for reasons he chose to stay away. He needed to clear his head, and he needed to go through some things personally, apparently, according to his explanation yesterday and his statement that he issued. And now he's going to be the face of this tour.
And this is Tiger talking about Phil and the Live Golf series. He said, Phil has said some things that I think a lot of us who are committed to the tour and committed to the legacy of the tour have pushed back against. But as we all know, as a professional, we miss him being out here. He's a big draw for the game of golf. He's just taking his time. We all wish him the best when he does come back. I have not reached out to him. I have not spoken with him. I have a completely different stance on the PGA operations. And so, no, I've not reached out to him. That was when he was in the last tournament. Tiger spoke about that during the PGA Championship.
I don't know that I look at Phil Mickelson turning to the Live Tour as a rejection necessarily of the PGA, and certainly because he has so many issues with the PGA Tour, as much as it's just an opportunity to make $200 million.
Well,
come on.
But the stuff that he said was that he basically, his comment, and again, we won't read it verbatim, but his comment was effectively, okay, so the Saudis are terrible with human rights and they're scary, but they're no they're no worse than the PGA Tour. Like he
made that comparison.
Ridiculous.
Nobody else did.
No.
And it was a ridiculous comparison, and it was an offensive comparison. And it's not so much like he's spurning or turning away from the PGA Tour as much as he's grabbing the money while it's being offered.
Let's get back to the phone lines. Dave is in Lake Geneva. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys. I just want to ask you a question here. What's the difference from what Phil Mickelson is doing and they're doing over there, and LeBron, who's the face of the NBA, and the NBA not calling out China for all its human rights abuses? Why does LeBron and the NBA get a pass, but everybody's jumping on Phil Mickelson?
It's a good question. It's a fair question, and I think there just seems to be a difference for me. That doesn't make what LeBron James is doing any more acceptable necessarily, but I don't think that LeBron James is the face of is being asked to be the face of a new league or to legitimize a league in the way or a tour the way that Phil Mickelson is being asked to legitimize this. They are trying to buy legitimacy by making Phil Mickelson the $200 million face of the tour.
I think what's interesting is the NBA did kind of have this call-out moment with China and with human rights violations, and the response was China pulling the NBA off state TV, really being upset about different things the NBA had to say. I believe it was Daryl Morey, who Northwestern guy, that said those things, and there was a big pushback. The NBA markets in China like a lot of professional sports leagues do. And in fact, Manchester United has got the greatest selling jersey in the world, in large part because they were the first team into the Asian market. And I believe they have been traveling to China, doing exhibitions since like 1965.
Right.
And that's why they own a certain percentage of the market there. Now, everybody in the Premier League, for instance, goes over there and their games are broadcast and they sell their gear. And it's an unbelievable, amount of population in China. And there is like a broad spectrum of promotional stuff that you do. And it's not just the NBA, but the NBA, obviously, with Yao Ming, became hugely popular in China. And this year, the NBA Finals are back on. They
back
quietly came back
point.
onto state TV.
And I think that, look, LeBron James has not been immune from criticism about this.
No, he's been criticized.
And so he has been criticized. And I stopped short of using, if you want to call that hypocrisy, I don't want to use one example of hypocrisy to justify another. So is it because you have a problem with LeBron James that you don't have a problem with Phil Mickelson doing this? I don't understand the connection. If you want to say that LeBron James has not received enough criticism for his involvement in China, okay, fine. That's fair. He can take that. He maybe even deserves that. But I don't want to look at what he does and his interests and maybe his duplicity or maybe his contradiction or hypocrisy, if you will, as a justification for what Phil Mickelson is doing.
Yeah, listen, LeBron's caught tons of heat over that. There's not a shadow of a doubt. Kevin is on the road. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Kevin. Go ahead, Kevin.
We lost Kevin.
Goodbye, Kevin.
Yeah, it's too bad. He said he wanted to talk about how to fight back against Phil. How would he do that, Dustin? Did he tell you? No, Dustin's.
No, apparently not. So it's one of those things that is going to be an ongoing discussion, an ongoing debate, if you will. And I will be curious to see how the PGA Tour does respond. The response from Phil Mickelson's peers will be interesting. Many of them would are they going to join him? Will this create a Pied Piper effect now that he has made the tough decision, if you will? It's an easy one from our perspective because it's worth $200 million. But if he has made that first step, will others follow?
Kevin is back. Kevin, what was your point?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Excellent show as always. What if nobody shows up when they play? Nobody comes out, nobody watches them, and contacts whatever stations shows this, we're not supporting your sponsors. What if we just don't give them any money?
Yeah, that's an interesting idea.
It's an interesting idea, and it does.
I just think it's unrealistic.
It is unrealistic, but it also begs the question: how is this tour going to make money if they're giving away $200 million guarantees?
I don't think it's about that. I think it's about I think they have money, and they're looking for.
They're not worried about profit.
No,
they're worried about acceptance.
That's all they want.
This is a public relations
That's all
investment.
This is. That's the difference than everything else going on.
When you're more concerned about public relations and human rights,
that's what.
Then we have an
like.
issue.
312-644-6767. That's the number. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, middays noon to 2.
One of the biggest stars in sports, Tim Anderson. What gives you hope that things are going to turn around and you guys can reach your goals?
The energy in the locker room. I know what my guys can do, when everybody's healthy.
Jerry Krause tried his best to get me to be in a Bulls uniform on several different occasions. It just never worked out.
What's the one that you think of first? I mean, we know the one that we think of first because it was legendary, but then there's the others that have come out. So tell us about Jerry trying to get you.
Yeah, well, the legendary one was trying to trade for a 18-year-old high school kid for Scottie Pippen, which was, to me in itself bizarre. I remember the night of the draft. I get a call 12 o'clock at night, and it's my agent. He tells me it's for the Bulls. I may be traded for Scottie Pippen on draft night. I was like, oh, my gosh. Like, it was just such a surreal feeling that I possibly could have been a freaking Bull and teaming up with Michael Jordan. But at the time, I thought MJ, when they did nix the trade, I thought it was MJ that did that. But I got close to a reliable source and said it was Jerry Reinsdorf that did it.
It's funny. Jerry Reinsdorf came on our radio station after that story made the rounds, and he was like, "No, it wasn't MJ. It was him." Like he felt the need to go first person. Like, and Jerry Reinsdorf does not do interviews anymore.
Right.
And then the free agent recruitment.
See, that's the thing. When you said the legendary time, I thought you were going to say for us because we knew about it. Was when Benny the Bull and everybody, there was a small band playing Sweet Home Chicago. There's the Lovables cheerleaders. Yeah. When everybody meets you at the airport. Was there any part of you at that point? So that's a few years after the draft then, Tracy. Is there any part of you at that point that thought, this is ridiculous? This is over the top?
No, I didn't think it was ridiculous. I actually was very appreciative that he went, Chicago Bulls went above and beyond of trying to recruit me. I mean, I loved every bit of it. It's just they were recruiting against Orlando, which is where I grew up. To have that opportunity to play there, and then it presented itself at that time in 2000, I couldn't pass that up. So that was the only reason, why I chose to go home.
Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Mully and Haugh, live and local, taking you up to 9 o'clock on 670 The Score.
You know, we were talking about this. You know, if this would have happened 30 years ago, 20 years ago, it wouldn't have happened as fast. But social media has changed the landscape and how fast things can ramp up. Whether it's real news or fake news or whatever it is, opinions get out there instantly, and it can sway very quickly one way or the other. And what we're seeing right now in a society, it's very bipolar. There's really no middle ground. You stand one way or the other, and it's very polarizing.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Tiger Woods, and he's talking about Live Golf. And so the man on the mic for Live Golf, their lead commentator, is the 49-year-old Brit, Arlo White, friend of the program.
Yes.
We've had Arlo on.
We have had him on.
And Arlo probably best known for his being the voice of an announcer on Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
He's featured on the Ted Lasso series. He apparently's left NBC as the voice of their coverage of the World's Game. That's kind of interesting.
Well, until recently, he was the voice of the English Premier League on NBC.
Right.
And a guy who, as you point out, gained a lot of fame and notoriety because of the Ted Lasso inclusion. And I think that locally, he does a few Chicago Fire games every year. And now he's the voice of the Live Golf Series that creates some very interesting decisions, I would imagine, and statements that are forthcoming, I would imagine, from the Chicago Fire. I don't know that they have necessarily spoken out about it yet, but it did raise an eyebrow seeing him mentioned yesterday as the voice of this new tour.
Did you know that the former Fox executive, David Hill, is the guy that is running this whole production? David Hill, very famous British legendary producer who worked for Fox. He is now going to he's now like the guy that is in charge of the producer of all this stuff. How about this? The broadcast will present views from 16 different towers, drones, and mobile steady cameras with tracer technology highlighting the action throughout the course. And fans will also hear the sport like never before, with more than 60 microphones incorporated from tee to green on every hole, including player and caddy mics that will bring fans inside the competition.
But only via streaming, right?
Yeah, it's not on
only
television.
online.
It's only on
So it would
YouTube.
It would be very strange that if you're watching this on your phone and you have all these different views and all this different access to sound and scenery and all those things that you can just watch on your phone. Doesn't it seem to defeat the purpose? Watching golf is an experience because of the way that you watch it, isn't it? Because of the way that you sit in your living room and you see the beauty of the course on your television set, however large it might be. But I just don't know that there's the same sort of dynamic when you're staring at your phone or your laptop to get the same reaction and the same experience.
Jeez, I'm reading a story in the Sun-Times. The Chicago Fire are sticking with Arlo White, even though the broadcaster has joined the controversial Saudi-backed Live Golf Tour as its lead announcer. Knowing Live Golf's notorious links is keeping White around worth it for a struggling franchise. That's unbelievable. He was reportedly dropped last month by NBC. He works a handful of games on WGN when the schedule permits. He also hosts a team-affiliated podcast with regular play-by-play announcer Tylen Terrans. But
he did 4 games last year,
yeah.
And he was going to do more this season, an undetermined amount, that, as far as I can find and understand. Yeah. But if they are standing by him, then they have already made that decision and determination. It's interesting.
He declined to talk about the backlash that he's faced since joining Live Golf in the interview request.
Well, I wonder if he would come on and talk to us, and we could promise
Mm-hmm.
we'll talk a little bit about the Bears, his favorite team. Remember, he's a big Bears fan.
Big Cubs fan, too.
Big Cubs fan.
Yeah.
Bears fan.
Yeah.
And Chicago sports fan. I think he has some family in Chicago.
Right. He came here when he
which is
was
the
young.
Connection. So he made a visit, and he was a great guest and a pleasant
fantastic.
guy.
Lovely.
And I would like to just hear him articulate exactly the dilemma and maybe the reasons why he decided to do what he did, which understandable. But I do think that when you attach yourself to a tour like this, you do have an obligation to explain yourself, don't you?
Yeah. Wow. I never heard this expression before, but it's the word sport wash.
Sport wash?
Yeah, that's what the Live Golf apparently is trying to do.
Sport wash by using
yes.
sports and buying this sort of mainstream acceptance.
Yes.
Okay.
Sport
wash.
Let's use that.
We can use that.
I'd
we
like
can
to
co-opt that.
incorporate that into
Where
our
did you see that?
vernacular. It was in the story.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, thank you. Let's try Johnny. Johnny is online listening. Hey, Johnny.
Morning, Johnny.
Hey, gentlemen. Morning, guys.
Morning.
Isn't this just like Formula One, man? It's just a big boys club. Come on, man. We all watch it on Sunday, but I don't know how they're going to make money like Formula One does with all the sponsors and the branding that's going on with like Mercedes and all the other car brands. But it just sounds like a big boys club.
Well, what's the comparison with Formula One? I mean, this is golf. It's professional golf. It's got name. There's not a. Is there a connection with Saudi Arabia with Formula One?
Sponsored broadcast group or ownership? Is that what you're saying? I don't know enough about Formula One.
Saudi Arabia own Formula One right now.
Oh,
so they
okay.
So it's a big boys club. They get all the money they want, man. Look what we're paying for gas. Keep the political out of it, but it is what it is.
Okay, thanks, Johnny. I did not know that the Saudis owned Formula One.
I do not.
I don't watch.
I do
Formula
not follow
One.
Formula One.
No.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend to know all the dynamics and specifics about Formula One and the sponsorship and the funding and the face of Formula One, because I don't think that the face of Formula One is as mainstream, is as popular as Phil Mickelson is in America. And Phil Mickelson is one of the faces of golf over the last 25 years. And when you get somebody like that of his caliber, of his stature, to represent your tour, to be the face of your tour, I think it's a much different impact than Formula
One's
One.
on television, right? I mean,
yeah.
And again, there are plenty of soccer clubs in Europe, Manchester City, that are owned by various Middle Eastern enterprises. But I don't know that has anything to do with them not earning money. I think this is a little bit different because it's
you don't have to go very far to find hypocrisy,
right?
Or to have questions about your commitment to a sports team who might be owned or run by somebody who doesn't represent what you feel ideologically, politically, or otherwise. Okay, you can find hypocrisy wherever you wish. I think what happens with this story, what happens with the news, is when things happen and headlines occur like this, it's undeniable you're going to have a reaction. This is our reaction
to
what happened yesterday. Phil Mickelson became the face of the Live Golf Tour. It may be like Formula One. It may be contrary to what you believe. It may be similar to what LeBron James is doing in China. But it's today's story, and our reaction is this seems like a $200 million sale of Phil Mickelson's integrity.
Yes.
That's what it feels like.
Exactly what it is. Peoria Matt checks in. Talk more Formula One.
Believe me, Matt, I would if I knew what I was talking about.
Well, the next text would be, stop talking Formula One. You don't know Formula One.
You know what?
If
we talk Formula One, that would be great for me, because then we could talk about the NHL playoffs as something that is more mainstream.
Yeah, I don't know Formula One. Formula One is like the.
Come on.
Now you must know, NASCAR because you're from Indiana.
I
right?
don't know NASCAR.
But
I covered the Brickyard 400 a couple times.
Okay.
I have covered Indy 500, and I grew up respecting
and the Indy
the race.
500 is Formula One? It's in the open or the closed wheel. I don't
It's an
get
IndyCar race. It's an
IndyCar race.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't.
Not independent like Indianapolis car race. See,
No,
I know nothing
no.
about car racing.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to
gearhead.
pretend to be an expert either. I just appreciated the tradition and pageantry of the Indianapolis 500 and also covered a few Brickyard 400s back in the day.
Yeah. Okay. So
But that's the extent of my auto racing expertise, and that's really overstating it.
Okay.
I have none.
We have a lot of people checking in saying that Liberty Media owns Formula One. They also own the Atlanta Braves. I have no idea what's
Liberty
I don't
Media
know
does
how-
own the Atlanta Braves, which is the only reason
Yes,
why we
the Braves
understand what
yes.
they have profited, and that came out because of the comparison to the Chicago Cubs.
Okay. Let's try Phil. I'm sorry, it's Bill. Bill's on the road. We're talking about Phil. Sorry, Bill.
How you doing, guys? How you doing?
Good.
My question isn't the hypocrisy level of what's going on this morning. It is why your reaction is the way it is if you don't have the same reaction towards a LeBron who's made hundreds of $1 million off of the back of China. You got Michael Jordan, who's made between his clothing lines and shoes being made and sweatshops and stuff like that, hundreds of millions of dollars. Nobody says nothing. Why are we going after Phil, yet we're giving a passes to Tiger Woods and Michael Jordan and LeBron James? Is there something else we're giving them, the bypass for? Or because I can tell you this, and I honestly believe this, if a Saudi Arabian firm opened up a new radio station in Chicago and called you guys and said, hey, we want to pay you $10 million a year for the next 10 years to be our morning show, $10 million each, you're going to tell us right now that you would say, oh, no, my moral compass. Because saying Tiger Woods has a moral compass after cheating on his wife with 30 other women, that's rich.
Well, Bill, I mean, here's the deal. Do you have any information about a Saudi-backed radio? Are you?
How early
is this?
Would that be?
Is this an offer?
Is it be 5 a.m., 6 a.m.? Are we talking?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll start at 3.
Do we get an extra hour sleep, or do we have to?
I'll start at 3.
You'd start at 3 for 10.
Because I'll live right across the street.
That's right.
Well, if we can afford
We'll
to.
I have 2 residences.
Yeah. We'll
down
stay
the
at the
street.
Hyatt.
I'm moving in. I'm going to build an apartment on the 11th floor just so I can come down a couple floors.
I think the 12th is still vacant, right? Yeah, there you go.
So well, the
Even
11th
better,
has
don't have to cross the street.
The 11th has the workout area, so I would definitely put it in there with the workout and the breakfast nook. That.
But that would be after the show. You're not that ambitious.
There's a truck outside.
You're going to
There's
work
like a
out
taco
before the
truck.
3
I'm
a.m.
not making
start?
this up. There's a taco truck outside that I believe is occasionally open for food, right?
Well, occasionally is the problem.
But, I mean, nonetheless.
It's good, yeah.
There's a very nice, deck out there. Where
Sounds
you
like
could
Mully
kind
wants a breakfast burrito. Look, you can point out the stuff, and
here's the difference, though. The difference is, I don't think David or I have made $800 million in our lives. Isn't that at some point?
At some point in time, you start to worry about different things. And I think
Yeah.
at some point in time, you wonder if a 51-year-old professional athlete as accomplished as Phil Mickelson with 45 career victories, with $800 million in earnings from his professional golf career, whether it's endorsements, winnings, however you want to calculate it, it's $800 million. At some point in time, how important is money? And at some point in time, does your integrity matter more than anything else? Now, I think that probably you can point to these questions and you can ask us to check ourselves and wonder these things. But come on. Phil Mickelson is...
Yeah, well, I mean, this is actually happening, and this is something that is just...
This isn't a hypothetical.
It's been weird to watch because of, as I said earlier, you kind of got to a point where you felt kind of bad that Phil was going through this because he wasn't playing in the majors, and he clearly had this kind of self-exile going on with his golf career because he had made these statements and the backlash was so great. And then it turns out, no, he was just negotiating.
And Michael Jordan and LeBron James, in the examples that were just cited from our caller, they have received criticism for their involvement and their inclusion and their decisions to make money in those ways and to add to their immense fortune as well.
Both billionaires, by the way.
Both billionaires.
That's right.
Okay. that doesn't, again, justify another example of hypocrisy. Just because there are other examples out there to point to, well, yeah, he's doing it too. Not as bad as that. He didn't do this. It still makes it difficult to accept. And you're asking for an honest reaction, you're getting it. Because I don't look at what Phil Mickelson is doing and say, oh, no big deal here. Everyone does that.
312-644-6767 is the telephone number. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. Join me 9 a.m. to noon here on The Score. The White Sox and Cubs get set to start Key Series, and there wasn't a lot of sports last night, so we'll have some fun doing it.
What was it like when did you find out what happened? How did you find out what happened?
I didn't find out until we ran. I was sitting on like a 1989 stationary bike in the visiting pulpit in New York. In New York, you guys have a lot of money, so I think we need to get a new bike out there. It's broken. So I was sitting on that bike, and all of a sudden, just bench clear, and we all try to get out, and Liam, God, Liam. The door to get out of the bullpen you pull, he was pushing for seconds. So not only do we look dumb for running in, but we were stuck. So we were stuck for a while. I was like, Liam, open the damn door. And he's like, I can't. And everyone's like, it's Paul. And so he's like pushing, and then he finally pulls it, and then it's like the Bulls were let loose. It was just like we were all all like on top of each other's backs. And so sidetrack, when we're getting back, it's more embarrassing because Yankees fans are pretty good at riling people up. And so we get back, and they're like, Liam, were you looking for the key? Liam, it's a pull door, not a push. So now we just look like morons just coming back. We're like, yeah, it's his fault, but yeah, it was bad. Whatever he's saying, they're not friends. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I am half Mexican, you know, I have plenty of Afro-American friends, but I would never even say that to my friends. You know what I mean? Like, that are my boys. Like, next June 9th, my birthday, we play the Dodgers, so I'm not going to go to run by Mookie and say that.
Right.
Like, first of all, Mookie would probably never have a problem. And second of all, I would never say it. So none of those two things would ever happen. Like, Mookie's one of my best friends. David Price is one of my best friends. But I would never say it to David Price. You know what I mean?
Of course.
And now you're saying it to a person you hate? Guys, that's terrible. No one would ever say that.
And that's just his reputation.
100%.
So what's his problem? Because all you baseball players, I always hear.
I have no idea.
He's been on 5 teams in 5 years.
But everybody says that you guys police the game. And he keeps doing it. And I mean, I know he's a hell of a hitter.
He can hit. There it is, Danny.
But, like, what's the problem?
I guess if you put up numbers, you get to stay. You know what I mean? Like, if you perform, it doesn't matter.
What does it say to you that you guys all rallied around TA and there really hasn't been a Yankee contingent coming out and supporting him?
I mean, because everyone... Would you support a loser?
No.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, when you know the answer, hey, 2 + 2 = 4, you'd be like, my team says it's 3. Like, no.
This idiot over here says it's 3.
But everyone else in the world knows what you did and says it's 4.
Yeah.
So, of course, that just shows you who's right and who's wrong. But Tim Anderson's saying it as a positive thing.
Of
the way
course.
he's changing the game. And he said it as a negative thing. So, it's, even though
Deriding
the word, if you read the word of what someone says and then you just take that and you don't have context, yeah, it makes sense.
Correct.
But he's saying it in a negative way. Tim's saying about himself in a positive way.
See,
that's the context. That's not what he's doing.
There's so many levels where it's helpful to talk to you and hopefully helpful for people to hear it. I mean, Joe Kelly was a psychology major in college, so you're thinking about this stuff. When you're watching players interact and fight or not fight or whatever they're doing, you're looking at how their brains are working and seeing why they're doing what they do, right?
Yes.
And it's like, and Tim is very strong and very confident and ebullient, and Josh Donaldson doesn't like that, in part.
No, not at all. Yeah, not at all.
He would have fit in on those old Cardinals teams that kicked you off.
No chance.
No?
Donaldson?
Nah.
Yeah.
Why not?
He's a man without a country, right? Nobody likes him.
Yeah, exactly.
Channel reports it's on a deal worth $200 million.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Yeah, that is pretty good. I don't know what to tell you.
Phil Mickelson, one of the most popular golfers of our generation. Would you agree with that? That's what makes this so different, right?
Yes.
This is not just with
very
due respect
popular.
to Dustin Johnson, I mean, an accomplished golfer in his own right, but this isn't Dustin Johnson.
This is a bigger star and a much more likable guy, and a guy that we've seen take part in these golf things where he's coaching someone. And
I also think that
he's fascinating to listen to.
Part of his personality is that he asks you or invites a sort of trust. When you are as big of an endorser as he has been, when you are the face of a game as much as he has been, that there's sort of like an implied trust there. And so when he does something like this, and generational wealth, $200 million represents generational wealth, then for a guy who's made $800 million, yeah, even then it stands out as being something that is, in our minds, worthy of criticism, but certainly worth a debate.
312-644-6767. Obviously, as we have told you already, and we will tell you again, the Score listener line is powered by BetQL. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today or visit BetQL.com.
And the BetQL network is available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and website. Over 10,000 home and auto-connected devices and BetQLnetwork.com.
Willie is on the north side. Hey, Willie.
Gentlemen, I'm getting a little tired of the racial undertones here by some of the callers. Like there's some favoritism to Michael Jordan and LeBron James and Tiger Woods because they're African American and because they're black. You guys have said several times, two wrongs don't make a right. They have had criticisms because of their outreach to these communities. They have not mentioned some of the ownerships in the NFL and some of the wrongdoings they have done. You've said it over and over and over again. The callers are not listening. Two wrongs don't make a right. We have criticized Michael Jordan over and over and over again, particularly on the black talk radio stations, for his outreach in those communities. He's wrong for doing it. You people need to listen to that. We don't appreciate it. I hope the callers are listening. Thank you for saying it again and again.
Thank you, Willie.
Thank
Thanks
you, Willie.
for the phone call.
It's a great phone call.
But I mean, here's the thing. We talked about when what was this, like a week ago, 10 days ago, when the NBA suddenly came back onto state TV. We talked about and we went over names of all the owners that have business operations going on in China and the fact that it's like $10 billion. We mentioned Michael Jordan as one of those owners. I don't think we've hidden from any of that. We've talked about it, and they have been criticized, whether it's an athlete, whether it's mainly it's these owners with the amount of money they have invested in these markets. So
I don't think we've ever shown, and this isn't just us, I don't think that if you are on a sports talk radio show and station, that you're not really shy about exposing or addressing hypocrisy when you see it. And Willie's exactly right. LeBron James has not escaped criticism or scrutiny for his involvement in China and the money that he has made to help him become a billionaire. Michael Jordan has received criticism going back decades for his involvement. And so these aren't athletes, these aren't billionaires that have been immune to that. It doesn't justify what Phil Mickelson is doing now, even though people want to say, well, I would do the same thing. Yeah, or you would do the same thing.
And you know, because owners have investments in a different country, doesn't mean that country is running the league. This is a totally different situation. This is a state-sponsored golf league that has just begun, that is using money from the Saudi royal family to get these golfers involved and to somehow try to normalize some of the human rights violations that they have committed, including the murdering of Jamal Khashoggi, the Washington Post journalist, that he was murdered and chopped up in their
the details are disgusting and disturbing.
It's unbelievable. They have it on tape. I believe it was in Turkey, and it's they have the whole tape of the murder of this, and to the reason that Phil dropped out of 4 months of kind of low profile is because he was quoted talking about that in relation to his involvement with the Saudi Arabia-backed golf league. And he said, well, they're scary people and they did this, but the PGA is pretty off. I mean, it was
words he did not deny.
No, but it was an idiot's comment. No offense to Phil, but that just was an illogical, terrible gap in his thinking.
And this venture into this golf tour feels as deceptive as it does disingenuous because of its attempts to sports wash. I like that term, to sports wash.
That's right.
And to kind of buy this sort of acceptance that I don't think everyone should be as eager or willing to give.
Let's try Hood, who's listening on the Odyssey app. Hey, Hood.
Hey, I love your show, guys. Listen to this. I love America. I love our country. Listen, how dare we, as the United States of America, judge other countries for what they've done? Look at the wealth, generational wealth that was built off the backs of slaves. We took the land from the Indians. How dare we judge anyone? What Michael Jordan and LeBron James made, that's a drop in the bucket over 400 years of oppression, slavery. My son served in the military. I love our country. I'm an African-American man. But we cannot sit up here and pretend like we're innocent in all of this. I guarantee you, both of you guys, if they say give you, like that one caller said, give you $10 million, I bet you guys will jump on it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for the phone call. Thank your son for his service. I just don't think that all those things that you say being true prevents anyone from making a value judgment about what Phil Mickelson did in taking $200 million to align himself philosophically and otherwise with a country. Well, that's not fair. He did not align himself philosophically with the Saudi Arabian stand on human rights, but he does make a decision that puts him in a position that is, worthy of criticism and scrutiny.
The problem that you have with Phil is that he somehow equates the disciplinary kind of rule of the PGA Tour with human rights violations. It's a nonsensical argument.
It kind of
but
is.
That's his justification for, well, we've got to stop the PGA. Like, really, Phil? Is that what we have to do?
And frankly, if all these people calling in and texting in and they're saying, well, you definitely would take the money if you were offered $1 million in a Saudi or
I thought we were offered $10 million.
Well, okay, was it $10 million?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, then you know what? We should deserve that kind of criticism too. If we were to do that, if we were to compromise our ethical beliefs to take the money from somebody who under the same circumstances, then certainly that would be worthy of criticism.
I honestly would hate me even more than I already do if I did something like that. That's not to say I wouldn't do it. It's just to say that my already deep-rooted self-loathing would be off the charts. And I would probably have to use a portion of that money to get some mental health.
Take a couple weeks off, a couple months off.
I
would look forward to that statement upon your return.
Yes, I would definitely apologize as I took that dough. Let's try Rich. He's in Old Town. Hey, Rich.
Hey, guys. Great conversation. But one of the things I wanted to point out, as much heat as Phil's getting, which I think I'm with you, it's totally well-deserved. I think his behavior is exactly how he plays. He plays reckless. He's got bad judgment. But the guy who you ought to focus on as well, who I think is the ringleader, is Greg Norman, who's doing all the behind-the-scenes stuff. But what I don't understand, I kind of looked up just so I knew what I was talking about. The prize money is 8 events, $25 million each. For the prize money per tournament. So it's a very, very rich deal. But here's the deal. I looked up just out of curiosity. Only 16 of the top 100 players have even committed. So it's kind of like the AAA tour. It's not even really competitive. And the other thing I wanted to point out, and I'll turn it over to you guys, is they're talking about reckless. These young guys that are going to do this are foregoing playing after 50 years old. There is no senior tour for them. They're done. And unless they come up with a gimmick like that with these Saudis, they're really short-sighted and really, I think, screwing up their long-term career.
That's interesting.
Thanks, Rich.
Thanks,
but
Rich.
I would understand more and have more, I guess, of an acceptance level, perhaps, of the younger, unproven golfers doing this and taking the big payday, more so than I do Phil Mickelson, who is one of the more beloved and admired golfers of his generation, a guy who has already amassed a small fortune because of golf. That's where I think you step away and you look back and you say, he's 51 years old. When you're at that stage of his career, are you more concerned with amassing $200 million, perhaps, or are you concerned about what this does to your legacy?
You could buy your own golf course and just hang out and play.
And the reckless comparison about the way he plays, or maybe the gambling implication there because of the way he lives. Yeah, I don't know if this is related to that. I don't know if that is, if we can look deep into his inner self and say, okay, well, this explains that.
We can do a dime store psychoanalysis of anyone. That doesn't mean we get anywhere with it, right? I mean, I think that's what you're trying to do. Let's get to Maddox Boy. Hey, Maddox Boy. How are you, Michael?
Hey, Michael. Hey, David. It's great to talk to you. Oh, by the way, my sister says hi, Mike.
Oh, great.
I think the point I want to make is what is hypocrisy really? Okay, I don't think that Michael Jordan was hypocritical. Michael Jordan actually said Republicans buy shoes too. Yep. He was not going to get drawn into political arguments, political debates. He did get criticism for it because both within the African American community and in the wider community as well, because we tend to put athletes on pedestals. They don't necessarily want to be on that pedestal. So that's part of it. The other part of it I want to bring up, which I think is even more germane to this argument, is the people who are taking advantage of someone else's wealth are being equated to the people who generated that wealth themselves. That's not fair. A Rhodes Scholar is an amazing thing, right? Look up Cecil Rhodes. The dude had a country named after him because he strip-mined it, right? He took advantage of people 170 years ago or 150 years ago, and now there's a scholarship named after him, which he endowed.
Right.
No one says to those people, you shouldn't take that scholarship because the dude who funded it was a bad dude.
Nobel, right?
Well, Nobel's a little different though, because he invented dynamite, but dynamite had actual good purposes. People took his dynamite and turned it into a bad thing.
Right.
But are you gonna blame Einstein for coming up with E=mc² and they turned a bomb out of it? That's not fair.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Good
phone call.
Stuff. Thanks,
good
Michael.
to hear from you.
That's great. And I just want to say our own Dustin Rhodes also kind of go look at him. What? No relation.
Dustin Rhodes Scholar.
There was no Rhodes Scholar. Maybe for my daughter.
There you go.
But not for me.
Yeah.
No. Mm-mm. I also will point out on this whole topic, just for those that have been listening to the show for a long time, I had 2 Greg Norman golf shirts in the closet, and 99.9% of the time I wear a collared shirt to work.
Yeah.
Today I'm actually wearing Flag and Anthem. This is a non-collared shirt, but it's still a nice shirt. When this whole thing started coming out, I got rid of those 2 golf shirts.
That surprises nobody who knows
Greg Norman.
You. Yeah.
Right.
Good. I mean, I
threw them in I didn't even give them to Goodwill. I threw them in the garbage.
But would you agree, as much as I applaud that and think that's great, there's a difference between expectations for Greg Norman and Phil Mickelson. There's a difference in the popularity over the last 25 years of Greg Norman.
Popularity,
and
yes,
Phil
but I
Mickelson.
feel like I feel like Dustin Johnson is getting a pass
because of Phil Mickelson.
Right, but there was no outrage.
Here?
I mean,
yeah.
Dustin Johnson to me was the first one to take the money.
Well, he took a lot of money.
Took a lot of money, and I think at that point, I almost blame Dustin Johnson taking the money as to why now Phil's taking all the grief with none of the cash. If I'm going to take all this grief, I may as well take it with $200 million.
But Phil Mickelson is more a caretaker of the game than Dustin Johnson. I think that's part of it as well. You feel like he's
that
somebody.
could be Tiger's job now.
Okay.
I don't know.
Phil cast Tiger as the sympathetic figure now, or the more
not just
more
the caretaker
guy?
of the caretaker of golf.
Yeah, but I think Phil Mickelson was one of those guys who you
Could have
felt
been
like
right. Probably not anymore. Let's see.
Not anymore.
Let's see.
All right, we've got to get to Bob Nightingale. I'm sorry. Maybe what? Maybe
Phil is going through something. I know we're joking around about it, but
Yes.
gambling addiction is a real thing.
Yes.
And he's said that he's been getting help for it, and that maybe part of his recovery is like a new scenery, getting away from.
Boy, you are very forgiving. You're very forgiving if that's what you believe happened.
I'm not saying that's the only reason, but it could be part. It could be part of this.
Maybe the 800 million, doesn't go as far as it used to if you're betting 20 million a year or whatever it was. I mean, who knows? We don't know a lot about him. I'm looking forward to reading the book Lefty whenever that comes out. All right, we've got Bob Nightingale joining us next. We're going to shift gears back to baseball. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Dan Bernstein, middays 9 a.m. to noon on The Score.
You can't take your eyes off Christopher Morel right now. You can't. He's too much fun. Just enjoy it. Make sure you take the time to enjoy, because baseball will come for him too. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope that this is just the start of
Hey, can you come do a football pick segment with me? Come here for a second. Sit down, please. Back up. Sit down. All right, so I'm gonna stay right there. I'm gonna put 2 pieces of food in front of you. Wait. There's one right there. See it? That's Chiefs minus 7.5, okay? And then this over here, I can't even remember who they're playing. Chiefs minus 7.5. I think they're playing the Browns. Hold on, wait. The Browns are on the right, Browns are on the right, Chiefs are on the left. You have one right here. Hold on, wait, not yet. I know you like the Browns a lot, but you got 2 right there. 2 options. Browns on the right, Chiefs on the left. Good girl, go ahead. Good girl, go ahead. Chiefs and the Browns, but Chiefs first. Okay. All right, hold on. Sit down, please. Sit down. I got more. All right. No. Back up. I got more. Sit down. Cowboys are playing tonight. I can't remember who they're playing either, but Bucks. The Bucks are an 8.5-point favorite. Okay. Wait. That's the Bucks on the left, 8.5-point favorite. Wait. That's the Cowboys. Wait. Bucks on the left, Cowboys on the right. Good girl, go ahead. Take one. Which one do you want? Bucks again, and then the Cowboys. Damn it. Okay, sit down. We got the Bears now. Sit down. Bears are a 7.5-point. No, not yet. Bears are a 7.5-point dog. No, not yet. You love the Bears. You didn't even need to hear who they're playing. Willie likes the Bears. Here's some more. Thanks for picking.
Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Joining the show is Odyssey MLB insider Bob Nightingale. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sports books don't want you to see. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com. And Bob joins us now on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Bob, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, doing great. How about you guys?
Good. We're living the dream. And, the Dodgers are in town, and they're taking on the White Sox. And we've talked about this is another one of these measuring stick series for the White Sox, and we decided that they really are not in a position to be measured at this point. It just comes down to them desperately needing to win and kind of the race back to 500 before they can try to make their move in the division. And obviously, there's been a lot of injuries. There's been a lot of problems. There's been a lot of criticism of Tony La Russa. But whenever we talk about this, we kind of remind people that Tony's not going anywhere. And you wrote that recently.
Yeah, I mean, Tony's there all season, no matter what. I mean, he's got a 3-year contract, so we'll see what happens at the end of the season. If they don't make the playoffs, I think there'll be some serious discussions whether, okay, do you really want to manage next year? We think there should be a change. But I think, as long as they make the playoffs, he should be fine. You're right. I mean, they have underachieved. A lot of teams underachieved, and you always point at the managers. We saw Joe Girardi get fired. Joe Madden in Anaheim is under tremendous pressure. Expectations are high in Chicago.
Bob, you also reported that a general manager told you about the Cubs, that they guarantee that the Cubs are going to get either Xander Bogaerts, Carlos Correa, or Trey Turner next winter in free agency. How can that general manager be so sure?
I don't know. Your GMs talk to each other, and they get a sense like, okay, what are you guys going to do in the off season? There's so many good shortstops available, and obviously the Cubs made a move last winter, signing Stroman. This year, I think they plan to take the next step. Saying, okay, let's get one of those guys like that, to anchor the team really, position wise. Got Suzuki, but to get one of those guys, it's going to cost you, at least $300 million. But they're convinced, talking to Cubs people, that they're ready to spend again.
Bob, I think what's fascinating about that is it just one, or would they go for a couple different players? Obviously not two among that group, but when we talk about the core players for the Chicago Cubs, that's a very short conversation.
Well, it really is. I mean, you go around, who is it? I mean, is it going to be Suzuki by himself? And you need some help. You're not going to get $200-300 million players. You're not going to do what the Texas Rangers did, when they got, Seager and Semien. But you can only get a $300 million player, then maybe a $100 million player. But it's not like there's a great, free agent class coming out there. Certainly not pitching wise. So I think unless you try to jump in the DeGrom thing, but who knows, how long he can stay healthy. But yeah, I would think, you could have got that shortstop this past year. Now do it. You got an extra, whole year now to actually scout those guys and say, okay, which one do we really want?
Bob, if Tony La Russa is safe for the rest of this season, is Joe Madden 12 in a row now, losses for the Angels? What do you think is next for them and him?
Yeah, I'm not sure. This keeps going on for another week. I think, everything's on the table. I do think that Joe has to make the playoffs to keep his job. This last year was contract. They do have an option on him for $4 million next year, but they've had absolutely zero talks of an extension. So I think he has to win to get there. That he'd be the fall guy. But yeah, no one imagined 12 in a row. They thought, okay, can the Angels actually push the Astros and win that division? The answer is no. But the American League, is weak enough where everybody has a chance to make the wild card spot. I mean, you may be a 500 team and get in, especially with the extra playoff spots. You figure 3 teams will get in from the AL East, the 2 division winners. That still leaves another spot. I mean, the White Sox are only a game and a half out of a wild card berth.
Bob, I'm curious, when we start talking about Wilson Contreras, we're aware that the arbitration hearing is coming up. Don't know if there'll be any bad blood out of that, but I would imagine, just given the noise, it seems like it's a fait accompli that he will be traded. Is that accurate? Do you believe there's any way he could get an extension from the Cubs, or is it a fait accompli?
Yeah, I don't see it happening. I think they're just so far away. He wants to be paid, as one of the top catchers in the game. We saw what Real Muto got, over $100 million. He'd like to have something close to that himself. He saw what Salvador Perez got. So I think he's gone for sure. It's always possible something could happen in the off season, but I think go ahead and trade him. And if you want, you can always re-sign him in the off season. I don't see that happening. Once a guy gets traded, a little bit like John Lester. It's like, okay, I'm gone now. I'm not coming back. But I think they get a ton for Contreras. Too many teams could use a great catcher like that. You look at the Houston Astros. Their catching's been a nightmare, but yet they're still winning the division. So I think the Cubs hold out and trade this guy, in the last minute before the trade deadline, trying to get as much as possible.
Bob, thank you. Appreciate your time as always.
Thanks, Bob. Good stuff.
My pleasure. Thank you, guys. Take care.
Yep.
That was Odyssey MLB insider Bob Nightingale. Insider Calls presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us all make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Bob reports that Tony La Russa is safe for the rest of the season. What he can't answer, and I don't think that anybody can, that's because of Jerry Reinsdorf. I wonder what Kenny Williams and I wonder what Rick Hahn really think about the job that Tony La Russa has done.
All right, we're going to bring in Steve Stone next. It is his 40th anniversary today. How about that?
40 years ago, 1982.
40 years as a broadcaster, and certainly glorious years here in Chicago. We'll talk to Stoney about it next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
You spending Christmas in Chicago, Bill?
Listen, I got to start working on my wife. Like actually today, I said to my college boy, he's like, "Oh, this is fantastic, Dad. I remember what you told me about Chicago and the Bills, and we're going to go there for Christmas." I'm like, "Slow down, buddy. Slow down. Let's clear it with the War Department first."
That doesn't sound like a firm no.
No, well, I'm going to tell her. I'm going to say, listen, you're going to have the greatest Christmas ever. It's going to be in Chicago. I love Chicago. She's never been. My boys want to go, and it's the Bears and the Bills. I mean, come on, that's going to be a game.
I think we need a noon kickoff, Bill. Come on,
we definitely need a noon kickoff. That is absolutely the way to go.
If it's a noon kickoff, you're at O'Hare by 6 p.m. That's
how I'm thinking. No, listen, we're in tune. I got to tell you something. I shut the door on this when I found out when it was, but I'm starting to get excited about this conversation here.
That's what I'm saying.
Here's what we can do. We need to help, Danny. Let's put together a little portfolio. Some audio, visual stuff, some pictures. Michigan Avenue when it's all lit up with Christmas trees.
Great shopping.
Right. It's incredible shopping. We'll see if we can get some deals for restaurants. Our boss has just texted in. We have a relationship with the Bulls. The Bulls are in town. How about tickets for a Bulls game in the suite at the United Center? Bill, can we sweeten
your
the
wife
pot?
an NBA fan? Does she like regular season NBA, Bill?
She does. She yes, but she's football is her number one.
When ball clubs, or when teams are recruiting people, they put together these pitches. This is, Danny, what I think we need to help with here, putting together a recruiting pitch for Bill's family.
Listen, I like everything about this conversation. If I can talk her into this, this is going to be amazing. Now, listen, I'm depending on you guys to come up with a nice little brochure. You know what I mean?
Yes, there's nothing more romantic.
This has got to be like, going to community college. I mean, look at everything that it has to offer. I mean, come on.
The Score.
Hello again, everybody. Harry Carey with Steve Stone. We're at Wrigley Field.
Hi again, friends. Along with a man who loves an Orange Julius every now and then, Steve Stone.
With Steve Stone, Ed Farmer at U.S. Cellular Field, game 163.
Hi, everybody, and welcome. With Steve Stone, I'm Ken Harrelson.
He's Steve Stone. I'm Jason Benetti.
Happy anniversary, baby. Got you on my mind.
Steve Stone, White Sox TV analyst.
And the pitcher, a 12-game winner already this year, Steve Stone.
Former American League Cy Young Award winner. Over 4 decades of excellence in the booth.
Chuck Howard called. He's the vice president of ABC Sports. Why don't you give him a call, because I think he has a job for you. So I called him up. I said, Chuck, Steve Stone. He goes, yeah. He said, we can give you a couple games to do on ABC Monday Night Baseball. And so very seamlessly, I moved in with Al Michaels and Keith Jackson, 2 legends of broadcasting, play-by-play men. The analysts were Don Drysdale, Bob Uecker, Howard Cosell, and me. Sandberg waits until he looks in at the sign of Wilkins, and most probably, if he sees a sign for a breaking ball, he'll cover because Hill will probably pull that ball. A fastball, he'll probably let Dunston cover.
Ozzie put him in for defense in the 9th inning, shifted Posednik to left field, and the first ball looked like it was leaving the ballpark before Dwayne Wise went up over the wall, not only caught the ball, then juggled it, then secured it in his throwing hand. Just an unbelievable performance by Mark Burley.
And the rest, I'm still here. This is what I'm doing, and this is a love. And if you can't play, this is the next best thing to playing. It's great. I get to come to a major league ballpark every day and describe a game that I've loved forever.
Happy anniversary. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Oh, what a delight to celebrate the 40th anniversary with Steve Stone, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Stoney, good morning. How are you?
I'm pretty good, Mully. And David, how are you?
Doing well, Stoney. Happy anniversary.
Thank you. It's as people usually say when they get to any point later in their life as a seasoned citizen, they say it really went by quickly. And It usually does. I mean, you look back and you see the ground you covered, but realistically, it's in the blink of an eye.
Well, I think what's remarkable about your career, Steve, is the fact that, you still are educating us even after all these years watching baseball together. We as both journalists and fans, we get a chance to sit down with you on a nightly basis and watch you pick apart our favorite teams. And you've done that so well here in Chicago, and you've tapped into something that is so wonderful, the idea that we're still learning and you're still teaching. And you obviously have forgotten more baseball than any of us will ever know, but it's been a joy to get the tutorial on a nightly basis.
Well, I really believe that people get drawn in and captivated by baseball because it's an infinitely complex endeavor. I mean, this game on the surface is simplistic. There's no doubt about it. A guy hits a ground ball to shortstop, he throws to first, you're out. It looks pretty simple. What he doesn't realize is the amount of time that's gone in to the pitcher and the catcher trying to figure out the soft spots of that hitter, the defense trying to figure out where they should play from pitch to pitch, and then the adjustments that the hitter and the pitcher are making to get to that point. And so on a rudimentary level, yes, it's easy. It looks like, guy throws the ball, guy hits the ball, guy catches the ball, end of story. But to get beneath the layer upon layer upon layer of the complexities is something that makes the game of baseball fascinating. And you look at it and you can, as a broadcaster especially, you can give something to every stage of fan. You can give something to the people just coming for the first time, second time watching a game, the first year watching a game, or somebody who's watched almost every game for the last 50 years. There's certainly, in the course of a broadcast and the amount of time you have, time to give each and every one something. And I tried to do that during the course of the game.
Steve, I still think the most remarkable thing about your broadcasting career is that you retired on June 2nd, 1982. And 5 days later, you're in the booth, Monday Night Baseball, doing the job that you would do for the next 40 years. And I just said, it was such a quick transition. And as you then came to Chicago, when you worked with Harry Carey, and then with Chip, and then with Haugh, and then with Jason Benetti, as your partners changed, how much have you changed since that day in 1982?
Well, I think I've changed in a couple of different ways. Number one, I don't move quite as fast. Number two, I don't have near as much hair. But I think that as an analyst, when you're the guy in the booth who's responding to something that's already happened, it's a completely different job than the man in the booth who's calling the play. And I realized very early in my new job that the play-by-play guy was not going to adjust to me. I was going to have to adjust to him. And so I would learn their cadence, their rhythm. I would learn when they had more to say, when they had less to say, when to come in, when to stay back. I also learned from Harry, don't be using the microphone when the pitch is on the way, because he's going to have to make that call. And he expressed that to me in some gentle terms on occasion. And so I began to realize that, each and every one of these guys who is calling Major League Baseball on a play-by-play basis, they have a lot of pride in what they do. And they try to bring it each and every day. And knowing that and understanding that, I have to give them some room as they have to give me some room. So, there's a slight adjustment to each and every one of the play-by-play guys, and there's a different personality, there's a different style. And again, I have to adjust to whoever it might be. And I've been fortunate in that I've had so many play-by-play guys during the course of my career that it's kind of interesting to try to adapt. I mean, whether it was Ernie Harwell, one of the all-time greats, or Jack Brickhouse or Harry Carey, Haugh and Jason, and you mentioned Chip, but there was also Tom Brenneman, there was also Milo Hamilton, I mean, Dwayne Statz, a number of guys, and I look at guys who have won the Ford Frick Award that I've worked with, and I look at other guys who probably will win it down the road or deserved it but didn't quite get there, and I realized that one thing was similar to each and every one of them. They wanted to give that viewer on a daily basis the best that they had
because they realize that those guys down on the field are trying to give the best that they have. And then it's the people that work with you. It's your producer, it's your director, it's the camera people that are getting the shots that you have to talk about. All this goes together to integrate into what should be, number one, a fun time, but also should be a beautiful exercise in baseball television coverage, and we're all part of it, and it works out pretty well.
I would have to imagine that your knowledge of the game gave you an advantage over anybody else that you worked with. I mean, I know a lot of people have been around it. I know a lot of people have had, great careers and won awards, but nobody played the game and understood the game the way you do. So that's one of the things that really jumps out whenever you are speaking about baseball.
Well, I think Mully, that what happens a lot of times when you talk about guys that put on a headset that were really great in the game, or a great player in the game, I'm not sure that they can relate to the tougher aspects of the game. And because I was the 11th pitcher on an 11-man staff at times, I was the number one pitcher on an 11-man staff at times, I saw each and every aspect of the game. I realized what it was like to not have a job and try to win one in spring training, or go into the bullpen and try to fight your way out back into the starting rotation, as well as being one of those guys they depend on every fifth day, to give you that stopper role type feeling. So seeing every aspect of the game from the top to the bottom, being an afterthought to being one of the main guys, I think when you do that, and sometimes when you're fighting for a position on the team, you have to observe more. You have to understand what everybody's trying to do. And so instead of one of these guys that just dominates from the beginning, and look, a lot of them are very smart. I'm not denigrating the guys that are superstars. I just wasn't one of those guys. And so I had to do things differently. I talked to every player, every position to find out what their job was. What do they expect from me? If we're talking about defense, where do they want that throw that I'm going to make to them on a given play? And I started to understand their positions. And so in understanding their positions from a pitching standpoint, I could relate to the fan what that shortstop was going through as he comes across the bag. Where does he want to throw from the pitcher? What happens on a relay? Where am I supposed to be in watching where they're going to be? And so because of that, I became maybe more of a student of the game than a guy who had all of this unbelievable natural talent, and seemingly the game came easy to them. It really never came easy to me.
Steve, what I've always respected about you is that as you became this sort of public persona and you're out there every day and you're essentially sharing your opinion about what's happening, you've avoided extremes. It has, whether it's analytical or emotional, you avoid those extremes. And I know you have some fun going back at people nowadays on social media and Twitter, and I know that has to be something that over the years you deal with the public that's not always as approving as we are this morning. How challenging has that been for you, a guy who shares his opinion, his perspective on what he's watching, with the reaction or the scrutiny that you receive?
Well, I think, first of all, nobody likes criticism about anything, but, you have to realize many times that each and every one of the fans is so passionate about the White Sox or the Cubs or the Cardinals or any team that they're following, any team that they've grown up with, any team that their parents have indoctrinated them into, and then they become a fan of it. They're so passionate that they have these definitive ideas. And there's two things. There's a great part about baseball where everybody believes they can manage, everybody believes they can general manage. I mean, that's just the way the game is. I mean, everybody has an idea about a trade. I mean, literally, and this is an extreme, this is hyperbole, but they want you to trade Leary Garcia for Shohei Ohtani. I mean, why wouldn't you do that? He would fit so well into the ball club. But over the years, people suggest these trades, which are wonderful for the White Sox, and just decimate whoever it is they're trading for. And sometimes I say, yes, after their general manager has had a lobotomy, I'm sure that he'll make that deal. Or the last day that he wants to be a general manager, I'm sure he's going to make that deal. So I think the only frustrating part comes when, number one, you guys have to understand, and you do because you're in the business, you understand that there's many, many things that you can't say. And there's many things that you know that you can't talk about for a number of different reasons. Number one, and one of the reasons why I've always maintained a certain amount of credibility is whether it's managers or coaches or anybody else around the game, when somebody says to me, this is off the record, or I'm going to tell you something on background, you never bring it out to the public domain. So I have people, especially on Twitter, will say something which I know definitely not to be true. I can't really tell them, number one, why it isn't true, number one, where I found out it wasn't true or anything along those lines. But, we're around the ball club every day. We are privy to a lot of things. We know the backstory on a lot of these things, and we can't share that with folks. So it gets to the point where you do the best you can. You try not to get too frustrated, but I have people occasionally will tweet me, you think you know everything. And generally I tweet them back saying, no, I really don't, but I sure know more than you. So that's kind of the way this thing goes. But, you take that, that's part of it. But again, it comes from the passion of following your team and wanting them to win. There are a couple things I don't really care for really is disrespect because, I think I've earned kind of respect over these many years in baseball. And people that want to swear on this public forum we have, profanity, we have a lot of young people that are using this, and I don't really care for that too much. To use it in day-to-day life, I think everybody does, but this is a public forum. So what I tell them is it's not a democracy. I have the one vote. And please act this way, and we can get along. And if you don't, well, then you're just not going to hear from me any longer.
Steve, what is your favorite time in a broadcast? Is it when you're preparing, when you have started? Is it in the midst of it, when you feel something happening and recognize it? Is it reflecting on it after the end of it? What is your favorite kind of moment within the broadcast?
Well, what I like is I get to the point. You get to the point in every game where you'll see the game start to turn. I mean, maybe the other team scores 3 runs the first couple of innings, and you believe at that point like it's not going to be the White Sox night. And then they score a couple more runs, and all of a sudden you fall way down. But now the team starts to come back, and then they get a couple of key hits, and now all of a sudden this is a game that, as it starts to turn, each and every play becomes magnified because what looked like it was going to be one of those really easy, if not a blowout, certainly a real easy game for the opposition, turns out not to be. And then all of a sudden, each and every one of these things, each and every hit, each and every cutoff play, each and every defensive play, each and every pitch becomes critical to the ending, what's going to happen in this game. It leads to a crescendo, and the team comes back, wins it late. But it's that transition from a game that wasn't going to be intense, where you just don't dissect every play. I mean, if the game's 8-0, dissecting every play doesn't make a great deal of sense because, there's just, it doesn't, it's not dramatic. It's not game changing. But when it gets close and when it gets tight at the end, that's when I try to zone in even more and then watch every nuance of what's going on and try to bring that to the fan. Try to get them the understanding that this particular play is the key play of the game. This pitch is the biggest pitch of the game because if he doesn't do this, then this, and this comes into play. And so if I can do that and bring the fan along to understand the drama and the tension and the critical aspect of this particular play or pitch, then I'm doing my job on a given night, and that's when the game gets really interesting for me. So it would be the end game in a close game. And the end game, I mean, you could start it where you get that tough and tight tension in the game in the 6th inning and carry it all the way through. There's some nights like that, but we're doing 162 on a yearly basis, and not every game is going to be an extravaganza. So you have to learn how to educate, how to entertain, and you have to be a lot of different things if you're going to broadcast Major League Baseball over a long period of time. And I've tried to learn a little bit from each and every one of the guys that I work with and how he did it at any given time. And so that for me, when the game gets gets late and tense, that's the most fun I have during the course of a night.
Quickly before we let you go, always wanted to ask you this, Steve, whether it was during your 5-day period of unemployment or at any other time during your next 40 years of your broadcasting career, did you have any self-doubt whether you would be good at this, and how did you overcome that if you did?
Okay, so there's a fine line. That's really a great question, David, because everybody thinks, number one, ego is a bad thing, and it's not, because ego allows us to achieve everything we want to achieve. And so I have done a lot of things in my life and a lot of different businesses and a lot of different chances to do things here and there, and I failed a lot. But I never went into anything not thinking that I was going to be successful. If I chose to do it, I was going to do it well. It didn't always work out the way I wanted to, but confidence going in, yes, I had it, and it allowed me to win enough to be able to stay employed these many years. And so whether it was baseball, whether it was broadcasting, whether it was the restaurant business or the nightclub business or any other business that I've been in, I felt when I went into it I would be successful. I was proven wrong many times. But, getting up and doing it again with that same attitude, that same positive attitude, that's one of the things that I think people get upset with me about, which is amazing to me. When I have a positive outlook of the White Sox and baseball on a daily basis, it's allowed me to achieve what I've achieved in my life. And yet people want to run everything down. You got plenty of time after the fact to be depressed and plenty of time after the fact to get mad. But you have to have a positive attitude on a daily basis. Otherwise, you're not going to accomplish anything. That's why I have very, very little tolerance for all these people who want to run down the organization, the front office, the ownership, and every one of these players. They're trying as hard as they can on a daily basis. Give them the benefit of the doubt. You want to bemoan things in October? Be my guest, but that's after the fact. But we're a third of the way through this season, and you have to go every day with the idea you're going to win that game, because the guys that are putting on that uniform feel that way.
Great stuff, Steve. Congratulations again, and God bless you. It's wonderful to watch the games with
Thanks
you.
so much, Steve.
Thanks, boys. Have a good rest of the show, and Jason and I will try to bring a big win tonight for the White Sox against the Dodgers. This is going to be a real good game.
Excellent. Thanks again.
Take
That
care.
is Steve Stone.
Congrats.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Score celebrates 30 years of Chicago sports radio.
Sox 5 runs, 6 hits. The 2-1.
You've got the shot down too, and it's not the way someone would teach it now. It's not a way a coach is going to say, hey, have that elbow up that way. And Larry, already nobody was going to say a word to him because there was no need to at that point. But did you have to unlearn and relearn something to make sure that you get the angle of that signature elbow position?
Yeah, I trained with our basketball trainer Edon Ravine, and he's trained a bunch of NBA All-Stars, so it was incredible to be working with him. And his goal was to make me a silhouette of Bird on the court, whether it was his shot, how he dribbled, how he moved. And that was like the main focus for him and I was like, we don't want anyone to look at that shot and be like, there's something just off with it. It's not quite Bird-like. And we really pounded in second naturally, getting that shot, getting the elbow out. We called it the chicken wing. It's like the chicken wing needs to be super high up. And even the positioning of his feet, he doesn't really ever square up to the basket. He's turned a little bit to his left. Just small details like that we just constantly were doing in practices. And the way that he got that down second nature for me was we would practice it in the beginning when I was warming up, and then we would do conditioning. And then at the end of conditioning, when I'm just completely out of breath and not thinking about anything, if I was able to do the Bird shot, we were like, all right, we're ready for set. If you're able to do that without even thinking at this point.
That's good coaching. That's why all the coaches I've been around always practice free throws when you are tired. That is
exactly.
that is very good coaching.
highest level. But it's also a learning process. I mean, we done had injuries, but the ultimate goal is just to keep going. Keep going and keep pushing, keep having fun. And I think we'll get to where we need to be for sure.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the score. That was Tim Anderson. He was on yesterday with Laurence Holmes. Great interview, and always good to hear Tim. And, here's hoping. Sooner the better. You want
Tonight?
Tim Anderson back? No, he's not going to be back tonight.
No.
I wish.
That would be great.
That'd be great.
It's going to be a great series, though.
Healing hands on him.
It was a great interview. Looking forward to a fun series. Dodgers, White Sox tonight on the south side. Cubs in Baltimore playing the Orioles. But a lot of the focus, I think, when you have the Dodgers coming to town, always draws your attention, always catches your eye.
Yeah, and that's understandable because they are the favorites right now. I mean, I know they haven't been playing their best baseball of the season, but they are the team that if you check out betting sites, you're going to find that they're the favorite to win the World Series. And they have arguably the best team in baseball, and they have a lot of positive, good things going for them. And the White Sox don't. They are a team that is below 500, that is underachieved, that has struggled through all sorts of various injuries. And you hope that they can hit well enough to score the runs it will take to be able to back up what should be a couple of good pitching performances. Michael Kopech on the bump. We know Johnny Cueto is going to be pitching, and then we'll have Dylan Cease on a Thursday matinee.
Yeah, the afternoon game.
Are we going
tonight? Well, it's a possibility. Is it going to rain?
I don't know.
I worried
I
about
thought we
the rain.
decided that it was going to be beautiful.
Tonight, Michael Kopech, Mitch White for the Dodgers. They do come in 5-5 in the last 10, having lost 2 in a row. And this isn't the measuring stick series that maybe we had hoped it might be, because the Sox are without Tim Anderson, without Eloy, and certainly Lance Lynn comes back maybe as early as next week. He pitches, I think his last rehab start is tomorrow scheduled. So it isn't the same type of matchup, and still you get an opportunity to play against the second best team in the National League because of this recent losing. The Mets now are the best team in the NL. The Dodgers right behind them. Still going to be a great opportunity to see, how you stack up. And I'm curious to see how, let's face it, he wasn't here for very long, certainly didn't work out with the White Sox, but I would like to see Craig Kimbrell blow a save against the White Sox in the 9th inning of a lead he's trying to protect.
Very least he could do.
It's the least he could do, right?
Very least he could do.
He struggled a little bit lately. He got 10 saves in his first 10 opportunities, I think, and then the last 5 outings he has struggled. 6 runs in his last 6 innings pitched. He's had 2 losses and 1 blown save. So he's going through some mechanical issues. Now would be the time to take advantage of a Craig Kimbrell.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, let's hope that...
You're still mad at him.
No, but let's hope he's not even involved. I thought we had decided that...
It's better that way.
What? How's it better?
It's better if they're leading 6-5 in the 9th and Kimbrell comes on and he's dangling his arm. He's looking at the glove, and then all of a sudden, boom!
It's better if you're up 21-0.
Andrew Vaughn, 2-run shot, or our 840 guest, Jake Berger. Why not? Why not Jake Berger going deep again? Take Kimbrell downtown, blown save, Sox victory, give Stoney a victory on his anniversary. All is well that ends well.
I whenever I talk to people about Steve Stone, I always tell the same story, which was back, it was a while ago. We were back in the other building, and I don't think I was doing a regular show at the time. So it was, probably 15 years ago. And I was watching a game, and Steve was there to do an interview and came into the room, and we ended up watching the game together. And he was just describing. Stoney has said before that he believes, we didn't talk to him about this, but he believes that he has sort of, some kind of like ESP, some kind of, telepathy of some sort, like an ability to kind of imagine. It's something, he does. And anyway, so we're watching this, and he says, this ball. He said, right here, you strike him out if you throw the ball right here, but this is not what's going to happen. He's going to throw the ball right over here, and that's going to be a 2-run homer, and that's going to decide the game. And I'm like sitting there like, okay, that's interesting. the guy throws the ball exactly the wrong spot that Stoney had pointed to, and the guy hits a 2-run homer, and the game is over. And I was like, that's unbelievable. Like, how do you do that? How do you know that? And he's basically saying, well, he doesn't understand. It's not what I know. It's that he doesn't know that that's where you pitch a guy in order to get, you've got to change eye. And he just explained this whole thing to me. And I was sitting there just like, my mind was kind of blown. It was just like mind-boggling.
Like being in the front row with David Copperfield making something disappear.
It was extraordinary.
Where'd that go?
It was absolutely unbelievable.
But he's been doing that
he
for
has
40
that
years.
ability. Yeah,
and he's been doing that seamlessly for 40 years.
And he was a thinking man's pitcher when he actually played the game.
I think that's the thing to remember, too, is that he was a 500 pitcher for most of his career. And then he won the Cy Young in 1980. He was 78 and 79 heading into that season. And throughout his career, he was probably as well known for just being the kind of well-rounded personality, a guy who known for writing poetry and being his own guy, kind of being a free spirit, if you will. And then in 1980, his life changed. I think he went 25-7 for the Orioles. It's remarkable to me, and we talked to him about it. In 1980, he won the Cy Young Award. In 1981, he ran into injuries. He only made 15 starts. He retired in June 2nd of 1982. 5 days later, he's a broadcaster. 5 days later, he's in the Monday Night Baseball booth and making that transition without an ounce or a shred of doubt that he would succeed.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. He also got that Cy Young Award. He said that it showed up like, whatever. They delivered it to him, the box, and he opened the box, and there is the Cy Young, and he takes it out, and it says National League Cy Young, Steve Carlton. They sent the wrong trophy, so they had to switch out the trophy. Isn't that awesome?
That's hilarious.
That's so hilarious.
Because I think he said he didn't think that he could believe it until he saw it, and even when he got it,
he got Steve Carlton.
The wrong one.
Yeah, I think it was Steve Carlton. Yeah. All right, let's get to the phone lines. 312-644-6767. Denny is on the road. Hey, Denny.
Hey there, sir. Thank you very much. I love your show. You guys are doing a great job. I just want to comment on Mr. Stone's interview. His positivity was above and beyond. That alone just touched my heart because it's none of positivity in life, and for him to speak positivity into every day that he walks is just amazing. So I just want to comment on that alone. That's all I got. Love your show once again.
Thanks, Danny.
Have a great day.
Thanks,
God
Danny.
bless you. That's kind of you.
And Steve is consistent, and because he does practice what he preaches, and he does consistently preach, whether it's on social media or in the booth or on this radio station. Pretty positive guy, and it takes a lot of discipline, and I think to be that consistent with your demeanor and with your persona, and Steve pulls it off.
All right, we are going to bring in Jake Berger. We're going to talk to the what do we call him? Is he a budding star? Is he the guy, maybe the hottest hitter?
He's the hottest hitter on the Sox right now.
That's right, and a guy that has to be in the lineup every day. I can't wait to talk to Jake. We'll do that next. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Swinging a drive, deep left field. It's got a chance. Gone.
Jerry Reinsdorf understands this. When I broadcast for the White Sox, I am actually an employee of the White Sox. And so you handle things a bit differently than you normally would. But Jerry also understands that when I go on the Score, I'm an employee of the Score. And so you can go in depth in various areas that you can't do on a White Sox broadcast. Fortunately, he understands that. As far as the Cubs were concerned, sometimes they didn't understand that. Sometimes they had a hard time differentiating between when I was on one of their broadcasts and when I wasn't. I was never, and people don't really understand the difference, but I was never a Cub employee. They never wanted me to work for the Cubs. I always worked for WGN, and so I felt a bit more freedom to deal with what I had to deal with. And for the most part, it worked out really well. 2004 was not the most entertaining season because the Cubs did an El Foldo toward the end. We had a difference of opinion, and both Chip and I left after that season.
It hardened this Cubs fan, Stoney, because, I mean, I'm in high school, you know, and I loved the 03 team so much. I don't think in my lifetime there was a season that I anticipated more than 04, and I loved you guys in the booth, and I knew that I wanted to go and study broadcasting, so I'm watching you guys intently, and then they're blaming you guys. That was one of the toughest seasons for me as a fan, so I'm sure it was a little tougher for you, but just know you were not completely alone in all of that.
Yeah, it was a difficult year, and the reason is I thought they could have gone every bit as far as 2003 and maybe won it all. I mean, that pitching staff was outstanding. I thought the team was certainly good enough. Sometimes when you have homes that don't have mirrors to look in and realize whose fault it is that you didn't win, I think that's a problem. But I've never known broadcasters to beat a team, ever. In all the years I've been doing this, the broadcasters never beat any team that I was on. And when I was in the booth, we never beat any team that was playing against the team I was broadcasting for. So I think it was an excuse, and there's a lot of them. The winners win, and the losers make excuses, and that really never changes.
Gets a hold of one deep to left center. That ball is gone.
5 infielders for the Cubs. Berger to left, and that is game.
Lately, it really started to look like himself when he's dangerous.
Every day, it really looks more and more like Jake is there to stay, doesn't it? He really is continuing to get more and more comfortable and come up with big hits all the time.
Good things happen when you play Jake Berger, so I want to have more Berger on the menu.
And here he is.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. It's a delight to welcome in Jake Berger to the program, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Jake, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you guys?
Well, we're not doing as well as you, buddy. You are the hottest hitter on the White Sox. You're the guy that's provided the game-winning hit in the last 4 victories. And as we talk about your accomplishments, what's it like to be clutch? What is that like in life? I would never know.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say clutch. I'm just getting handed the right opportunities by my teammates and capitalizing on them. I mean, it's been fun. And, hopefully we're going in the right direction right now.
I think everything was sort of summed up in your 8th inning at bat on Saturday night in Tampa, Jake, where you come in as a pinch hitter. Just wondered about your mindset. Take us through that at bat in terms of coming in. Team was struggling at the time, and it seems as if you don't want to overstate it, and you certainly don't know the overall effect of it, but that pinch hit home run changed the tenor of that game, certainly went into Sunday with momentum. Take us through that at bat and your mindset taking the play, going to the plate at that time.
Yeah. I mean, last year I think I was 0 for 4 with pinch hits, and so this year I really wanted to focus on just being calm and controlling my emotions a little bit. I have a tendency to overswing or try and do too much in those types of situations, and I was on deck and they had a righty and a lefty warming up, and they brought a lefty in that had a pretty good changeup, and I'm like, okay, he's probably going to throw me a couple of changeups in a row here, and fortunate I got one up and didn't try and do too much, and just took a easy, nice, calm swing, and made solid contact with it.
Jake, I remember in spring training, I know it was abbreviated, but I read a thing where you talked about just having to, the normal maintenance that you have to do with your injury. We know that your career was interrupted with the ruptured Achilles and then injuring that again. And, what a blow that was. But you talked about how you just have to be careful with it and that, you don't have the same kind of range. You have to work on that. And I don't know that I ever had really considered that idea that players get injured and injuries become something that you have to take account of, something that you have to be aware of. What is it that you have to do? Do you do extra stretching or extra? Is there anything that that you have to be very well aware of when it comes to that particular injury?
Yeah. I'd say overall it's probably like a posterior chain, my hamstrings, calves, and, all of it's connected to the Achilles. So I take a lot of time working on both mobility and stretching of both the Achilles, calf, and hamstring, and then also strengthening. It's such a long season. If you're not staying on top of that strengthening, you lose a lot of strength really quick. So those are kind of the two things. And I always take about 45 minutes for an activation type thing, just to make sure my body's ready to go before I take any swings or before I take any ground balls. I think what I learned from my injury is prioritizing my health and my durability, and that's kind of where I've taken things and making sure I can stay on the field at all times.
Jake, after Sunday's game, I think Tony La Russa referred to you as a box checker. Certainly as somebody that checks a lot of boxes. We know you can hit in the clutch. We know you can hit a long way. We know you can play third base and you can play DH. How qualified are you to play second base? That's the question a lot of Sox fans wonder as they project how they're going to keep you in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I worked on it all off season, and feel pretty comfortable over there. In that Boston game, the day I got called up, I played the last 3 innings. I didn't get any ground balls or anything. It's like I always say, it's wherever they need me, I'll play, and I'm just happy to compete and help the team in any way I can.
When we think of you now, it is like you're a lock in the lineup. You've got to play, and I'm just curious: is there any spot in the lineup itself that you prefer to others? Where every time I look, different guys are moving into different spots, and sometimes I get a little frustrated watching it. Do you?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, for me, it doesn't matter as much. Obviously, any spot in the lineup can be important. You never know what situation is going to pop up. No preference from my point of view, and I like coming up in the situations where I get an opportunity to get some RBIs.
You know, I think a lot of fans find you very relatable is because you speak with a lot of enthusiasm and just because you seem to appreciate every step along the way. Maybe it's because of what you've been through or just that's the way you are. What's the best part about being a big leaguer?
Wow. I mean, I would say probably the number one thing is just like playing in front of like packed stadiums, especially here in Chicago. It's just like, it's so cool. And, sometimes I'm playing third base or, and in at bat and like I have to take a step back and kind of just like look around and be like, holy cow, like this is it. Like, this is so cool. And, get to play in front of Chicago fans, which are the best fans in baseball, in my opinion, after what I've seen so far. That's probably the best part. And then just like, being on the field with some of the greats, Jose Abreu, Tim Anderson, and then you're playing against some of the greats like Ohtani and Trout, and it's just like, man, this is it, and this is what you dream of as a kid.
It's pretty interesting because last year we saw your mean Mercedes come up, and they made a burger after him. They actually made the patty and the sandwich and all that. If you were to reach that level where you became the kind of folk hero, what kind of burger would you have on your burger?
It's funny. Tim Anderson was actually talking to me about that on Sunday. He's like, "Man, we got to get you a burger, bro." Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I had one down in Springfield, Missouri, where Missouri State is, and there's a mac and cheese burger, and Charlotte did their rendition of it. So I don't know if I want to stay that route. I mean, it seems to be going well for me, but I'd have to think about it if I want to change it up just a little bit.
Well, Brooks Boyer better start thinking about creative ways. Yeah. I mean, he's got the best burger in town. He has to start selling that, Jake. So as you get ready for the Dodgers tonight, what is your mindset? And are you superstitious? Do you not want to change anything because things are going so well for you personally?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it superstitious per se. It's more, I've kind of hammered down my routine, and I know what I need to do by the time I get to the field and up to game time. And obviously, the Dodgers are one of the better teams in the league. So, we're ready to compete against them and have them in front of our home fans will be really exciting. And obviously, you have your certain superstitions where I'll put on my left sock before my right sock and stuff like that. But nothing too major, and just stick to the routine and let that flow throughout the day.
It was interesting because you played very well when you were up earlier, and then when Moncada came back, you went back down, and we were told at the time that there was a decision between you and Gavin Sheets, and I think you were striking out a little bit at that point. But you calmed down in Charlotte, you've come back, and obviously you're as hot as anybody on the team. What did you learn through that experience that's going to help you stay up this time?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just slowing down the game. I've talked about that over the last few weeks. Just making sure I'm not doing too much, and I think it's, for me, like I love competing and love helping the team in any way I can. That sometimes it's detrimental to me in ways where I'm overswinging or chasing at pitches that normally I wouldn't. So I think that those 2 weeks down in Charlotte helped me kind of understand that and understand that, hey, like you just gotta slow it down and calm down. And I always say, like, take a 40% swing. It probably doesn't look like it, but that's what I want it to feel like. So it's a little shorter, a little smoother, and you're not chasing as much.
None of your home runs are cheap ones, Jake. I think that all the ones that you have hit in your major league career have traveled at least 400 feet. How aware are you of that fact, and how much pride do you take in it?
Yeah. I mean, I take a lot of pride in how hard I hit the ball and exit velocity. That's something that I've worked on for a while now. And I just Pollock came up to me the other day, and he's like, "Man, you you just swing that thing, huh? And I'm like, yeah, I make contact. Sometimes it goes. But yeah, I mean, I take a lot of pride in, my power. And, I think the next step for me is, taking even more pride in a hit tool and, making more consistent contact.
We've just been contacted by the owner of Chicago Cut, one of the great steakhouses in Chicago, David Flom. He says to tell you to create your own burger with your favorite ingredients, and they'll run it as a special. How about that?
Hell yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love Chicago Cut, too. So.
Yeah. There you go.
So you just call the restaurant, let David know what you want on your burger, and they're going to run a special for you, just in your honor.
All right. Awesome.
Excellent. Yeah. See, we have minor accomplishments in the course of our interviews. Jake, thank you. It's great to catch up with you. Keep it up. It's been a load of fun. And, if there's anything that the Sox need, it's someone that can produce some runs, and you've been doing a great job of that, and we really appreciate talking
congratulations.
to you.
Keep it going.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
That is Jake Berger of the Chicago White Sox.
How about that?
Yeah,
not
Chicago
bad.
Cut.
Now I'm hungry.
Yeah, now I hope he takes us up on that, because I think that's a great idea.
He's the kind of guy that would. He strikes me, and I think he comes
very
across
personable.
Very personable and sincere, and just the kind of guy that fits into any clubhouse, and certainly has been an asset in that lineup because, as you said, he is the hottest hitter on that team.
No question about it. All right, we've got Dan Bernstein. We're going to talk to him next. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app.
It is hard to be a bad manager. It is really hard.
There are plenty of people who don't think that managers make that big of a difference game in and game out.
And mathematically, they don't. And look, you and I have both had these conversations with Joe Madden over the years. You actually have to work at it. And if you really look at the worst managers around for a long time, even the worst managers can win World Series. Ned Yost did it.
Yeah.
You can do it. But if you're talking about like Mike Matheny level bad, guys who all day make you a little less likely to win, it's almost like Tony La Russa has come in with a paint by numbers of how to matter in a negative way. As if, Mully said, is he trolling some of this stuff, whether it's lineups, just asleep at the switch. The number of times, not knowing the rules, not watching the game, not managing the game in front of him, and everything that was said, I'm still pissed off and holding them and Rick Hahn to what was said after they got beat in the playoffs. In this window, in the playoffs, we got to get better at some things, and we know we have to get better at it. Well, they didn't. And the person ostensibly in charge of making sure they're better at those things is helping make them worse.
Them not being better at picking up the baseball at this point is not good. And it's a referendum on the way that the team is built and the way that the team is managed, that they still have some of these lapses. He's a net negative as a manager right now. That's what you're getting with Tony La Russa. Like, you're not getting someone that is lifting your team beyond the places that you think that they can go. He's holding them down. He's holding them under the water.
It has been.
And it's been a minute. You start looking at how they ended last season. You start looking at how they played in the playoffs. You brought it up, Dan. What was Tony La Russa, as the White Sox are being handed the gentleman's sweep last year, what was Tony La Russa talking about at the end of that series?
Kendall Graveman throwing at Jose Abreu. And everyone, what? Like, why are you talking about that?
Because Don Quixote is out there jousting at windmills. That's why. He's fighting that battle. He's fighting the unwritten rules of baseball nonsense instead of actually managing games. It's ridiculous how badly the White Sox have been managed. by this guy. And it can't be that guy who's going to manage them badly.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We're broadcasting live from the Score Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Want to thank Evan Thomas for getting us up and running and motivated every morning on Twitch. Very kind of him. And thanks to everyone for calling. And a lot of calls today. Calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Jake Burger Tuesday.
Yeah. It's the Stoney celebration day, and
that's
Jake
right, that
Burger
too.
called. And gosh, happy stuff. I want to thank our executive producer. He is Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
I'm 77 years old, and right now I can do more push-ups than you can do right now. If you want to go to the mat, let's go.
Shirts off, Riley.
Pat Riley is 77, and he is in excellent physical condition.
He does look like he's in good shape.
Yeah,
it's quite a challenge depending on who he was challenging.
Yeah, he He'd kick the crap out of you, just so you know. That's what he's basically saying. That's what I'm hearing. Thanks to Brandon Fryer for that great sound.
If a Saudi Arabian firm opened up a new radio station in Chicago and called you guys and said, hey, we want to pay you $10 million a year for the next 10 years to be our morning show, $10 million each, you're going to tell us right now that you would say, oh, no, my moral compass.
Well, Bill, I mean, here's the deal. Do you have any information about a Saudi radio?
What did Bill know that we didn't?
Yeah.
And what time does it require waking up?
And good morning to Dan Bernstein.
Hey, Dan.
He's here with us now.
Good morning.
You know, the more I think about it, you know what this is? It's still just going to be bad golf. That when it all comes down to it, I'm just not interested.
Oh, come on.
I'm really not.
You know, I said this to David. This is very strange to me, but, just reading some of the technical things they're going to try to do. If you remember, the XFL, that wasn't great football, but when that league first opened, they had that first camera that kind of floated across
Skycam.
In the huddle. And the angles were different. They had access to players. Yeah, I mean, there are certain nuances. There are certain kind of innovations that may be
could be interesting. All the
first
fact
time
that they're all going to be mic'd up and all that stuff. I don't know.
It's a curiosity.
It's a curiosity.
I don't know that I will go out of my way.
I'm not happy about the idea that I might watch it, but I probably would be.
Yeah, see, I'm not interested.
I covered the first ever XFL game for the Chicago team. They were down in Orlando, and I remember. Like you just went in. There was no you walked right onto the sidelines while the game's ongoing, and I was like, I said to one of the guys one of the PR guy, I was like, who it was coming to a point in the game. I'm like, who's the field goal kicker? And he's like, he's right there. You want to talk to him? Go talk to him. And the guy is practicing into the net, and I'm like, hey, what are you thinking about the way? And he literally went out and kicked the field goal, and I was like, this is ridiculous.
You try to ice him.
Well, hey, what do you think?
Was that the league, the XFL? That had the He Hate Me, right?
Yes, He Hate Me was in that. Yeah, that was the first. I can't remember. There was a guy that I had heard of before that I had a chat with at that game, but it was just so crazy.
I covered the World League of American Football.
Oh yeah, that was a great opportunity for tweeners, people who weren't quite ready for the NFL, but good enough college players to kind of still try to make it work.
What was the Raleigh team? I
don't know.
It was the Raleigh somethings.
I know the Frankfurt Galaxy. I went to a Frankfurt Galaxy practice.
Raleigh was coached by Roman Gabriel, and the football was so bad, and we were just
rail splitters.
Something like that, but pretty much we could have been the inner tubes.
Raleigh,
I don't know, but we would go to, and the players were all kind of indifferent, and no one really knew how long it was going to last, and they were all just kind of hoping the checks would cash for that week. And they weren't really making a lot of money.
London had a team. You didn't.
The Rhine Fire. Remember the Rhine Fire?
That's where what's his name played, right?
Kurt Warner.
Kurt Warner.
Yeah, he played.
He was on the Fire.
No, he played in that league.
I think for Frankfurt. Possibly.
He was on Frankfurt.
Yeah.
Or did you pronounce it Frankfurt?
Frankfurt.
When you were there.
Yes, it wouldn't. Yeah, I
now was the
that.
time we danced on sprockets.
The Raleigh-Durham Skyhawks.
Okay.
That was the team.
That's not as good a name as the.
It was lame. Yeah, it was. They played at NC State Stadium,
and due respect to Raleigh Durham and a lovely area, I love North Carolina, but it's not the same as going to Europe.
No, but it's not quite Germany.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's interesting.
No, more Waffle Houses though.
Definitely that.
Plenty more. Yeah.
Definitely that.
Well, there would be like HAUS. I'm sure that you can find them in Germany. So Der Waffelhaus.
But okay, so you watched the XFL once. You watched the USFL a couple times. You watched the World League a couple times. You're not going to watch more than one tournament of this live golf nonsense.
No. I'm just curious to see the different shots and the different. I mean, I'm just curious.
Right.
I'm not happy that I'm curious, but Dustin, is Dustin there? Are you watching? He's waving. Yeah, he'd watch.
But what I find so silly about it is the presumption that the sports washing will be successful.
Yes,
that this idea of there's been wonderful essays written about this and some really important things and complicated things going on. But to me, there's this presumption. Well, now that they've got Phil Mickelson and Dustin Johnson, these guys playing in a golf tournament, everybody's going to forget that this is a murderous regime. It's like, no, they're not. I mean, really? Like, do they actually think this is some sort of rebranding? Or, I mean, you've got all of the cravenness and all of the money being thrown around and everything that we're seeing. What's the actual effect as a public relations maneuver for this House of Sod?
Well, the goal is public relations in terms of gaining perception. It's not for profit.
I understand that, but but you think people are going to forget where the 9/11 attackers came from? Like, because of golf?
No.
Like, wait a second. There was that whole thing where you flew a bunch of planes into the World Trade Center, but Dustin Johnson shot a 600.
You can't buy the kind of you can't buy the kind of legitimacy they're trying to see.
No. It's I don't know. They know their business better than I know their business. I just think it's a very strange presumption. It's like, well, once they get a bunch of golfers here, that's going to change the way people think about it.
So were you surprised Phil Mickelson said yes? No. Were you disappointed?
No, not now. Not after everything that we've gone through with him and knowing what he really is and what he really isn't. No, because everybody's got a number, and they finally got to the number.
I was surprised.
So, do you think that his extended absence, was negotiation?
No, but it may have functioned as that.
Right. I think it did.
I don't think it was. I don't think he. The aforethought was, wait a second, I'm gonna disappear from the face of the earth and say all these things, and then they're gonna have to double their money.
Schedule another therapy session because I'm not high enough at the.
I think it's coincidental, not causal.
We're stuck at 100 million. I need to get to 2 before.
Right, and what's another 100 million?
Yeah,
I mean, it's nothing. It's a rounding error.
Well, we had a lot of people call in. We had a lot of callers, and some people agreed with us. This was one of those issues that divided people, and we heard from some people like, oh. What about LeBron and China? What about Michael Jordan?
What about ism?
Yeah.
Right, but there's a difference between working directly, taking money directly from the government than with a company or companies that happen to operate in a country. I mean, once you go down the slippery slope,
it's a pretty good distinction there, Dan.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean, I think it's a pretty big distinction.
It's a pretty big one.
But look, I mean, once you start going down that slippery slope, if we looked into every company and every fund that is owned by any 401k in which anything in which we might have a little bit of an investment in some giant fidelity fund or any of these and go through every single company. Do they have money invested in Saudi Arabia? Are they investing in gun manufacturers? Are they investing in like once you start down there in a global economy, you can wave the hypocrisy, whataboutism, both sidesing flag for anything. But I do think that if you just pull back and look at what is happening here on its face, it's hard to do that.
Yeah,
you can't just do that. You can't just say, well, what about this guy? What about that guy?
And it's also, as we pointed out, had to time and again this morning, that using one example of hypocrisy or two examples of hypocrisy to justify another, not the really best way to win an argument. So
yeah, it's well, wait a second, and everybody's dirty, and this is all bad, and who are they to say about that this country is? Yeah, say all right, fine, whatever. To me, I'm just not interested in watching the golf, and at least for me, it's certainly going to have.
Do you watch golf?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, you watch a lot of golf. So
I do.
This is a conscious decision that's interesting because
I just not interested.
I think we watch a lot of golf.
No.
And so this is going to be very easy for me to ignore.
I watch the majors.
Yeah. I think everybody kind of pays attention.
I wouldn't watch
it's like the Olympics,
a regular golf tournament. It just wouldn't excite me.
I'm intrigued by the British Open much more so than I am by the Live Golf Series.
Yeah.
No, I generally will keep an eye on a leaderboard if it's golfers I find interesting or compelling, or if it's a particularly good one on a Saturday or Sunday. But you watch it with your dad sometimes. You watch it with your son. You guys have this sort of. It's a very. I can see that tradition or whatever it was because it's appealing, but I also find it relaxing. Yeah. I think it's the best broadcast sport, I believe. I think the average quality of broadcaster is the absolute highest. They treat their audience as if they know the sport. They don't hold back. They call a bad shot a bad shot. They call a bad decision a bad decision. They're not there to protect coaches or to fluff anybody up. And it's gorgeous. to have half of your wall with some
better?
of these vistas and the sounds and the birds chirping and the lakes and everything. It looks great.
Would it work better if there were like NASCAR announcers calling a golf tournament? So instead of him leading up, oh, he's got the shot. I can't believe he's got a shot at this one.
He's going down 3 wide, going underneath the yellow line.
What a chip. He needs to chip that. He's got to get it up and down. Wouldn't that be awesome? You know, the NASCAR guys kind of scream their head off, and they are excited
Hockey
about
guys are
something.
kind of excitable too.
Yeah,
hockey guys have to be because the action never stops.
But I always think of Doc Emmerich and just his use of terms and the way
Verbs, he was a poet.
Oh, it was beautiful.
He definitely had a command of the language that
incredible
was impressive and memorable.
I watched a little hockey last night. I would say that. Man, there's some fast
night.
dudes out there.
Oh my gosh,
there's some. I don't know what you do.
Avalanche.
Those guys are fast. Seriously, I'm like, these guys are really fast. My God.
4 goals in the third period. 4 goals for the Avalanche. 6 goals overall. Overtime game. 6-5 Avs sweep.
They're like, enough of this crap.
Goodness sakes.
Yeah. Like, all right.
That team
you're up how many goals? All right. Yeah, get out of here.
And now they get all that rest. The other series in the East is in Game 4 tonight.
Right.
They get all that rest, and the Rangers are up 2-1, and they're going to lose this series because the Lightning are going to come back.
That was your pick initially.
Yes, I picked the Lightning over the Avs.
Yeah.
And right now it's still looking like it could be the Lightning over the Avs.
Okay.
We'll see. I'll remind you if I'm right.
Only if you're right, because otherwise I don't want to hear about it.
And that studio show is like really deep hockey.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's
like,
really good.
It's good, but it's kind of over my head.
It's very deep hockey.
It's kind of it's over my head. Like, and I don't know who most of the players are. I know some of the big names are, but some of the stuff they're talking about and
is that the point? Is that the point before? It's one on ESPN. Chelly's on.
Chelly's very good.
Excellent.
He's excellent. Looking forward to talking to him tomorrow. I think he's on the schedule. And he was very good last night talking about just the way the Avs beat the Oilers and just how fast the game was. And Cale Makar being the kind of defense. Oh, it's just, all right. That's enough hockey talk.
What have you today? How are you going to handle the hockey?
We're going to talk about
more hockey.
overload power play.
You don't know hockey. Don't talk hockey.
Umbrella power play.
What have you?
What have we? We're talking about the White Sox a little bit. As much fun as Jake Berger is,
it's great.
They got to play the guy.
Oh, yeah.
That's the thing. You got to ride this.
Better.
You got to ride this. Whatever it is, and I don't know how it ends, but you got to play the guy.
It would be so Tony, wouldn't it, to have Berger on the bench tonight?
Right.
I mean,
put him out there. If he's going to field his position well enough, right now, I think you got to play. Although he doesn't walk, and that's another part of the problem is that his batting average is his on-base percentage, and he's looking for something to hit every time, and ultimately you can't sustain that. But if he's going to hit to a high BABIP enough, let him hit.
Can I give you an update here from Dan Wieder? We talked about the Bears OTAs.
Yes.
He just tweeted out this. According to a league source, the Bears were forced to wipe out today's OTA practice off the books completely after violating the offseason rules of the CBA with live contact during their May practices, which is prohibited.
Crap. Let's go hits principle.
That's awesome. Isn't that great?
Hey, maybe we ought to add a couple more wins.
You talk about coaching them up.
Maybe they're not getting that first draft.
Tear down. Let's go.
Let's go.
Do you think no one's going to find out? Don't tell anybody. Coach, why are we in full pads? Because hustle, intensity. This is part of the intensity.
Dan,
shh, don't say anything.
That's awesome.
Dan called it a misstep by the new regime. I think it's a stroke of genius.
I love it.
Love it.
Or maybe they said, look, we're going to take the rip on this. Yeah. Maybe they designated and say, hey, call the Players Association.
Right.
Make sure we do this first, and then make sure you complain to the Players Association. They're illegally tough. We're so tough the collective bargaining agreement can't contain us.
Will the whistleblower be moved to the second unit?
Exactly. Maybe Jalen Johnson.
See, it's all this 3-dimensional chess they're playing.
Sorry to interrupt there, though.
No, that's a big story,
it's an
right?
Interesting story. It is.
That'll be fun.
The Bears are going rogue in an attempt to create physical toughness. You love it.
I love it. I love that.
All right.
Any adjustments?
Have a great show.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, middays noon to 2.
One of the biggest stars in sports, Tim Anderson. What gives you?
From the 630, which one of you guys has been smacked or punched in the face most recently?
Who are these people?
Like Chris Rock. Ray said he's got a story. Ray said he has a story about getting smacked or punched in the face.
Getting smacked in the face. What did Will Smith do to you?
Okay, so I was punched in the face. This was like, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
I was working at an auto parts store, and I got sucker punched, and my jaw got fractured because I didn't see it coming. I had to get my mouth wired like Kanye West. I couldn't eat for the whole summer. I was on like Kanye West, didn't show up for breakfast, all that whole thing, liquid diet, man, it sucked.
What'd you do to deserve it?
Nothing. I worked at an auto parts store as a cashier.
So did you sell some bad windshield wipers?
No, the guy came in for like a Sprite on a hot May day, almost June. And I thought it was weird.
Give the man a Sprite. Give him a Sprite.
He didn't say anything. He gave me $2. I had to turn away because that's the way the registers were set up. Had to turn away, put the money in the register, sucker punched.
That is so terrible.
Wait,
Ruined my summer.
I don't understand. What was the end game? Did he take money? Or
He ran out. He took. This is the end of the story.
Took the Sprite?
He took the whole till, and ran out the store.
Oh, I see.
that's a robbery.
Yeah, that's
my son. Yes.
Some call that a robbery.
I
like to punch him in his face.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I like to punch
Didn't
him in
even
his
take
face.
the Sprite, man.
Oh man, no, the Sprite was a ruse, Ray.
It was.
Yeah, I think
And it was for less than $200.
it sounds like that might still be able to happen to you if you don't realize that it wasn't about the Sprite, man.
Oh, I know.
Through the wire. I'm so sorry. Wow.
That's the Diaz difference. If I've ever seen
I was really hoping Ray did something that earned it, but no, not likely.
Oh man. That is amazing. That makes the whole week of radio worthwhile.
My favorite is always, and this is just me totally making this
Yeah.
up. Hector Villanueva spelled backwards is Joaquin Andujar.
Now you're gonna be there with us because that Harry was really
was really good. Well, I haven't busted that one out in a long time because there's been so many bad Harry carries along the way.
Oh, I know. Derek Holland comes to mind.
Yeah, I mean, Will Ferrell, his wasn't very good, but it was funny.
It was funny
because it was a different type of. It was a
the
newer
essence.
type of character. Yeah,
It was just doing the essence of somebody.
He crushed it.
It's a newer type of situation.
100%.
His was more, hey, everybody, let's go. But you got to get down here a little bit if you're going to do Harry. You know what I'm saying?
You do.
Yeah.
Mark, what would it sound like if Dave Miska were Harry Carey's engineer?
Oh, my God. Hey, Dave Miska is here for all of. Do me a favor and get me a couple more. Oh, yeah, I'll get you a couple more Budweiser. I can just get you better import, something better than that. All right, that's enough. Settle down back there. Got this guy he's all hyper. Oh, yeah, I got to take care of it. My voice is going to die if I keep this up. Hey, whatever you need here. I'm going to hurt myself.
If Miska was producing Harry, they were on
my God.
microphones together.
Hey, there's a guy at second base. I see the guy at second base. I see him already. That ball goes over the. Oh, yeah, there's a guy with a basket out there that just got. I saw that thing.
Wouldn't this guy identify if someone was on base? Like, as if no one saw it?
You're right, exactly. He's on second base. He's outside. He got there. And another one goes over the.
Make sure the levels are good. Concentrate on the levels.
Usually aren't.
Oh, look at the umpire. I saw the umpire. It was Dutch Randon. It feels good to bust that out because I put it away.
You did, of course.
Put Harry
you did.
Carey away for years
because it got
killed and people hated it.
It got silly. It got absurd. I know that's why. But now we're in a time where it's okay, where it can come back, and you need it.
it felt big, didn't it?
Here's Happ lining a base hit into left center field. Cubs have scored again.
Ian Happ.
It was awesome. It was a great series. Regardless of those outcomes, the way that we played, the energy, Wrigley was rocking. I think the entire thing felt a lot more like the brand of baseball that we know we can play.
Let's talk some White Sox.
Oh, boy.
In 2021, the White Sox were the fourth best team in baseball in walk rate at 9.6%. This year, they're still last at 6.2%, and by a wide margin. The Tigers are at 6.7%, and the Sox are still buried in the bottom, 30th out of 30 teams in walk rate.
The Dan Bernstein Show.
How are you?
Not great, Bob. On the Score.
10, you'd be so stupid. Boy, what a night of sports it was last night. So many things happening. So much action. No, not really. And that's fine. That's okay. We still have plenty to talk about here at Sports Radio 670 The Score. Because they'll be back in action tonight. Michael Kopech back on the mound for the White Sox. And I find myself doing it again. I did this after the Yankees series. And everything had happened with TA and Donaldson. Remember what I did? And I said, now is when you get started. Now all of those of the parallels that we've been drawing, and you've seen the memes. You've seen the memes comparing the White Sox 1983 record under Tony La Russa's steady hand when they started out bad, and then all of a sudden they were good. They didn't win anything, of course, but it was memorable for a lot of us. And then same deal with 84, but all the ways that's like, well, at some point now it's just going to happen. Now they're just going to get good. And yeah, the schedule starts to really ease up on them after the Dodgers series, but why not start now? You're coming home. You got Kopech on the mound. Kopech knows what he did wrong last game. We'll see. Because remember, last time he said that he was maybe nibbling a little bit too much because he thought that he was giving in to some of the fearsome Blue Jays bats before they proved themselves. Well, the Dodgers bats are pretty fearsome, too. They're not bad either at baseball. So we'll see if he wants to trust his stuff and pound the zone and see if guys can hit it. And I don't know, maybe they will, but start it now. Go ahead. Let this be one of those times where you draw a line and you say, now we're going to get started. It's enough of this garbage. We got a couple of unlikely wins on the road against a better team. And hearing from Jake Berger is always fun. God, how can you not root for that guy? And how can you not play him? You got to play him. You got to play him. Moncada's been awful. This guy can play that position. Ride this hot hand. Is he ever going to walk, though? Because there's going to be he's going to be out too often. Can he slug over the number of outs that he makes? Because on-base percentage is going to be the death of this White Sox team if they don't fix it. That's what the walk rate's got to go up. On-base percentage has to go up. Then this thing's salvageable. If those numbers don't improve, it's not salvageable. You're not going to make up any ground, and maybe you just bide your time against lower-level pitching, against worse teams. Feel free to get started anytime you want. And there's every day that goes by is another missed opportunity to do it. So hearing from Berger, I think, put him out there, let him play. And if he ends up, if the bloom is off, fine. But you don't have to play Gavin Sheets because of handedness. We got to stop that. We have to stop Tony. And if there is one more lineup with Andrew Vaughn outside of the top three, there's got to be an intervention. Somebody would have to come to Tony La Russa and say, hey, explain why you don't want one of your best hitters batting more often. And look at, and someone put in front of him the function of that position in the order and what it means to the number of times that one of your best hitters gets to be up for the remainder of the year.
The way he justified batting Andrew Vaughn seventh was, we had to move a righty down because we wanted to split up righty-lefty at the top of the lineup. But that meant Josh Harrison and Leary Garcia were up there.
Yeah, that makes no sense. You don't put bad players ahead of good players for the sake of handedness. You just don't. And if he's still doing it, someone has to stop him from doing that. Or so, like Jerry Narin has to write out the lineup differently. There's got to be something in place to keep some of these decisions from happening. I wish there were. I don't know if there are. 312-644-6767. That is the Score listener line. Powered by BetQL. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app today or visit betql.com. We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. If you want to send an email, send it to Bernstein Show at 670thescore.com. You go there to listen to us live because we stream at 670thescore.com. Texting is in the text zone, and that's brought to you by Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin. Save time, shop online at rosenhyundai.com. When you text, we reply. Message and data rates may apply. Twitter is at Bernstein Show. You can follow my personal feed, even if it apparently makes you extremely angry and it has you resorting to whataboutism and both sidesism. Yeah, well, what about this other thing I thought of? It's kind of not the same thing. It's really crazy. And I give Craig Calcaterra a lot of credit because he's got more tolerance than I do, where I'll just throw a mute or a block at somebody. He'll engage and respond and entertain himself. So enjoy. That's fine. Yeah, that is at Dan_Bernstein if you want to do that. You should download the Odyssey app to stream the score on your mobile devices. You can interact with the show on the station on Facebook if you like. I prefer Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. You can see us. You can see the producers. We got the camera there and there and there, and there's the chat that goes on as well. Oh, hello. Hi. How's it going? How you doing? That's Connor O'Donnell and Evan Thomas who direct that. You can see Rick Camp, you can see Mike Rankin, and you can see the chair in the back that Brandon Fryer often uses as well. I should mention, too, that if you are listening today, you will have a chance to win tickets to see Eric Clapton with special guest Jimmy Vaughn at the United Center, September 12th. These will be Clapton's first Chicago appearances in over 10 years. Tickets go on sale this Friday, June 10th at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. I expect Michael Kopech to get up there and throw his stuff over the plate tonight. That's what I want to see, where he decided that he was going to allow hitters to dictate what he was doing. I am writing it down tonight. I am writing down, should I go quality start? Are we still defining quality start as 6 or more innings with 3 or few earned runs? There aren't a lot of those anymore, man. I don't know if
it's gotten better. It's gotten better in May.
I don't know if I can go full quality start.
But does that give a little more meaning then to the quality start, where maybe instead of changing the parameters, it's just kind of change the context around it?
Well, it used to be. Well, this is what we'd have to look at the numbers. It used to be that a quality start, 6 or more innings, 3 or fewer earned runs, was a 70% correlation with victory. 70%. Roughly the same as what it used to mean to hit a 3-run homer. I believe that was around the same number of if your team hit a 3-run homer in a game, you won it 70% of the time. And it can be causal in some ways. It can also be coincidental in some ways. But those were the numbers. I don't know if those are the numbers. Hell, a quality start now, if you go like 5 innings and do anything, you just stay in the game and throw enough pitches to save your bullpen. Just going 5 is almost quality now. But I think we are defining that. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll go quality start for Michael Kopech. I wonder what kind of odds I could get on that on FanDuel. I should check that out and see what my theoretical bet would be. I'm just so tickled by this Bears story too. Do we know anything more than the Wiederer tweet at this moment? The Bears are in trouble because they violated the collective bargaining and league rules on full pads practicing. They had to know. You can't do that and then claim ignorance, right? As an NFL staff, what goes into the planning with multiple equipment managers and how you schedule everything and what you tell your players and when you tell your players and what it takes to get them into uniform. You can't just be like, oh, oops, we weren't allowed to do that. I didn't know. I mean, somebody's got to say something. Coach, you sure you want to do this? Yeah, I want to do this. Make them slap us on the wrist. And that the Bears are going to get a reputation as pushing the envelope of toughness. Okay, all right. That's fine. Leave it to Flusy. I'm waiting for a comment. I'm waiting for them to say, we didn't know. This is just an honest mistake. How are we supposed to know we weren't allowed to do this? All right.
With the Ogunjobi thing, and now this. Oh man.
Yeah, but this isn't polls,
right?
This is the coaching staff.
Still, same new regime.
Yeah, but the Ogunjobi thing was just kind of an error.
That's so bizarre, though. I just don't see these things ever happening ever. And two things happen that you never see in the same thing, like within months of each other in the same season.
I'm going to give them enough credit to think this was premeditated. That they said, we'll take the rip for this. That we know that this is bad, but people, football people will look at this like, yeah, they're pushing back against the wussification of the game. They're taking it on themselves to restore toughness. I think that's the gamble. Because if it was dumb enough to be an actual mistake, then they might really just be dumb. And I don't think at this point you could be that dumb, could you? To screw that up. What?
Well,
really? Like I have to. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt to presume that they did this on purpose. If they really did, like, what do you mean we're not allowed to use full pads? Coach, you're not. Oh, that's too bad then. I didn't know. No one told me. We'll find out. Somebody will get in there and ask. We'll get that information for you. We'll get in there and get the football information. When we come back, I want to bring back some of what Tim Anderson said yesterday. If you missed him on The Score with Laurence Holmes, he was really, really good. It's always good to hear from one of the most dynamic athletes practicing professionally in Chicago. And Jake Berger was on too, talking about his season. We'll look at his numbers a little bit and look at where the White Sox are. I'm saying it again. Here you go, White Sox. Now, okay, start now. You're coming off a couple wins. You got your alleged ace on the mound. Go get him. And be done with some of the silliness. Go lead the division and go start on the path to winning the World Series already. It's enough. I'm Dan Bernstein. You have The Score.
Hey Chicago fans, this is Ian Happ, and do I have some good news for you. Not only is baseball back, but Connect Roasters has new coffees, new packaging, and new roasts for you to find around the city. We're in Dom's Market, we're in all the Foxtrot locations, and we're bringing our new coffee to you. We're celebrating.
West Side Mike is on The Score. Good morning. Happy Friday, Mike.
Good morning. Let me say something about the White Sox. Hear me out. You got the best radio show. You are a great hostess, and you're smart, and you're educated, and I just want to let you know this.
Thank you.
Last year, it was a pandemic. Everybody was in and out the lineup last year. They won a lot of games. You got a guy who's coaching that team that's the same age, or my grandfather about the same age. You give them a remote controller. They don't know what they want to watch. They're just flipping the channel. You know why? Because they old. My grandfather thinks the Cartwrights and Gusmo still come on every day. It's past his prime. That's Tony La Russa. It's past his time. The man is old. My grandfather sitting in front of the TV. Why Gusmo getting on? The granddad, it's 10:30. They don't show these TV shows no more. You got cable. Watch any or something else. Tony La Russa think he's back coaching the White Sox when he was young. He's past his time. Give him the mess of Jello or Lipton pudding and whatever, and let him go home, retire, and get a young guy in there to run this team the right way. Because you keep that old guy in there, all you're gonna do is get a rocking chair.
Hold on a second,
not gonna win.
Mike. Your grandfather is alive and well, and is also in his late 70s.
My grandfather, hey, they in the 90s.
Oh, he's in his okay.
And you know what that means?
Yes.
They don't know. They don't remember where he at.
Okay.
It's a new time. It's 2022. I love my grandfather, but he old. When you get old, you're going to forget things. Tony La Russa in his 70s, he's already forgetting things. Ask what years it is right now.
How old are you?
I'm 57 years old.
Okay, I'm just trying to work the math here because that's wow, good. That's good genes in your family. Then that is. I mean,
of course, you know why?
Why?
I don't drink. I don't smoke. I just buy clothes and do the right thing.
lead the division, win a World Series. Do freaking something, right? More information is trickling in regarding the Bears, and we're going to get to this more after we talk to Sahada Sharma. We're going to get back to this at 10:20 as we find out more information. I just want to give you the latest here. This is from Dan Waderer of the Tribune. As the Bears were forced to cancel their OTA practice for today after violating off-season rules of the CBA. The Bears had live contact during practices in May, which is prohibited. He said this qualifies as a misstep by Matt Eberflus. The Bears will suffer a minor punishment. According to the league source, the Bears were warned for having practices featuring too much contact last month, with requests made that they alter their practice activity to adjust. Eventually, when proper adjustments weren't made, the Players Association was asked to get involved, and the NFL stepped in, deciding the team was in violation of league rules, so the Bears were required to forfeit one of their OTA practices.
We play on the hits principle.
Apparently so. So they were warned and didn't care? Matt Eberflus doesn't care. No collective bargaining agreement can stand in the way of the hits principle. All right, is this calculated? Is this stupid? I guess we'll find out.
The H is for hitting. The I is I don't care about your CBA.
The T is also for hitting because there's two T's in hitting, and the S is
for shut up, NFL. We're going to do it
We're
anyway.
going to do what we want because I'm Matt damn Eberflus. I know you have never heard of me before this year, but I'm the head coach of the Chicago Bears, and we're going to hit each other because steel sharpens steel.
Get your track shoes on because we're running.
And your helmet and your pads because we're running into each other even though we're not supposed to. Go Bears! I don't know. Is it tough? Is it stupid? Is it somewhere in between? I think we'll learn more as we go. Before we hear a little bit of White Sox sound here, we always enjoy the White Sox sounds of Bill on Capitol Hill on the Score. What's up, man?
Good morning, darling. How's the Empire?
Oh, it's a flame. That's fine.
It's just awesome that we're like barging past union rules and everything. What great timing that is.
Right.
It's stuffing everybody off. So this will be fun. I think we might someday owe an ironic thank you to Tony La Russa, because he's proven a corollary of the Peter principle, right? It's not just his maximum incompetence. He's exposing the maximum incompetence of this organization, right? You had a caller on a couple weeks ago who said that the Sox are okay with winning a championship. They see that as a reasonable risk. And I think that's kind of the operating principle at that team, that they're very sort of come as you are, right? So
yes,
you've noticed that all these heroes that they've gotten in these trades, they haven't improved, right? Eloy is just as good today as he was, or the improvement has been marginal, right? That if Yohan Moncada is great at baseball, that's great. They've won the trade. But there's no organizational sense, top to bottom, of what the hell they're doing, right? There doesn't seem to be, and I'm sorry to talk like this, but they seem to lack this pudding lacks a theme, right? That like, you look at the best organizations in baseball, the Rays, the Giants, even the Yankees or the Bo Sox, everybody that comes out of those minor league systems has a team approach. This is how we do things. This is the Red Sox way. This is the Giants way. And if you look at the White Sox, there's not even a comparison.
No, they're a collection of parts. And that's how you go from fourth in baseball in walk percentage to last in baseball in walk percentage. Some of these other organizations that you talk about, the number of pitches that you see and the way you approach at bats is fundamental to your rising within the organization, Bill. And I would also say that if we say and thanks as always, man, the Peter principle means one rises to the level of one's incompetence. Tony La Russa didn't rise to any level within the organization. He just floated in Deus Ex Machina and was placed there by the whim of one person. So that's what sort of disconnects everything. There was something being built. They had all the decks cleared to bring in somebody that was going to galvanize a young team. And instead it's like, okay, now what? And that's why we have this desultory arrangement of, like you say, come as you are. Players show up and do things, and their name is here in the lineup or their name is there in the lineup. And That's why it feels disconnected. There isn't a continuity to it. That's why I get in trouble when I sit here and I say, all right, those wins against the Yankees, that's what's supposed to happen. You stand behind your guy, and I was lauding Tony La Russa, and they get all this energy going against Josh Donaldson. And you know what? It didn't matter because things aren't connected to other things in that way. And maybe it's partly a baseball thing, but I'm saying it again, coming off a couple wins. And one of the reasons for those wins was Jake Berger coming up with one of the biggest hits of the year so far, as they're still chasing a 500 record. But he was on the score this morning. He was on with Mully and Haugh, and he's talking about how this year's different from last year for him.
This year, I really wanted to focus on, just being calm and controlling my emotions a little bit. I have a tendency to overswing or try and do too much in those types of situations. And I was on deck, and they had a righty and a lefty warming up, and they brought a lefty in that had a pretty good changeup. And I'm like, okay, he's probably going to throw me a couple of changeups in a row here. And fortunate I got one up and didn't try and do too much and just took a easy, nice, calm swing and, made solid contact with it.
Jake, after Sunday's game, I think Tony La Russa referred to you as a box checker. Certainly as somebody that checks a lot of boxes. We know you can hit in the clutch. We know you can hit a long way. We know you can play third base and you can play DH. How qualified are you to play second base? That's the question a lot of Sox fans wonder as they project how they're going to keep you in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I worked on it all off season, and feel pretty comfortable over there. In that Boston game, the day I got called up, I played like the last 3 innings. I didn't get any ground balls or anything. It's like I always say, it's wherever they need me, I'll play, and I'm just happy to compete and help the team in any way I can.
What's the best part about being a big leaguer?
Wow. I mean, I would say probably the number one thing is just like playing in front of like packed stadiums, especially here in Chicago. It's just like, it's so cool. And, sometimes I'm playing third base or, and in at bat, and like I have to take a step back and kind of just like look around and be like, holy cow, like this is it. Like, this is so cool. And, get to play in front of Chicago fans, which are the best fans in baseball, in my opinion, after what I've seen so far. That's probably the best part. And then just like, being on the field with some of the greats, Jose Abreu, Tim Anderson, and then you're playing against some of the greats like Ohtani and Trout. And, it's just like, man, this is it. And this is what you dream of as a kid.
There are only 6 players on the White Sox with a weighted runs created plus over 100. That's it. And he's one of them. So you got to play him. Because some of these numbers just aren't good enough for other people. Right now, the best hitter on the team is Tim Anderson. We know he's out. Tim Anderson's at 163. That's MVP level stuff. Luis Roberts at 124. Jose Abreu's at 129. Andrew Vaughn's at 143. Jake Berger's at 109. Danny Mendick is at 140. Those are your guys above average. That is it for your hitters right now, above league average. Everybody else is underwater. Everybody else. They're all down here at the bottom. Hazley, Jimenez, Harrison, Sheets, Moncada, Grandal, Garcia, Pollock. Bad. All of them. Play the guys who can hit, and right now Jake Berger is one of them. You'd like to see him walk a little bit more. He walks 6.1% of the time, but that is right in line with the White Sox 6.2. He's absolutely representative of that. But this is part of the problem. It's part of exactly what Bill is saying right here is they have not created any sort of organizational blueprint for these are the skill sets, these are the types of players that we want. They're just kind of cobbling together a group of guys. And maybe last year is as far as that's going to get. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's all it's supposed to do is get to that point when you do it like this. And then you bring in a manager because you want to right an old wrong and you don't really think managers matter all that much. So maybe we're wasting a lot of time and emotion hoping for something that isn't realistic. But, I guess there's no point stopping doing that now. Speaking of Tim Anderson, he was on the Laurence Holmes show yesterday. It was a terrific interview with one of the more dynamic Chicago athletes in recent memory. And he believes he's got a terrific relationship with his manager.
You know, when he first signed over, a lot of people didn't think we would get along. I guess just off of his history and, just off of my personality. But it's one of those things you gotta learn. You gotta learn for yourself. You can't go off of what other people say. And, ever since he got over here, we've just been, building a relationship and, communicating and talking. He's super competitive and I'm super competitive. We just want to win and we'll do whatever it takes. So, we started clicking ever since he got over here. And, it's been nothing. It's been great. We're trying to reach that goal. And, he's all in and, I'm all in and, everybody's all in. So we're just trying to, continue to keep working and, keep getting better and hopefully we get there.
What gives you hope that things are going to turn around and you guys can reach your goals?
First off, just the energy in the locker room. I know what my guys can do, when everybody's healthy. I mean, it's a long season. If we could just keep our head above water, man, and get to that finish line and be able to, hopefully hit another gear and just keep working, we got a shot. So the ultimate goal is just for sure to get everyone healthy, and then we have fun from there, and then we just see where it takes us.
Okay, I just want him back in the lineup. It sounds great when he's saying it, and he looks cool when he's sitting on the bench and having fun and taping up broken bats and all the stuff that he's doing. But it's going to be very hard for them to put a floor in this thing without his numbers in the lineup, without a slash line of 356, 393, 503. 2.2 win player already, and that gaudy 163 WRC plus number, and he's a positive defender.
He's their best, most valuable player,
He is by a mile.
Yeah.
By a mile, even though we've talked up Luis Robert as a potential MVP, these numbers aren't even close.
Right, like Luis Robert could be the most well-rounded, like most productive player the White Sox have.
And Tim Anderson,
yeah, well, sure. And Tim Anderson is the most valuable to this team. The position that he plays, the stuff that he brings from the plate to the field, he's got everything.
There's a star shortstop in MLB, and those are special things, and they know it. Just he's got to come back. All these guys have to stay healthy. When we come back, let's talk Cubs. The Cubs are developing pitching. I think that's the story. I don't know where along the development is, but for years, we talked about this hole in the organization. The one thing they didn't do ever was develop pitching. Don't look now, but they kind of are. Sahada Sharma wrote about that, and he'll tell us some of the things he discovered and learned about how that process is going next on The Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Here comes the 1-2 to Contreras, drilled in the air, deep left field. Back is Yelich, that ball is gone. Line drive, home run.
Cub fans who are freaking out about Wilson Contreras being traded. I don't decode emojis as well as perhaps some of my younger brethren. His emojis that he put out, was it Instagram or was it Twitter?
This is Twitter.
Okay.
We have 4 emojis here to decode.
Ladies and gentlemen,
2 unique emojis, 4 total.
Okay, 4 total emojis. The order is important. The language barrier creates an opportunity to simply use the emojis to say what you're saying. And as always, the emojis let you be very vague about what you might actually mean and think, if anything at all.
Correct. So we have one plane.
Okay, we have a plane.
On the ascent.
Okay, a plane rising is the first emoji from Wilson Contreras.
The second emoji is a plane on the ascent.
So 2...
Still rising.
Okay, now...
I don't know if this is 2 separate planes, if this is the same plane that's just rising twice.
Is he really just trying to put the takeoff into perspective here? Double takeoff.
We have a third plane on the descent.
Whoa. Those are all in a row.
Correct. And then the fourth plane also on the descent. So this could be 2 planes taking off and landing at the same time.
Okay.
Or this is just doubly ascent and then descent. So
he's really trying to...
different ways we can look at
He's
it.
trying to hammer home the narrative arc of the emoji storyline here.
So Wilson Contreras is either on the way out or, more presumably so, Wilson Contreras is headed on vacation.
On vacation.
Correct. Yeah. Which is where I tend to lean. He's just headed to maybe... Jamaica or something like that.
Sure. Maybe he's going to go to Turks and Caicos.
Let me check his Instagram.
Yeah, see, there you go. Do a little social media decoding, and we'll try to figure it out. 4 emojis, but only 2 unique ones. Double takeoff, double landing. Could be Venezuela.
I think Wilson Contreras deleted his Instagram when he got caught DMing porn stars. I can't find him yet.
I didn't know that happened.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he DM'd a couple porn stars.
That's a tough look.
Yeah.
That,
especially for a married guy.
That is a tough look.
This hour is brought to you by Busey Bank.
The Dan Bernstein Show, 9 a.m. to noon on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Haugh towards the cap, right center field and deep. That will hit the ivy. Second double of the night for Ian Happ, and the game-winning run is in scoring position with 2 outs.
When you doubled, everybody thought the game might have been over right there. They showed the dugout, and the dugout was all kind of rising up, and then it was, oh. Like, if I'm out there, I'm like, hey, guys, I doubled.
I didn't see the reaction, but it always is great being in the dugout, and you're kind of feeding off everybody's energy. And so when something like that happens, if one guy's like, then it kind of goes all over the place.
Still, I mean, fine. He didn't end the game in some dramatic walk-off moment, but he's still standing on second. He can still be the run that wins the game. And I was like, damn it, he didn't make it out, guys. Give a little credit. He's looking in like, hey, I'm still out here. That was Ian Happ. He joins us weekly to talk Cubs things. I'm digging this disco vibe, Rankin. This is good stuff. That's
Silk Sonic.
Yeah, so good. This is Mike Rankin on the board. We're going to get to him later. Mike Rankin, professional cornhole player. You heard me right. Yeah, you heard me right. Professional bags player. We're going to talk about that a little later on in the show. That's the big sports stuff that happened last night. We always like talking baseball with Sahadev Sharma. He's on Twitter at Sahadev Sharma, has the Cubs beat for The Athletic, and he's on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. So there's been a lot of names up here, whether it has been Steele or Swarmer or Killian or Thompson. For me, the headline, Sahadev, and tell me if I'm wrong, the Cubs system is producing viable major league pitching. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, I think that's totally fair. That's accurate. And I think Swarmer is an interesting one because I remember years ago a lot of people act like this is the same regime. And I think we all know this is a very different front office, but the previous player development group was finally excited. They're like, we finally have a guy that's ticking up in velocity. It's been years of waiting for someone to actually progress, and Swarmer was one of those guys that actually took a jump in velocity, and we're seeing what he can do, especially with that nasty breaking ball. But a lot of these other guys, this is that new player development group. Really finding proof of concept. That's what they told me back in 2020 with Adbert Alzolay, believing that, hey, we were able to, over the course of 2 weeks, teach him a new pitch, and he was able to take it into major league games, in weeks. And they believed that was a sign that things had clicked and they could apply this in different ways. They did that with Justin Steele. They're doing it with more and more pitchers, and you're seeing guys come up to the big leagues and be effective.
I'm interested in how this is being done, and really when you've talked to these guys, but whether it's Craig Breslow or Casey Jacobson, who was a driveline instructor, the guys actually, before the pitcher is even in pitch lab, who says, let's change this guy's slider or let's change this guy's arm angle? What are those discussions? Where and when do those discussions occur, and how do they filter down to the player?
Yeah, no, the way a player's body moves, a way a certain pitch moves for them, they can say, maybe they can do this. Sometimes it's just as much as, hey, we have this grip that works for a lot of guys. Why don't you try it? And the guy will be like, nope. That doesn't work. Like I talked to Justin Steele about that slider that a lot of pitchers are using that Ethan Roberts used, Derek Norris uses. It's popular in the Yankees system. Justin Steele tried it and he was like, "Yep, I threw it and it was garbage." And they didn't even bother trying to push me with it because I have a great slider. Why mess with anything? But sometimes it right away. There's certain guys where. Like Brandon Hughes, right? Mm-hmm. This is a guy that converts from outfielder. Well, how do you push this? How do you even trust that this is going to work? He's thrown in the lab right away, and they see that the fastball has unique characteristics. So right away you see, okay, there's something here we can possibly build off of. You need so much more, right? You need the guy to be willing to put in the work. You need the guy to stay healthy. You need him to develop a second pitch, and all of that clicked. So you need a little bit of luck and the right type of player. I mean, you talk about a guy like Scott Efros. They saw some characteristics. Maybe this will work if he throws from a different slot. And then you have the work ethic, you have the makeup, you have all that add up to a really quality relief pitcher. So you need all these little things to add up and work. But to a man, I've talked to a lot of these guys. When did you notice things change? Why do you feel like things have gotten better? They all point to 2019. Things started to change. They started getting more information. They started learning different things about how to pitch, what statistics, and not just statistics, what numbers are important, what data is important. Not all of them care about that, but they're learning about these things and doing different things as far as how to develop their pitches and mechanics and everything.
I'm wondering how that gets sorted out as far as roles at this point. It almost doesn't matter. If we're looking at this year, sort of like maybe 2013, 2014, if they do plan on going and spending. And the speculation is that in this offseason, they might sell off Wilson Contreras and maybe, I don't know, maybe Ian Happ, maybe others at this one more deadline. And then it's going to be to start shoring this up. How should we look at the remainder of the year for who's going to be what as far as high leverage relief or potential starter stretch outs?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's what they're figuring out. That's what they're going to use the rest of the year to figure out. What I found interesting here is I'm going to focus on one specific guy in Keegan Thompson here. David Ross really seems to like him in that long man role, that extended multi-inning relief role, right? And he talks about how he helps the bullpen by doing that. He not only does he help them win a game, but he helps the bullpen, and you get that reset for the bullpen every 4 days. So what's the value here? Getting a guy for 2 1/3, 3 innings maybe every 4 days, or getting him for 5 innings every 5 days, right? So and the benefit of having him for every 4 days is now you reset your bullpen, right? The bullpen has struggled a little bit. The numbers aren't as good since Thompson went in the rotation. Now, you couldn't have this debate 6 years ago, right? There was never a question about what's the better role.
Well, no, the long man were the worst pitchers on your roster.
Right. It wasn't. It was an afterthought. It was in blowouts. It wasn't to help you win a game. Now they're using bullpens differently. With the 13-man bullpen eventually coming, you can't have a ton of those guys. But if you have one of those guys and it's really helping your rotation and your bullpen out, I suddenly start to wonder, is that Keegan Thompson's best role? And listen, I don't know what's going on in his head, but you ask him, and he does not care what role he's in. He wants to play in the major leagues and win baseball games and be on a winning team. That could just he may just be saying the right thing to us, but I've asked him for multiple years now, and he's never suggested that. Yeah, would he like to go out there and start? Sure, but has he ever suggested to me that that's the only role he's happy with? That's his ultimate goal. Every single time I ask him what his ultimate goal is, it's be in the major leagues and help my team win. So this isn't a guy that seems to be upset with his role at all. So that's one guy where I'm not sure what his best role is just yet, but perhaps David Ross seems to like him in a particular role and is using him as a starter right now out of absolute necessity. The rest of these guys, I think we need to see with some of them. I was really impressed with Swarmer. It's 2 starts, so you can't go overboard there. But I mean, when you get those type of results, I start to wonder how are you doing this with two pitches? It's not really normal. We've seen it happen in very rare outlier occasions. So is he one of those outliers? I think that's one of the things you want to figure out. Otherwise, he has a plus pitch, right? And if you have a plus pitch and you can command your fastball, then you're at least a reliever. And like we said, multi-inning relievers are useful now. So that's a guy that you find a floor, I think, and then hope that maybe they push past that and have a different ceiling. I mean, it's kind of what Caleb Killian's done, right? He had a floor, and now they've made some tweaks with him, and his ceiling has kind of risen, and he's a different type of prospect than he was a year ago.
How do you think they'll deploy him on the major league level from here on in this year?
Yeah, I think it's going to be based on injuries until the trade deadline. I think we got that little taste of him here. We'll see. He got that experience in the major leagues. I don't think he's pushing himself up to the big leagues until someone's traded or there's another injury or something like that requires him to come up. Unless Swarmer really struggles or something like that, and he has to come up, and the injuries keep them. If Miley and Smiley aren't ready to pitch, and Swarmer is not effective, then maybe he comes up. But I just think they're happy to kind of let him continue to work on things. He's still, it was one outing, so I don't know what his pitch mix is going to be when he's a major leaguer for good. But he didn't really use that four-seam and curve all that much. The breaking ball, he barely used it. And we didn't see the changeup at all, which has been the case at AAA too, from what I understand. He hasn't been throwing the changeup a lot. I don't know if that'll ever be part of his arsenal. It's really hard if you don't have the feel for a changeup, it's really hard to develop that and make that a usable major league pitch. Not saying that he can't do it, but it's not the easiest pitch to learn if it's not one of those things that's like, oh yeah, I got the feel for this, I can do this almost immediately. So we'll see what he is as far as pitch usage over the long haul, but I think what we saw was just a taste of what he can do and the type of pitcher that he's become as he's kind of evolved as a pitcher over the past year.
Every time I hear Miley and Smiley, I think it's a middle market sports midday show somewhere. It's just too perfect. But I'm curious then about how catching plays into this, and it's particularly in the context of the likelihood of a Contreras trade. As you're developing pitching here, the symbiotic relationship with the catcher and with the catcher's institutional knowledge of opposing swings, of a given moment. These things aren't independent. And making a decision to move on from Contreras has to have some awareness here of who's going to be catching. I mean, you could get replacement level veteran guy, whether that's Yan Gomes or somebody else, but I would think that with all the brain power and all of the time and effort spent on the pitching side of Pitch Lab, I don't know that there's an equivalent catch lab, but that has to matter. Like that, you just can't presume that piece is going to take care of itself amid all of this ongoing development that's happening here at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. I mean, Wilson's a big part of what they're doing, right, at the major league level with pitching, and you know, he's in the middle of it. He's putting in all the work, but Yan Gomes is a veteran and a winner and a guy that's been, has caught veteran pitching staffs, has caught World Series pitching staffs. He knows how to do that stuff too. So you need guys like Yan Gomes. If you're going to trade Wilson Contreras, I think Yan Gomes becomes all the more important for this pitching development. You need a steady guy back there, that a veteran that knows what he's doing. And yes, does Wilson Contreras have more institutional knowledge of what the Cubs are doing? No doubt about it. Can Yan Gomes impact the young pitchers in a similar fashion? I think he can. I think that's why you bring him in. That's part of the reason, right? We know that they wanted to bring in a veteran like Yan Gomes to help Wilson just in general. And so far, so good. It's paying off in the sense that the DH is there. They have a trustworthy catcher that they can rely on when Wilson is DHing or even resting, and this keeps Wilson fresh. And through 2 months, we've seen what that means offensively for him. I do think you bring up a fair point. I'm curious how it plays out, because even a guy like P.J. Higgins, who you'd think would know Caleb Killian really well, I was asking about it. He's like, I actually haven't caught him this year until the doubleheader. So, I mean, they have kind of a glut of catchers at AAA, and guys need playing time. So, it's not like just because he was at AAA, he has all this knowledge about Caleb Killian or all these other guys that are there. Obviously, he's working with them and sitting in the scouting meetings and all that stuff, so he knows him, but he didn't have a ton of experience catching him this year, which I found interesting.
I wonder what it means that a lot of these developmental pitchers are older, that sometimes a guy has to fail in a certain way, like you say, either at a different position or with a certain grip on his pitch, that you're harvesting a crop later. And I don't know that it's significant, but your pitchers aren't coming up at 22, 23, 24. They're arriving as viable major leaguers, to use that term again, at 27, 28. What does that do to your window of opportunity? Does it mean you just have to keep producing them and keep getting stuff out of them? But it's almost a market inefficiency then to realize that there are guys whose development may plateau in your organization or someone else's organization, whether it's Rule 5 or just having your pro personnel people acquire and say, hey, we like what this arm, we think this guy could be better in our organization, a better fit for us. How it's a different way of looking at when guys are supposed to be ready and contributing.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of randomness, to be honest, with the Cubs and what we're seeing right now. I mean, Justin Steele is a guy that had so many injuries, he just took a while to come up. Keegan Thompson was a college draftee who, took a while to click in the minors. And like some of these guys, like you said, it's just, injuries or lost in another organization and figure things out here. There's so many random stories right now at the major league level with these guys. When you talk about Efros and Hughes, those aren't the standard development wins that you always talk about, right? This isn't a guy that just learned a new pitch. These are guys that really had career-altering changes made, and they just happen to work out. I think you'll start to see a more normal progression. There's some guys at AAA that are younger, and they're mostly relievers. A guy like DJ Hers is dominating high A. I assume he'll be at AA at some point this year. Once you get to AA, you're really close, obviously, right? And if he continues to dominate or produce, then you're just, you're so close to the big leagues at that point, and he's a young guy as well. So a lot of this has to do with, I think, guys, the older guys figured things out, and they're up right now. But remember, this process started in 2019, and that was just the very beginning of it. All the people, all the coaches all the player development people weren't really in place until 2020, which was a lost year, essentially. And then 2021 was another odd year as well. So we're just starting to see the beginning of this process really trickle into the major leagues. And I mean, like we began this conversation, it's been tremendously effective. It's really hard to deny the results here.
Well, it'll be interesting to watch to see how Jed Hoyer talks about it, because I think he sort of grudgingly said, yes, we're beginning to see the outer edges of our pitching development reach the majors. So the fact that they're underplaying it suggests that they might be potentially pretty proud of it.
Oh, yeah, they're certainly proud of it. I mean, you look at numbers across the minor leagues, and they lead the minors or above, like near the top in the minors in a lot of different categories, whether it's just pure stuff and velocity or results. They're finally up there among the top five, sometimes leading all of the minors in these numbers. Someone told me that R&D did a study about 4 or 5 years ago. It was either 18 or 19. Their velocity was bottom 5 in the minors. So it's completely turned around. They've completely turned the minor league pitching system around just in that one area, just velocity-wise. So it's really hard to win in baseball when you don't have velocity with your pitching, right? Today's game, if you're just producing a bunch of soft tossers, some of them may survive, but that's hard to thrive in the big leagues without guys that are throwing hard. And now they're developing those guys, and they're learning how to, coach up the command and pitch shape aspects. And if they really nail that, you have something working really well.
Fascinating stuff from Sahadev Sharma of The Athletic. Always appreciate your time, man. Thank you.
Take care. Thanks for having me.
That is Sahadev Sharma, who covers the Cubs for The Athletic. Hey, it's down to Boston and Golden State in the NBA Finals. Don't miss all of the latest storylines, drama, and hot takes. Trista Crick is going live today and tomorrow at 4 o'clock to break down the finals as only she can. You won't want to miss Trista's takes on all things Warriors and the Celtics live today and tomorrow at 4 o'clock. And the only way to listen is on the Odyssey app. We come back to the latest on the Bears and flouting league rules and what history says about teams that do this, that have padded practices when they're not supposed to. Your union rules can't contain the hits principle. They're sticking it to the man, and they're hitting each other and establishing toughness. Yeah, the Bears are doing things they're not supposed to do, and I think they need to be asked why they're doing this and what they knew and what they didn't know. Some of the details next on The Score.
Go Bears. Tomorrow, 9 to noon, it's Layla Wednesday, where Layla Rahimi joins Dan Bernstein to unleash all her Chicago sports.
Yeah, it had to be a little bit awkward having to manage some guys trying to go out and take the ball from John Lester when, John Lester's probably 60% of the reason that David Ross ended up. He might be more percentage of why he ended up in Chicago to kind of be his personal catcher those 2 or 3 years there. But this team definitely will kind of mirror what their manager believes in. And I have seen that where they're focusing on more bat-to-ball skills. But I think the thing for me is that the honesty's in the room. and they're kind of building towards something, and they know they can go and talk to him at any time. I think the thing that kind of jumps off out at me was what the Anthony Rizzos and the Chris Bryants and the Javi Baez's did in a Cubs uniform. I mean, that stuff might never be matched. I mean, I certainly thought about what it would be like to be on the team that broke the curse. You put that uniform on, that's all you think about. So for them to do the heroic things that they were able to do in 2016 will never be forgotten. But then you see them move on, and you're kind of expecting this, not a long rebuild, but you're expecting like a reimagining. And that's what I think Jed Hoyer's done. Like the Seiya Suzuki, the Stroman deal kind of came out of left field for me. The fact that they were in on Correa, I mean, it kind of just seems like they want a different feel moving forward, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think they're set up for a ton of success rather quickly.
I get it. The coaches and the GM, I hear the rebuilding. They can win this year. I'm sure everybody in Chicago, including myself, because when Lovie Smith came in and he said something about Green Bay, and he said that about Green Bay and talking about how, hey, we're going to beat Green Bay. And I'm looking at the TV like, have you watched the last few Green Bay games against Green Bay or against Brett Favre? Because they're beating the hell out of us, you know, like. So he came in with a different mentality, and it was like, okay, yeah, this guy right here, he's thinking a little different. He don't care if it's Brett Favre or not. We got to beat them because that's the standard. We have to beat them. They're winning each and every year. What are we doing wrong, or what can we do more like them so we can beat them? And in 2 years, we're sitting in a Super Bowl and had every shot to win it. So, and it doesn't take long if you got the right guys here, you got the right guys leading those guys. So I'm hopeful. I like the draft. I like what they did. I like how they addressed the position. So I'm pretty pumped about the upcoming season. For what the Bears did, I think Justin Fields owes it to the Bears and himself to get better and take a step forward so he can help the guys that's there. If you give him the ball back more, by making the defense better, by making the secondary better, the offensive line getting a little better, yes, I think you can do that. If they had the draft capital, there's no doubt in my mind they would have picked up Olave or one of those receivers that Justin is that he had a previous relationship or previous engagement with. He played with him down in college, so whether that was Wilson or Olave. So they didn't have the draft capital to move up to get a guy like that. So should they have just gotten anybody? No, if they're not on your board, then don't reach. And I love that. They didn't reach at anybody. If that person came, then they picked them, but they still were able to address glaring holes on this team. That was corner, a strong safety that we have not had since Amos left.
means some part of that is flouting the collective bargaining agreement union rules when it comes to hitting. Yeah, if you're just joining us, we got the news early this morning. I saw it on the email, and I thought, oh, great, we got to wait another day to get Bears sound because, after last night with no local sports and no basketball, anything going on, I'm thinking, okay, well, I wonder what happened here. Was it weather-related? Why did they push it? Well, the Bears were forced to cancel their OTAs today by the league as a punishment because the Bears, and this is what's critical here, the Bears had been warned for having practices featuring too much contact last month. And there's some passive voice here in Dan Wiederer's article with requests made that they alter their practice activity to adjust. Who made those requests? Of whom? This is what I want to know. Did a player rep directly go to Matt Eberflus? Did a player rep go to the union or to the league? Is there a hotline that they call? It says eventually, when proper adjustments weren't made, the NFLPA was asked to get involved, and the NFL stepped in, deciding that the team was in violation of league rules. As a result, the Bears were required to forfeit one of their OTA practices. The Bears sent an email to reporters Monday afternoon saying the team had made an OTA schedule change and that Tuesday's open practice and media availability was being moved to Wednesday. There was no indication in that update of why the change became necessary. I don't know if they were trying to hide it, if they were just trying to make it look like nothing to see here, move along. But this happens occasionally. And as our buddy Kevin Fishbane of The Athletic pointed out, there have been 5 NFL teams recently penalized for OTA infractions. 4 of them have made the playoffs. Take this as you see it for whatever it means. I don't think Matty was like, look, this is how you make the playoffs. You violate the OTA contact rules.
You mean 5 isn't a big enough sample? I think it is.
The 49ers and the Cowboys in 2021, the Ravens in 2018, and the Seahawks 6 years ago in 2016.
Go Bears!
Super Bears.
This is
Super Bowl.
Super Bowl. Even though some are now believing that the Bears are going to be the very worst team in the entire NFL.
I almost put this as a poll on Twitter of what do you think is more likely? The Bears are the worst team in the NFL or the Bears finish second in their division?
Oh, the former, I think. But here's the thing. They could have a bad record, but not be a bad have it not be a bad year. I know that sounds weird. They could lose if it depends how they lose games. And you say, well, you're writing off this year. And I kind of am writing off the year record-wise or win-loss wise, but I keep thinking they're going to lose some close games, that they're going to play well enough to be in it against better teams until those better teams' skill position players prove better than the Bears' skill position players. That's what happens often. And maybe injuries will level that playing field and you steal a couple wins late in the season. You get some odd conditions, or you get you catch a team with a backup quarterback. These things happen, and that's part of football. But I just think it's amazing to me that they would do it. They had to know. They had to know.
You sure?
No, I'm not sure. But how can you? This is what I wonder. Is it in a given practice? If they're not in, you can't have guys starting to hit if they're only in shells. Because that hurts. I mean, or guys not in pads, are they thudding too hard? Like, we don't know exactly what constitutes this violation of too much contact. If you are laying out the equipment for the day and writing everything down and telling your equipment managers, this practice is pads, and we're tackling to the ground. Everybody knows that. That takes time to set up. That there's planning involved. What I'm wondering is, did practices just get a little too hot and heavy? Did you have guys not in pads who were running into each other? Did you have guys get a little overzealous in their pursuits in the hits principle, and somebody maybe say, hey, dude, this isn't that kind of practice? This can go in a lot of different directions. I don't think I would be very surprised if it rose to the level of an organizational choice to say, I know we're not supposed to do this, but we're all wearing pads and taping up, and let's go. Get your mouthpiece in.
So you're saying everybody is so bought into the hits principle that they're so excited and fired up, dare I say, to go at it, that they're still running through each other instead of up to each other when they're in their shells.
They're locked in. That's what it is. And maybe just in shorts and shells, there's too many bruises. They're just taking it a little bit too far. But then who's complaining? And what happens? Is there retaliation when that person complains? Are they trying to flush out the leaker? Who picked up the hotline? Who called the Players Association? Who said this? Are you not tough and you can't handle my push it to the edge practices and playing to the echo of the whistle? Because there could be some stuff here. And I will say that on the Bears beat, there's some competition there too, and I expect that these questions will be asked. I would think today the Bears are spending a lot of time getting stories straight as to how this went down.
Bears are 55-1 to win the NFC. They're 100-1 to win the Super Bowl over at your place, FanDuel. If this makes you more confident that the Bears are going to be good this year, because 4 of 5 teams that have had these violations have gone to the playoffs, then there you go.
But they're just playing so damn hard that they can't contain their intensity. It's just too much to ask.
Plus 950 to win the division.
You're such a troll.
Because you know what they're going to do? What? They're going to take the division and then they're not going to give it back.
I think that's also a violation of the collective bargaining agreement. If you just at some point you have to give it back. I think you can't just take it.
Tell the Packers.
I don't know. I would wonder about the actual communication that sparked this punishment. But it's a badge of honor, right? Eberflus gonna be like, yeah, we're one of those teams. We go a little hard sometimes. You know how it is when you're extra tough. Sometimes, hey, we're the Chicago Bears playing the hits principle. Sometimes our practices just get going and we can't contain ourselves.
Well, he was warned, you said.
You can warn me. I'm Matt Eberflus. You may give me a warning, but my football toughness and my hits principle just doesn't know your bounds. We don't play by your rules. Next up,
that's more like it,
right? We have the midday midway coming up. I want to start with a bit of a non sequitur story that I saw this morning. There's a whole lot of horrible news out there and awful things that we hear about all the time. There's actually, truth be told, an amazing medical and scientific achievement that just occurred at one of the major cancer hospitals in the United States. It's a staggering story, and it just a couple of moments on it, and absolutely true. I'm not screwing around with this. It's what appears to be a major breakthrough in fighting cancer, and then I want to get into how I felt about Top Gun Maverick, because in large, this is a tease also for our guest Thursday at 9:40. The Chicago guy who played Hondo in Top Gun Maverick, Bashir Salahuddin, is going to join us on these airwaves. I can't wait because he seems awesome. He's a comedian who plays somewhat serious, but is one of the breakout stars of Top Gun Maverick. And the movie was good. I'll tell you why I thought so next, among other things, in the midday midway on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Something broke my spirit of hope and belief in the White Sox to rebound and win that division.
They're in a weird spot right now.
Well, Connor's right. That's all about a lot of things, frankly. He's had a pretty good year.
Things have worked out really well for Connor McDoink, or as I like to call him, Quinoa Jenkins.
What?
Quinoa Jenkins.
Go on.
He's Mr. Quinoa.
Oh,
that's why he's so thin.
I thought that was I ate a lot of quinoa, and I don't look like that.
He's a rock climbing, quinoa eating, play-by-play doing man.
White.
I mean, he's also
Yes.
Went to Wisconsin, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Jump around.
Story checks
Two
out.
left, first against Detroit, and then with Detroit.
If only for the Bears.
It's a Detroit weekend.
Somebody has to tell me how Connor McDoink happened to
Because
one
he
day.
called himself Connor McDoink.
I thought that was something the Scorer listeners gave to him, and
No.
then he just embraced it because he's a nice person.
No, he literally in an update called himself Connor McDoink.
No.
Well, it was 2 o'clock, and from the Chicago Wolves Update Studio, I'm Connor McKnight. Join the Wolves tomorrow night.
Some of this stuff we don't make up lately.
I have messed up my name, so I get it.
Have
I
you
called
really?
myself Luke Stuckmeyer.
It depends when you did that.
On TV.
Well, 'cause,
I'm Luke. He's Layla. No.
That's not how that works. That's
Strike
not how
that.
any of this works.
Reverse it. I started a Sunday morning show by welcoming people to 820 The Spore.
Oh. Okay. So you started coronavirus.
I might have, yeah. I welcome people to The Spore.
Also, story checks out. I feel like we're learning a lot today.
Yeah. So, I'm happy for McDoink. He's done a really good job with the play-by-play when he's been asked.
Do you remember when George forgot the frequency? Kenneth, you remember that when he was like, he goes, I'm George Hoffman for Sports Radio 8. He goes, for the Score, Sports Radio 800.
I don't believe
Yes,
that. That's not a thing that happened.
It happened. And it's like his voice knew that something was going wrong because he used to string for so many other stations.
Yes.
And he'd do it. It's like
Thought it was sports phone.
right, or whatever it was. And he's for the Score, Sports Radio 800.
You guys gotta meet me halfway out there.
So real, you can almost feel it. The Midday Midway with Dan Bernstein on 670 The Score.
Your Tuesday midway is when we let you know what we've been discussing. I'm doing it again with the White Sox. I'm looking at this. I'm drawing a line and saying, now start playing better. Now. You came off of two unlikely wins on the road against a better team. You're coming home. You're a little banged up. Start it now. Get good. Stop sucking at baseball. We'll see if they listen to me. I think I penciled in Michael Kopech for a quality start tonight. I talked myself into that also. And we've been following this Bears story of they were docked a practice. They had to cancel today's practice because they've just been hitting too hard. They love too much. They've too much contact, not allowed. There were complaints. They were on double secret probation, and finally the league stepped in and said, "No, your hits principle is too intense, and there's too much hitting, and this is why you're going to lose a practice because somebody said, Rit! Someone called and said, hey, the Bears are hitting too much. You can't do that." Also talked to Sahadev Sharma about the Cubs developing pitching. A small New York City-led cancer trial has actually achieved something miraculous. The total remission and total eradication of cancer in all of the patients involved in the trial. This was led by doctors here at the Memorial Sloan Kettering in the United States. I always pledge that I like when they say, beer is good for you or coffee's good. I always try to find these studies. This is bigger than that. This is not just some rando study abstract that we're pulling headlines off of. This was backed by GlaxoSmithKline, and it was at the August Memorial Sloan Kettering Institute in New York. It was 12 patients with a specific cancer in its early stages and with a rare mutation. These results were reported in the New England Journal of Medicine and then by the New York Times. It is believed multiple doctors are saying these are unprecedented, and the quote is unheard of. All 12 patients had a specific rectal cancer that had not spread beyond the local area. The tumors all exhibited a mutation affecting the ability of cells to repair damage to DNA. They were treated with a new drug called dostarlimab. All 12 are in complete remission, no surgery, no chemotherapy, no severe side effects, no trace of cancer anywhere whatsoever in their body. This is not a small thing. Because even if it is just this drug and this specific cancer right now, usually these results are incremental. Usually they get more benefit than not. To have all 12 full remission, complete eradication of the tumors, this is immunotherapy that allows one's own body to recognize and see cancers that would otherwise be invisible to the immune system, and then they're attacked like any other invader. So to have this as a jumping off point even is enormous. So I want to make sure, and with all the doom scrolling that we do, and with all the way the timelines are algorithmically selected to find things to give us these dopamine hits, and often good news like this it doesn't make its way to us. I want to try to make sure that this is an incredibly positive thing. All right, I mentioned before that Top Gun Maverick is good, and it really is. And I have to say, the experience of going to the movies and seeing that kind of movie, I didn't realize how much I missed it. To go see a summer, exciting, loud, old-fashioned movie and have it be people's faces and not CGI and not Marvel superheroes and not everything hidden behind all of the swirling phantasmagoric stuff. And I saw Doctor Strange, and that was fine. But this felt, in a way, and this is going to sound weird, what I liked about the experience of Top Gun Maverick. And let's set aside everything. Yes, I know that when I was in high school and Top Gun came out, I know that movie wasn't that great. And I know it was a classic Reaganite massive recruiting video for the armed forces. I know all that. I'm not overrating Top Gun. I sort of have enjoyed Top Gun for all the campiness and all the, now what we know is the over-the-top gay subtext of it that makes it fun. But this movie on its own merits it's a good movie. And your screen is filled with movie stars and just good-looking people and incredible action sequences. It is absolutely loud as hell. I mean, your head's banging but you love it. You love every minute of all of the noise and all the power and the jets and the old music and the new music and everything that they do. But the lack of CGI, the real camera work involved, the flight scenes are out of this world, are just spectacular. And whatever Tom Cruise is taking, whatever he's getting at age 60 to look like that and continue to defy age as he's defying it, more power to him. I don't care about anything else and his body thetans and the volcanoes on Xenu and jumping on a couch. I don't care. Guy's a damn movie star. And he plays hard. Guy brings it. The other decision that they made in this film that was really important. It was casting no names in important roles. There are people you will recognize, and there is a scene with real pathos, with genuine pathos between Tom Cruise and Val Kilmer, between Maverick and Iceman Kazansky. That's well acted, and I have to say, when the scene begins, there is Val Kilmer's character. He coughs, and if you saw a little Doc Holliday in that, you saw and heard a little bit of Tombstone Doc Holliday in that. I think that had to be intentional too. But for the most part, there's a lot of people like, who's that? Well, that's a good-looking guy. That's an interesting-looking person there. And I don't know who any of these people were. And for a lot of it, it's like either their first or second movie role at all. This Monica Barbaro, she's fabulous. Glenn Powell, who's like he plays Hangman, sort of the new Iceman character. He's great. And all of these people are really interesting to look at. Perhaps the best performance is Bashir Salahuddin as Hondo, who is one of Maverick's, one of his trusted right-hand guys, and is sort of this avuncular, I think he's a staff sergeant, who's just a terrific character. And Bashir Salahuddin is a South Side Chicago comedian, comedy writer, I believe Harvard educated, and we're going to have him on Thursday. Because I just really wanted to talk to him, and Rick did a nice job grabbing him, and just want to talk about his life on the South Side and how he got to this point. But the fact that for some of these characters, you don't have to overcome some of the aspects like, oh, this actor again is doing this character. It doesn't matter. There's no baggage. There's so many fresh faces, and It's filmed beautifully. Everything looks great. I mean, Tom Cruise looks great. Jennifer Connelly looks like $1 million. I was talking about the algorithms that find their news. It's not going to be long until we're going to be welcoming her into my Yahoo algorithm, because I mean, checking boxes here of 50 plus. And it's going to be Halle Berry stuns in topless shot on beach with friend. Oh, here's Elizabeth Hurley, and so that's absolutely wheelhouse. And I did not know her name is Penny, and I didn't know that it was an Easter egg that there is a line in the original Top Gun where somebody says to Maverick in the bar, it's like, oh, I caught you, like I saw you making out with Penny such and such. And that's the only time the name is mentioned. And then when he arrives in the movie and there's a backstory there is a connection to the previous film. Now, about the movie, yes, there is fan servicing that goes into it. You don't have to have seen the first Top Gun to appreciate this one. On its merits, freestanding film, it's good. It's not complicated. But they do deal with things. There's some aspects to the relationships where it's multi-layered. It's really well acted. It gives you everything you need. And the action sequences, like I say, are wonderful. I don't want to provide any spoiler alert. I will say the miracle mission that is the plot driver of this, that sets up your third act and the action sequence. The mission is extremely derivative of another movie. Baby. Yeah. Kinda, yes. Let me see. That they have to fly at super high speeds as a group in formation in a canyon, I don't know, or trench, and there are missiles that will fire at them. And at the very end of the trench that has to be navigated at high speed, there has to be a sequence of hitting a very, very small target with a shot that has to be dead solid perfect. and maybe does or doesn't involve a targeting system, and maybe some or many Bothans died to get the information to find out about the fatal flaw that's built into the enemy thing. Maybe. Just saying. But who cares? You don't care, you won't care, and there's way more that happens after that. So I would say just enjoy. I read something wonderful about it that just said the idea of it being people that is, like I say, it's not Iron Man and it's not Doctor Strange. It's people in houses and in a bar and in a car and on a place that it's small in that way. When they're not up there, screaming over the skies, it's people in a room talking to each other. And there's some quiet scenes that help the juxtaposition that helps to make the loud, exciting scenes loud and exciting in a way. And I guess I listened to the advice that was given about how to be a great fighter pilot is don't think too much. And I guess I didn't, and it made it a really enjoyable cinematic experience for me. We can talk some movies and some basketball with a guy who does both for a living, Zach Harper, who writes NBA for The Athletic and talks NBA on SiriusXM. He's also the host of something called the Cinephobe podcast. We'll do a little bit of all of it with him. There's some Bulls trade rumors, too, that we have to get to next on The Score.
Well, bye.
The Score celebrates 30 years of Chicago sports radio.
Strike three called. Ball gets. You never know what you're going to get on this show. Miss a little, miss a lot. That's what I'm trying to say.
Twitch stream suggesting an I'm a Fat Fish podcast coming up. I like this idea.
I don't know how to interview a fish.
Just make it up.
Who's going to voice the fish?
Somebody at our station.
I think you can do it, Layla.
What do fish sound like?
You could be the second guest on Between Two Fats.
I've wanted to be on the I'm Fat podcast for a while. I think I even asked about this in like 2018 or something.
You are not qualified.
I need you to find the actor who played Parkins, the Jedi. I know it was Y-Wing fighter. Was he in?
Gonna blow up the Death Star.
No, it's on Parkins. The photon torpedoes, the design flaw. Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
His real name is William Hootkins.
Fully operational.
That's a great name. And he won't be on because he's dead. He died in 2005.
The actor died?
Yes.
Parkins from Star Wars.
From Star Wars. Mob. I always wanted the I'm Fat podcast to have, the fat X-Wing fighter guy.
Oh my God, you lost me to Parkins from Star Wars.
Please make this personal.
By Busey Bank.
The Dan Bernstein Show on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Top Gun was created to teach ACM, air combat maneuvering.
No, actually, we've only done this twice.
Oh, how'd you do?
Crashed and burned on the first one. It wasn't pretty.
The second?
I don't know. I'll tell you tomorrow, but it's looking good so far.
We can always talk movies and basketball with Zach Harper, so we can do that. There's actually a movie that's coming out that's about basketball that I'm kind of thinking, probably not for me, but we'll see. Zach Harper is on Twitter at Talk Hoops. He's got a lot of jobs. He's the host of the Cinephobe podcast. He writes NBA for The Athletic. He appears on the Athletic NBA show and talks NBA on Sirius XM NBA. He is with us on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. So I just finished up giving my much-awaited review, a positive one, of Top Gun Maverick. Have you seen it? Your thoughts?
I saw it last week. I went in a little skeptical when I found out about Top Gun Maverick. I'm like, okay, do we really need a sequel to this? Like, what are we doing here? And then I had a couple of friends who saw it about a month before it came out at some screening, and they wouldn't shut up about it. So then my expectations got really high because they're two people that I trust. And then I, saw the reviews and tried to avoid all spoilers and everything. And then I went in 10:30 in the morning on I believe a Tuesday, and I sat down. I got through about 25 minutes of previews, which I just thought were insane. So now I'm getting a little
32 for us. 32 minutes of previews and commercials.
Yeah, they're like 4hotels.com commercial. I'm not staying in a hotel right now. I'm trying to watch a movie. Like, I didn't understand that. And so now I'm getting a little agitated, right? And then Tom Cruise comes on the screen and he thanks me for being in a movie theater. I thought, well, that's odd but nice.
Yeah, he's smiling, he's looking me directly in the eye and saying, "We made it for you. Thank you for being here in the theater." Yes.
Yeah, and then the music kicks in and I melted. And for the next 2 hours and 10 minutes, I just smiled like an idiot the entire time. Like, what an amazing cinematic experience! It's a perfect movie theater movie.
Yep.
Like, absolutely perfect. It didn't feel like it was 2 hours and 10 minutes. Like, it felt quick. And I hate Miles Teller. And I was completely invested in his character. Like, I couldn't believe how good it was.
Everybody looks so good. And it's like I forgot what it meant to go watch movie stars, like idealized looking human beings, and they're not cartoon characters. It's not Marvel. It's not, and even the fighter scenes weren't CGI, and it was loud, and it was like it was a movie, and I felt like a kid because it's like, oh yeah, actors on a screen playing people. It's a movie.
Yeah, and it's so rare these days to get an action movie that doesn't have a bunch of CGI in it, right? And so like it's a big reason why I'm not a big Marvel movie fan. I'm not a big comic book movie fan. I find them to be a little corny, and I get it. I love the Fast and the Furious franchise. It's not like I'm averse to corny. Like, I can get into corny. It's just whatever. Like, when the big sequences are all CGI, I'm just not into it. Like, I need some action with some stunts and some stakes and everything. And so this is just one of those rare movies these days where they're doing the actual stunts. They're doing that Tom Cruise is maniacal now about this stuff, and like he learned to fly jets, and he's done all this stuff. In Mission Impossible, he really hangs off the door of a plane. Like, he does all that stuff, and it's crazy how much it adds to the stakes of watching the movie, of being invested in the story.
Now, there is a movie that is coming out, and I first saw this and I went, wait, what? It kind of sounded like a Billy Crystal, My Giant, which I never saw. You know what I mean?
You never saw it?
No.
Oh my goodness, no. You missed out.
I know I didn't. Did I? Did I miss out? That was George Murison and Billy Crystal with him doing like I get to pretend I'm hanging around the NBA kind of thing. It's just like a weird movie to get made.
what I don't think you understand is George Mearson is so tall and Billy Crystal is so short.
Oh,
so it's visually so comical throughout.
I wouldn't. Who would have known? Who would have known? Didn't he actually? What was his other movie where he played an NBA referee?
Forget Paris. Yeah,
those were different movies, right?
Yeah, they are technically different movies.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just making sure. Now, this one is called Hustle. And this is Adam Sandler. He's a down-on-his-luck basketball scout. And he discovers a player overseas because it's still, obviously, the idea of an overseas player is still some mystery. Like, what? They have basketball in other exotic countries? Who would possibly know? Other than
exotic unknown countries like Spain.
Spain? What is this Spain of which you speak? I hear they have tapas a la plancha. So it's Juancho Hernan Gomez, and I guess Boban is in it, Queen Latifah, Aaron Gordon, Jaleel White, and whatever's left of Robert Duvall. Is it? I mean, what are we doing here?
So, all right. You start seeing things about this movie. There's like one trailer that comes out months ago. And, basketball Twitter can be real annoying, right? So, basketball Twitter starts getting upset about it because the idea of, oh, really, we have a movie where Juan Hernan Gomez is, a number one prospect. It's like, well, one, he's not himself. And two, you've got a highly skilled basketball player in these scenes. It's going to look good, right? The basketball will look good. I couldn't care less that it's Juan Hernan Gomez, whatever. I'm not going to focus on that. I'm not going to get all basketball nerdy on that. So, I'm not, down on the movie. I'm not up on the movie. I'm just whatever. Then, for Top Gun Maverick, I see a certain trailer, a different trailer, which I can only assume is taking shots at Sam Hinkie. I can only assume the trailer itself is just a big middle finger to Sam Hinkie because the GM of the Sixers is evil and he's you get on the road and you get on the road right now. You don't get to see your family. That's where you belong. And I'm just what are we doing here? I get it. You need some drama and everything. I do think the basketball in it's going to look good because that's the hardest thing to do with basketball movies. We've all been through Wesley Snipes trying to dribble a basketball, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is the hard thing to do, but now it's there's an evil GM making his scouts scout. I'm what is this movie? I have not seen it. I will see it. I'm not going to a theater. That thing's going to have to come out on Netflix, and I'm going to have to be pretty drunk or pretty high to watch it. But I am going to see it at some point. The pictures from the premiere, every annoying Instagram basketball quote-unquote influencer was on the red carpet for this thing. Adam Sandler is dressed I don't know, a cartoon nurse. I don't know how to describe how he was dressed. The juxtaposition of him with Juancho and LeBron on the red carpet. I'm what's happening right now? Yeah, it's very confusing, the whole thing.
There's so much going on here, and even on one of the posters, the word hustle is in the same or very knowingly similar font as the banner for Hustler magazine. Am I the only one who noticed that? Am I telling on myself?
I think you're right. I hadn't put it together, but now that you mention, I'm I have seen that font before.
Right.
I think that might be an old guy thing, though. I don't know how many young people, which is who they're targeting with this movie. I don't know how many of them are going to get that. I don't think porn magazines are a thing anymore.
I don't think so either. I also noticed a name in the credits, and Nicole Cornett, and I said, well, Kornet. It's got to be. So, because I looked at her and I said, well, she kind of looks like her brother. And I mean, I called CBA games that her father Frank played in, and I know Layla, our sometime co-host, knows the mom Tracy very well. She looks at so indeed, Nicole Cornett, former or current UCLA basketball player and sister of Luke Cornett, the former Bull, is in this movie.
I mean, that's probably the biggest star in the movie now, right?
I don't know.
You get a Cornett in there, and
right.
All right, maybe I'll go see it in the theater now.
Well,
I don't know. Now you've swayed me.
I mean, Robert Duvall's got an Academy Award and 4 Golden Globes, but a member of the Cornett family. That's got to do it for you.
I don't want to. This is going to sound horrible, okay? And it's just us talking right now. No one can hear this. It's going to sound horrible, but I didn't know Robert Duvall was still alive. I thought he had passed.
He's
years ago.
He's 91.
Wow, good for him.
I guess, and apparently he's also going to be the next manager of the White Sox. But that's
They're going younger. They're going to skew younger and more current.
Yep. They, as soon as they find out someone is actually not dead, they immediately make them the manager. So I think that's Jerry Reinsdorf's got him on speed dial as we speak. The podcast that you do, Cinephobe, we've talked about it before, where you and your buddies go back and find poorly reviewed movies where there's more negative than positive, and then look at it and see with context and maybe with some time, has it gotten better or worse in your eyes? What are some recent experiences?
Oh, well, we just got done with Vehicle Month. May was Vehicle Month. And so we did Dude, Where's My Car? We did Taxi starring Queen Latifah and Jimmy Fallon, which that was a real low point for us. We did Soul Plane, and then we had Michelle Beadle on as a guest because she wanted us to do Maximum Overdrive. I don't know if you remember Maximum Overdrive, but I had never seen it before. It's from like 1987, I think. Stephen King's only directorial debut and finale. There were not rumors, they're just flat out stories that he was high on cocaine the entire time he did the movie, and they actually had other people like kind of ghost direct it because he was so high and out of his mind. And it's just about a comet passes Earth, and it creates this energy field that turns all appliances and machines against us. And it is phenomenal. I'd never seen it. Spoiler alert, I loved it. Like, I would watch it again right now. It is an incredible experience. And then we have now transitioned into Matthew McConaughey month. So we did Ghost of Girlfriends Past as the first episode that is out now on all podcast feeds.
There's some things to be look. I went after I saw Top Gun, and I didn't know who any of these people were, so I went into these IMDb and Wikipedia rabbit holes, like, okay, who's Monica Barbaro and who's Glenn Powell? There are some movies like and I've never heard of that are either released direct to DVD or marketed only in Kazakhstan. Like these were they wanted people without a lot of movie experience, but there's some in there that I think you might want to go check out.
Oh no, it's crazy how much content gets made that you'll never hear about, right? And like full on, like, yeah, we edited a movie about whatever, and like no one's ever heard of it. But these up and coming actors, they got to put everything on their IMDb page because it looks like, look, I'm getting regular work, but it's stuff that probably costs $40,000 to make.
Before we let you go, we have to ask one actual basketball question. Sure. And amid everything that's happening with Quinn Snyder's departure from the Jazz, there's talk about the Donovan Mitchell, Rudy Gobert schism there. And now we're actually beginning to hear potential trade structures for Rudy Gobert. That's either Gobert and or Mitchell. Something's coming to an end there. And I know the numbers for Gobert can be daunting, but one package that I saw was Nikola Vucevic, Kobe White, and their first-round pick this year. Another one involved Patrick Williams. Do you know what's real or what's possible here, or is this all stuff perhaps being floated by the Jazz to set a market?
Yeah, I mean, I do think there is some, some chicanery behind the scenes to kind of set the market and see what's out there. If you think about, if you're hoping that Donovan Mitchell gets traded, maybe he does. Maybe he just decides he's out. But also right now he has a chance to get someone hired as the head coach that he wants. Johnny Bryant, who's an assistant in New York, who's also represented by CAA and was a development coach in Utah under Quinn Snyder. He's someone that Donovan really likes and really wants, and he's very well regarded as an assistant coach in this league. So he has a chance to hire a coach in Utah and play for him. And if you think about it from Utah's perspective, they're hosting the All-Star game next season. They want Donovan Mitchell to be the mayor of Salt Lake City during that entire weekend and event because he is charming, he's a good player, and it would look a lot better than trying to convince people to like Salt Lake City because Rudy Gobert's there, right? So I don't see them trading Donovan Mitchell within this next year because of just that All-Star weekend thing. But the Gobert stuff, I think it's real. I think they realize this doesn't work together well. Ownership's very high on Donovan, and so Rudy might be the guy out. A new coach may come in and they may decide, hey, they might work under this guy. But yes, I think Gobert is gettable, but it's going to take a lot. It would take a lot more than Vooch, Kobe White,
and a number one pick. Probably take more than Vooch, Kobe White, Patrick Williams, and a number one pick. Like, I do think that their demand, because the way they value Rudy Gobert is crazy high. Some of it's justified, some of it's not, especially when you get to the postseason. But to get Gobert away from the Jazz, I do think it takes a significant offer. If you think about it, not saying he's as good or as impactful or can help in the same way, Drew Holiday went for 4 first-round picks. Like, that whole trade really screwed up the trade market, for the future, and it's going to have to reset. I don't think it resets with Gobert.
This is really fun. Loved it, Zach. Perfect day for it, as we had a bit of an island in the sports universe today to talk about some other stuff. I'm glad you were available. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm actually going to go see Top Gun again this afternoon, so thank you so much for setting the table for me.
Enjoy. Zach Harper, a Renaissance man. Always look forward to our conversations with him. When we come back, Mike Rankin has a story to tell. You need to hear about this. You didn't know this, that our own unassuming sound man, associate producer Mike Rankin, is perhaps unwittingly on the professional bags tour. And I'm not kidding. That you didn't know that Mike Rankin, accomplished collegiate baseball player and an athlete of some repute in his own right, has found his way into sanctioned matches against professional bags players. We'll find out how it's going and hear how it happened next on The Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Swing and a drive. Deep left field. It's got a chance. Gone. Welcome to the Chicago Cubs. Christopher Morel. What a moment.
Just one of them nights here at the Friendly Complex.
You've got the shot down, too. And it's not the way someone would teach it now. It's not a way a coach is going to say, hey, have that elbow up that way. And Larry, already, nobody was going to say a word to him because there was no need to at that point. But did you have to unlearn and relearn something to make sure that you get the angle of that signature elbow position?
Yeah, I trained with our basketball trainer, Edon Ravine, and he's trained a bunch of NBA All-Stars, so it was incredible to be working with him. And his goal was to make me a silhouette of Bird on the court, whether it was his shot, how he dribbled, how he moved. And that was like the main focus for him and I was like, we don't want anyone to look at that shot and be like, there's something just off with it. It's not quite Bird-like. And we really pounded in second naturally, getting that shot, getting the elbow out. We called it the chicken wing. It's like the chicken wing needs to be super high up. And even the positioning of his feet, he doesn't really ever square up to the basket. He's turned a little bit to his left. Just small details like that we just constantly were doing in practices. And the way that he got that down second nature for me was we would practice it in the beginning when I was warming up, and then we would do conditioning. And then at the end of conditioning, when I'm just completely out of breath and not thinking about anything, if I was able to do the Bird shot, we were like, all right, we're ready for set. If you're able to do that without even thinking at this point.
That's good coaching. That's why all the coaches I've been around always practice free throws when you are tired. That is exactly. That is very good coaching.
When I hear Tony La Russa talk about you, it feels very paternal. It feels like, a dad and his son. How did you guys build your relationship?
It's just one of those things. When he first signed over here, a lot of people didn't think we would get along. I guess just off of his history and, just off of my personality. But it's one of those things you gotta learn. You gotta learn for yourself. You can't go off of what other people say. And, ever since we got over here, we've just been, building a relationship and, communicating and talking. He's super competitive and I'm super competitive. We just want to win and we'll do whatever it takes. So, we started clicking ever since we got over here. And, it's been nothing. It's been great. We're trying to reach that goal. And, he's all in and, I'm all in. And, everybody's all in. So we're just trying to, continue to keep working and, keep getting better. And hopefully we get there.
for this White Sox team, and I was talking about White Sox fans earlier, what gives you hope that things are going to turn around and you guys can reach your goals?
First off, just the energy in the locker room. You know, I know what my guys can do. You know, when everybody's healthy. I mean, it's a long season. If we could just keep our head above water, man, and get to that finish line and be able to, you know, hopefully hit another gear and just keep working. You know, we got a shot. So the ultimate goal is just, you know, for sure is get everyone healthy, and then we have fun from there, and then we just see where it takes us.
like roll cut. He immediately wanted to go a little bit right to left, but he gets that vertical orientation, so it just kind of wheels or tumbles over anything.
I just wish they'd tell us which bag we're using. Because it's one thing, the coefficient of restitution has been measured, and if they change the bag on us midway, I don't know what we're doing here. I don't know how you put a team together, how you have any sort of standard to put a team together, unless if they're going to tell us if the bag is flying through the air in a different way than it otherwise would be. That was CBS Sports, the Professional American
Cornhole League. Thank you.
American Cornhole League, the ACL. You don't want to tear that. Of which Mike Rankin appears to be an unwitting part. Now, look, Mike Rankin, accomplished Chicago area athlete. Were you one sport guy? I know baseball was your best sport.
Played basketball in high school, but baseball primarily.
And into college.
Right.
So now you have decided that your avocation, while you're not stitching together tapestries of radio magic, that you are going to be competing with friends as a bags player.
Yeah, sure. Let's break this down. So I was approached by a buddy of mine, shout out Mitch Clark and Don Randick. Those are our teammates. And they said, hey, you want to play bags? It's once a week. You know, I don't know how long it's going to be, but let's go. It's a place called Davern's Tavern on Roberts Road and 79th Avenue in Justice. And you show up. It's a really nice setup. I mean, they do it yearly. I mean, I don't want to say it's been going on for a decade, but it's been going on for quite a bit. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of talent in this area. Okay, so
this is all local talent.
Pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, and here's the thing. So there are pros in the ACL that participate in the Davern's Tavern League, but there are also semi-pros, okay? And these people travel. Like, we went up against a team that had a group that said, yeah, sorry, we had to postpone the match. We were in North Carolina playing in a tournament. I was like, oh, all right, no big deal. So let's back it up, right?
How'd that go for you, by the way?
Well, we'll get there. I was talking to my buddy. He was like, yeah, let's do it. I said, sure. It's fun. You know, how long is it? Turns out 28 weeks. So it's longer than half the year. But
wait.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to play in a bags league? 28 of the 52 weeks of the year.
Yeah, it's good times, right? So I'm like, all right, sounds good. Okay. Show up. First day, we don't have a set of bags. That was our first mistake. And I realized quickly, like, oh boy, okay. We didn't show up with any bags. This is a little different here because we're walking around, we're seeing people in jerseys, they have sponsors. There are sponsors in the league that on the banner you could see, like, actually fund this tournament at Davern's Tavern.
League sponsors.
Yes.
And then the individual semi-pro teams and pro teams, was it like bass fishermen or like NASCAR drivers?
How do I equate the jersey looks? It's like a video game type jersey. Like if you know professional video game players with stuff that they wear, it's very similar to that.
Okay,
sure, whatever. Just that,
like a bowling shirt ish with all the things.
Very similar to that.
Okay,
so I'm like, this will be fun. Show up. These guys are insane. Week 1, we went 10-5. Since then, 5-70.
Yikes.
Because here's the thing.
The Reds are jealous.
We play, right? It's
Fire Joe Madden.
Team of 3.
You need the hits principle.
You play 9 games solo, so each of us get 3 solo games, and then there's 6 doubles games for a total of 15 per week.
Okay.
We are 0-32 since our 10-5 start. We won 3, lost another 22 straight, broke that up with a win. Shout out to me. Thank you very much. And then lost 21 in a row.
Now, how good, like a professional bags player, do they just throw it right in the hole every time?
I'm glad you asked that. Now, here's a little something that kind of puts into perspective, like, what goes into a typical matchup when you're throwing bags. Now, this may be news to some, but I know the professional or those apt in playing bags already understand this. Here's a clip from CBS Sports.
There are 2 sides to these bags. You've got a slick side and a sticky side. So that even adds to the strategy. If you want to try and slow something down, put a block in, make your bag difficult and more sticky to push through, I mean, they can use that sticky side.
Right, that sticky side of the bag is often used for a block shot or a roll shot. It wants to grip and then kind of tumble over itself. That's what that grip action does for a sticky side of the bag. And some players, depending on how hard they throw, will use the sticky side as their normal slide shot side, and then only flip it over if you need to maybe sneak around a bag you kind of want to melt into the side of the hole, or, of course, if you want to push a couple bags in.
So they're doctoring the bags?
It didn't.
No, that's part of it. That's how they make them. You also have to be approved by the ACL to use the bags, by the way. So there is some officiating going on. So with that in mind, there is some strategy to the game of cornhole. So if you start, like, you get the first throw if you scored last, and you want to play that strategy, block the hole, use a sticky side, go for it. So it's not necessarily aiming for the hole and trying to get ringers every time. It is observing what's on the board and working around it.
It's almost like curling in that regard.
It's intense.
It sounds, the strategy seems similar to curling in how each match is going to unfold a little bit differently. And I'm looking at the primary sponsor of the Cornhole ACL Championships is Johnsonville Sausages.
There it is.
Here for it.
And the presenting sponsor on the front of their jerseys is Bush's Beans.
Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah.
I think we got a theme going here, right? All we need are, like, some grilled onions in there. And we're,
a funny experience that I had. And by the way, I have to say, we are so undermatched when it comes to the matchups that we play, right? The teams that we play.
Overmatched.
Sorry, overmatched.
Yes.
We are dominated every week, but they are so kind. That community is so nice. However, some of the characters over at that Davern's Tavern, might I say, are interesting when it comes to the different types that you get into. Some are really intense, some are sort of quiet. One guy walked by me and said, "Man, I should be in jail right now." And then he threw a ringer. I said, "Oh, okay, all right."
It's called a ringer?
Sure, when you sink it or whatever.
Okay. I don't know the terms.
I was like, whoa.
And do professional cornhole players refer to it as, do they prefer cornhole or bags? Is one pejorative? Is it regional?
I think it's recognized nationally as cornhole, but I mean,
but it's correctly recognized regionally as bags.
Yeah, it's bags.
Okay.
So it's been an interesting experience. Really, it's honestly humbling, especially considering we are 43-1, or 1-43, I should say, over our last 44 games.
So are you tanking for the top pick in next year's draft at this point? Is there a lottery?
Here we're learning, right? Now this is what we're doing together, is we're getting better day by day. We understand our mistakes, we try and get better. And when we lose, we try to take what we did wrong and fix it. However,
we got to watch the film.
The film tells all, especially considering, it's 21 straight up. So there's no 11-0 whitewash. Games can last 5 minutes. Games can last an hour. And that's the thing. That's the underrated part about bags. Say you're going solo, back and forth. A solo game can last over an hour. And it's not just the physical element.
Well, I mean, obviously the physical element.
It's the mental part of it.
Staying focused.
If you
staying locked in.
Here's another thing about it. No margin for error. None. So one bag off the table or whatever, or off the board, or even 3 in the hole, 1 on the board, you're losing points. So you really have to be on.
Can I ask a weird question? We see in other sports how over time the styles homogenize into what's considered best practices. Where even something like MMA, it used to be, it's sumo guy against Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy. And the whole idea was styles make fights. And then it's like, well, this is the style that wins. And we see with baseball swings. There used to be a million different baseball swings, and now most of them look alike. Most pitching motions look alike. Are there weird bags throwers, or one guy's waving it over his head and another guy's throwing it from under here? Like, are there styles?
There are, and it's really interesting. Some step, some stay still, some lead with their right foot if they're right-handed. It's fascinating, and I've learned to adjust my style. I would step, and now I'm standing still.
Do these styles make fights?
It's loud there, Rick. It gets really loud.
Are there fat people? I could only assume there would be.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, everybody's appropriately shaped. I mean, given the context of the game.
Yeah, that's a yes. That's it. So you're saying for next year, maybe Jay and I should find our way down there to,
Well, it's also
balance things out.
a beautiful part of bags is like you don't have to be the most athletically gifted. You just have to be the most mechanically sound.
Or sober.
Well, I'm looking at the picture at iplaycornhole.com/pros. And these are the top of the top of the best of the best of the best, sir. And I would say the guy on the left is probably fat adjacent. He's probably an aspiring when he retires, for sure. When he finishes up with the rigorous conditioning and actually ends up retiring and opens his restaurant and golf his series of golf courses, then yes, he will be.
What's incredible to me is the amount of talent in the area. And I go back to it. A lot of us grew up playing just in our front yards or just at places or at friend's house or whatever. I mean, it's just such a fun game and easy to put together and gather. I feel like a lot of us grew up playing the game, and that's I was under the impression, hey, let's have some fun. Nope. But also too, it's like you were saying, Rick, like the competition about like playing bags is similar to playing golf or to like pitching. So like the mechanics have to remain the same every time. If you're off, or if you want to simplify your mechanics, that's why I try to adjust my throw, away from the stepping, because obviously, right, the mechanics, there's a lot of range of motion there, different stepping length, right? It could influence the throw. So it's a lot, and it's a lot of fun.
Overstriding gets you in trouble, throws everything
Big
off,
time. Yeah,
right?
huge.
Sure.
I have a question that I mean with all the respect in the world. Is there that much talent in the area, or do you guys just suck that bad?
No. Our goal is to stay out of the bottom 5, and we are...
And make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Not get relegated.
Our goals for the season are to make the playoffs.
That's not happening. We got to stay out of the bottom 5.
That attitude.
That's our goal.
Okay, what's the name of your team?
Freedom 35. It's a Trailer Park Boys thing. If you guys watch that show, anybody's watched that show, they get it.
Okay, Freedom 35. And is there a place where we can follow the standings online?
It's a private Facebook group. Do you want me to invite you?
No, I don't want to get, not getting on Facebook. No, thank you. All right. Well, best of luck to Freedom 35. And please keep us apprised how this goes for the next 20 odd weeks or however long it is. My goodness.
22 left.
Only 22 left to go. When we come back, Aaron Donald was in the news, and we've been looking for a reason to play this sound. And this is the perfect reason, where the Rams decided to tear up his contract, hand him, $50 million? Or what was it? $40 million, a total amount of money. He was on a podcast, on the I Am Athlete podcast. You're going to want to hear Aaron Donald. You may love the hits principle and the rogue bears who do what they want, regardless of the rules.
Rogue bears!
But Aaron Donald talks about how he breaks down tape to get advantages on his opponents. Inside football stuff next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. An Odyssey station.
This segment's brought to you by Ascension, Illinois.
Compassionate personalized care has a new name.
One of your former coaches is a friend of ours on this show. We have a good relationship, a long-standing relationship with a man who decided he wanted to say hello. And who are we to get in the way? As the great Dave Wanstead would like to say hello to you. What do you remember about being coached in Miami by Dave Wanstead, Ricky?
A couple of things. One, that we have the same birthday. That's one. The second was I loved playing for Dave. He left me alone, let me do my thing, and he gave me the ball a lot. So he gave me the opportunity. I mean, I heard him talk, in the video clip or the audio clip you guys made. I heard him talking about going to the Bahamas. I don't know if he's told you the story, but it's synchronicity. So I was playing for the Saints, and I was heading to the Bahamas to watch the Super Bowl. And the Super Bowl was actually in New Orleans. And so Dave had been there, and he was flying back to Miami. Or actually, he might have been going to the Bahamas. And I saw him in the airport, and we sat down, and we just talked back and forth for maybe 5 minutes. But I think there were so many things people were saying about me at the time, and I think for him to get to know me and see me in person and see that I was like a kind, good person, I think it really helped him pull the trigger and make the deal to make me a Dolphin. And it occurred just a couple of months after that meeting.
That's really cool. I never heard that story. Wani, why didn't you tell us that story, Dave?
Because I was waiting for an opportunity for somebody else to talk about it. You know, I'm the only thing I would say, and then I got two great Ricky stories. Ricky, you know, I love you. I mean, you know, I was convinced we were going to win a Super Bowl playing defense and running the football, and we did those things, and we still couldn't get over the hump. And to this day, you know, how do you have a top 5 defense in the NFL, an all-pro kicker, a running back that leads the NFL in rushing and not win a Super Bowl? I mean, it doesn't happen. And Bill Cowher, it happened to the Steelers with Cowher once, and we've talked about that because Bill had the same mentality. But Ricky always did his share. And the only time, you know, talking about marijuana that you guys had the early segment on, when Ricky called me about a week before training camp and said he was taking he was going to take a break. He was on his way to Hawaii or India, wherever you were going. I halfway barfed up my lunch, and I was ready to start smoking marijuana. I got to admit, that took me to the edge. But no, we had we had some great times. There was a couple games that jump out at me. Well, when we came back, I had never been back to Chicago since I left the Bears, and we were playing them in December. You know, that night game up there in Chicago, and you know, we were having a pretty good game, and I remember it was the fourth quarter, and Norv Turner was our offensive coordinator, and Norv says, you know, Dave, what do you think? And I said, how many carries Ricky got? He says, oh God, I don't know, 30, 35. You know, I mean, Ricky carried the ball. I mean, it was incredible, and so we got a timeout or something, and we said, check with Ricky, see if he's okay. I'd like to get one more series. It was nothing against the Bears, and he busted a runoff. I think he averaged 7 yards a carry that game. And I'll tell you, the win was great, but just to win it in that fashion was outstanding.
At 4 p.m. Central to break down the finals as only she can. You won't want to miss Trista's takes on all things Warriors and Celtics. She's live today and tomorrow, 4 o'clock Central. The only way to listen is on the Odyssey app. We will take caller 6 to the contest line, 312-540-0670, and you will win tickets to see Eric Clapton with special guest Jimmy Vaughn at the United Center on September 12th. These will be Clapton's first Chicago appearances in over 10 years. Tickets go on sale this Friday, June 10th at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. So Aaron Donald is a very wealthy man, and he's a champion, and he's one of the best all time at doing what he does as a defensive tackle in the NFL. Well, how does he do it? Well, he gave us some insight. And Aaron Donald was on the I Am Athlete podcast. And when you watch this, it's really interesting because of the cutaways to the other people involved who are sort of nodding along and kind of amazed at his description of how intricately he absorbs film. LaShawn McCoy, Brandon Marshall, and Adam Pac-Man Jones are the others who are nodding and listening in as Aaron Donald says this idea of what do players do when they watch film. What does it mean when they look at tape to try to get the drop on their opponents? Well, it means this.
The main reason why I like to go to the facility at night, I like to break down film by myself, because sometimes I might watch a play, damn near be stuck on a play for 5 minutes just studying somebody. Because what I do, I study tendencies off offense. I study who I'm going against. So I'm going to study the guard, each guard, and then I'm going to study the center. Then I'm just going to watch them play. I'm just going to study what they do, what they losing with, what they winning with, what I can see they can give, little tendencies they're going to give, that it's going to be, certain pass or certain things they're going to do to help me play faster, right? Then I start breaking down the whole group as a whole. So I'm going to see how this tackle, do he choke down a lot? Most of the time when I put, meaning the tackle, before the tackle block out to that end, he going to punch down on me to close up that B gap. Then you got that center sliding to you, but it's going to close up the A gap. So it's like, you got to work paired and work off that, because ain't no cross chop because he's punching you. Ain't no inside move because you got that center running over right now and trying to hit you in your hip. So now you got to figure out, okay, I even got to work a game, or I got to start working power, right? So just breaking tendencies down and watching it to the point where they're gonna block me like this, so I get an idea of how good this group is really as a whole. So sometimes you might watch film, even if it's an offensive line that's all beat up and hurt, and they're gonna have a lot of backups. I'd be like, all right, I know if I get a one-on-one, I'm going to win, but I don't got too many of them opportunities that's going to come. So I got to find different ways, and that's one of the main reasons why I like to go to my D-line coach and watch with him, because it's like, all right, this is the game that I think going to work. If we do this certain game and at this certain look, and he ping-pong ideas off that, we're able to, help each other, to try to find ways to get me freed up. So it's a process, man.
Apparently so. For all you young defensive tackles out there, getting to the facility late at night and doing that into the wee hours and then presenting your game plan to your defensive line coach is how it's done. That helps helps Aaron Donald become Aaron Donald, where the Rams is like, oh, you want $40 million more dollars? Sure. Okay, here you go. Here it is. Enjoy. Instead of retiring, take this. Indeed, he will. We are going to do transition with Laurence Holmes when we return on The Score.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, middays noon to 2.
One of the biggest stars in sports, Tim Anderson. What gives you hope that things are going to turn around and you guys can reach your goals?
The energy in the locker room. I know what my guys can do. When everybody's healthy. It's a long season. If we could just keep our head above water.
It is hard to be a bad manager. It is really hard.
There are plenty of people who don't think that managers make that big of a difference game in and game out.
And mathematically, they don't. And look, you and I have both had these conversations with Joe Madden over the years. You actually have to work at it. And if you really look at the worst managers around for a long time, even the worst managers can win World Series.